Can I ask how large is the grant that the regional received from the state?
Just under 60,000.
Yeah, just under 60,000,
60,000.
and the majority of it's going to them because they're doing all the technical work. We're actually basically going to get just reimbursed for Susan and my time. So we're getting like 5,000, I think it is. But that's the total. And then they're actually putting a lot of you want to say something about the USDA grant that you guys have that kind of helps set the foundation for this?
So we also have a grant that, as I told you about, our partners in Maryland, that allows us to do some like pre-feasibility types of communication and planning and development of surveys and so on for both Vermont, 2 regions in Vermont and 2 regions in New Hampshire. The other 2 regions, by the way, are Pine Bluff, Arkansas, no idea, and Western Maryland. So it covers these 6 regions. But the idea is to create these models that can inform other communities in other states about how to do this. And so that's the purpose of that grant. But there's there's three of us working together to make that happen, all bringing different experience to the table, so we have this great wealth of knowledge that we have available to us.
What's the timeline for putting those models together?
That's a different grant, and I think it's 2 years. Yeah.
And
Do you anticipate that the survey questions will let folks decide the level at which they would be willing to step into this as an uptake? And if that's the case, in the communities that have income levels that are at or below state averages, which are pretty low, I'm anticipating that we would get a lot of folks who might take the basic but unable to get too much. Will that have anything at all to do with the level of technology that is rolled out? So theoretically, that means, I heard a no there. So somebody on a given street, and all the folks on that street basically signed up to say they would take the basic, and enough of them do. But those same people could then, if they all of a sudden win the lottery, could upgrade, and the technology will be there for them to go all the way up to the top.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so if you use EC Fiber as an example, those customers can call any day of the week and say, I need more service, please increase my service, or I no longer need as much service because my children have all gone to college and they're not home anymore, and so could you reduce it? There's no contracts. They allow them to do that and prorate the month in doing that. We have a lot of customers, not a lot, about 25 or 30, who call us before Thanksgiving and call us back in January because all their family is coming home for Thanksgiving and they need far more bandwidth during that time period.
Just to Ann's question, correct me if I'm wrong, the pipe, the fiber cable that's going to go to everyone's house is the same.
Yep.
It's how much the CUD or the company, whoever it is, pushes through that pipe. So, right, is that a fair statement?
Not only the pipe, but the device in the home is going to be the same.
Right.
The device on the pole is going to be the same. The device in the cabinet, hub cabinet is going to be the same. And it's all depends on how it's provisioned. So we can provision you for 25, 100, 100. I think EC Fiber is just one. So it's 25, 25, 200, 200. I think it's 400 and then now 800.
But, okay, the pipe is the same as
The pipe
everyone's
is the
house.
same.
It's just how much you bring in from the internet to the customer,
Right. We provision each device for whatever they purchase.
as she is saying, again, maybe this is clear to everybody, but just in case, and I'm partially saying this to make sure I understand it, it's kind of like whoever the provider is, as part of the business plan, they're buying that backhaul, where you're actually connecting to the internet. And so that's what's the cost driver as far as how much it's going to cost you, whether you got the 1 gig or whatever package you get. It's not the local service provider who's making the money. It's or who's driving the cost. It's more on what that backhaul cost is. Is that right?
Now, the local network is going to be what the market will bear, right? And I think that, but the equipment will be to allow for at least a gigabit of service.
Yeah, just a question on the survey. So, you mentioned the other group that you're part of, and Reedsboro being one of the beneficiary areas of that. So we already have a sampling of the survey that you folks provided. One thing I noticed about the questions that we received is a lot of it was about current usage for people. It didn't really talk about what people were willing to do or what people wanted to do. And it seems like there should be more questions about that. And the reason I say that is because if you're surveying people in a town that's unserved, then obviously their usage is pretty low. It doesn't, you know, so we don't really know what they want compared to what they actually are getting now.
That's a good point.
So I think what I'm hearing in a couple of different places is, does the survey educate respondents on what the possibilities are, as well as asking what they do? Because there's so many people, I mean, I've tried for 4 years to get internet on our road, and I've had to have conversations over and over again with people who don't know what they're missing or how their bills would differ if they had fiber instead of 3 megabytes going down or down up. So there's a whole education process for people who aren't really aware of the possibilities or the necessities.
I think it's important to note that, like, this is the first step. Driving demand is going to be something that the CUD is going to have to figure out, of teaching people how to use the additional bandwidth that's available.
And the survey is just a piece of the pie for this feasibility, right? We need to know things like roads and household income, and you know, there are other pieces of that pie. How big of a network it is, how many premises, what's the likelihood of a rural town, you know, how many miles out of town do the roads go, and so on and so forth. So there's a number of pieces to that. This is just a piece of that feasibility study.
And as she noted earlier, we've already gotten them, Wyndham Regional's already gotten them that information.
More hands keep coming up. What's going on? Are we supposed to be answering
A lot of questions.
Education.
True.
Go ahead.
We live in Vernon, and we are well served. We are one of those people. A couple of years ago, we had a fiber optics subcommittee, and we did a survey. We reached out to Guilford. Sheila can tell you that. And we learned about CUDs. We did a survey. We got that many, 4 responses, because like Sheila just said, even though we are well served, people don't know what they're missing, even with Comcast and now Consolidated, which used to be Fairpoint. And not only that, because the plant has left or is closed and a lot of people left, we are now getting an influx of newer residents who are younger, who need this technology. So I second the idea of the education component of the survey. And it's not easy, because we have some people who just don't know, and they don't know what they don't know.
No, I agree with you. And I think we'll all do the best we can to do that during this survey period. As someone mentioned here, they've done it a number of times on their road and had to repeat it over and over again. But that is a concern that we have, is you don't know what you're missing.
How about?
I have 3 quick questions.
Yeah.
One going back to Rob, and maybe I just missed it, but I think I missed both of these. But go back again over the funding options. You know, we can't tax, but you said you can use other means, but I guess.
Sure. Sure. So whether you're an individual town or whether you're a communication district, any build out of a network has to be funded from the revenues or projected revenues from the project. But you are also allowed to accept grants.
Or private funding?
Or private funding, yes.
Or private funding, or RUS loans that are, where they're willing to work with you on that.
Yeah. But the point is that a CUD can't tax your residence.
So we're gonna do Steve Munson and the fellow in the orange plaid.
So Carol, is there a correlation? You said you raised $7 million and we're happy to have done 225 miles. Is there a direct correlation between $7 million and 225 miles?
No, some of that 7 million was for building beyond the 225 miles.
Is there a correlation between the 7,500 subscribers that you're looking for and $7 million?
Well, no. So, but I can tell you that our rule of thumb at ValleyNet for Vermont has been $30,000 a mile, which includes 6 drops, meaning 6 houses, the equipment going to 6 houses. And that has held true for the last 7 years.
And just coincidentally, the numbers you gave us was 31,000 a mile. And if you take 7,500 and divide that by the 7 million by 7,500, it's $933 per person. So, if you want to do it, that's all in favor of that.
So, yeah, so it's, but that, that's held true for us. And even with the changes and poll make ready work and all that. So if anything, that access to the polls, with the changes taking place this year in the legislation for that process at the DPS, it's perhaps those costs might come down a bit, but it's been fairly stable, a little higher, a little lower. The guy at the end of the road, I say 6 drops in a mile. Well, sometimes there's not 6 houses in a mile, but in town there's 30 houses in a mile. So it all averages out.
Munson?
Yeah, my question really applies, probably not to you guys. The state of Vermont has in its wisdom said that essential services such as internet cannot be funded by municipal bonds, but have to be revenue bonds. In New Hampshire, again, where Chesterfield successfully is putting together something, they're allowed to use municipal bonding on the assumption that an essential service like a bridge or a road shouldn't be required to pay for itself, but there are other ways of doing it. Do you foresee any chance for either towns getting waivers if they can prove that they are financially capable of handling it, or getting a change in the law? Because it seems right now that the state is being somewhat paternal and protecting us from ourselves from making the horrible mistake of spending the money the way we might want it. And I wonder if there is any chance that methods of funding may change.
Are there any representatives or senators in the room? That's who you should talk to. There was just a report that looked at a lot of these issues, and it was determined that we need to wait and see how the current mechanisms work. That doesn't mean there's not going to be a change in the future. It just means now, in order to protect taxpayers, you can't put your grand list up to fund a broadband build-out. You can use those types of funds for the part of a broadband build-out that's specific to municipal uses. That's the one little thing in there where there might be some room, but that's something for every town to address with their town attorney.
Just to give everybody,
a lawyer.
Just to give everybody a chance.
There's just one quick. There's a way around that, which the town can buy their own bonds. In other words, a town in Utah did that. They sold the bonds, then they realized that the bonds were getting a whole higher amount of money than they were, so they bought their own bonds and became the owners.
So first we have the fellow in the orange plaid, then Ann, and then we'll come back over this way. Okay, fellow in the orange plaid. Sorry, what's your name, by the way?
Chris Robbins.
Nice to meet you.
Am I right in assuming that the different pricing tiers are going to be sensitive to aggregate bandwidth demand within the CUD? So if everybody in our town wants just basic service, the cost to build out has to be amortized over something. Would our price tiers for basic service be higher than if everybody wanted
the business model of EC Fiber it used to be that about 70% took basic, and 20% took standard, and 10% took everything above that. Today, it's 50% who take basic. You see that there's this great need going on, and another, about 30% take standard, which is the next level up, and then the about 15 or 25, I'm out of percentages here, but the rest of them take the higher level services. So the business model works on the bulk of the premises taking a basic or standard service.
Ann?
Correct me if I'm wrong here, but my understanding is that the limitations against using municipal bonds and using only the funding sources that were provided in the legislation only applies to communication unions districts. If a municipality itself chose to run a broadband within their town, are they prevented from? I mean, we do have a municipal model, the Chesterfield one, for example, but Burlington Telecom is a municipal model.
I think that's one of the reasons why there's restrictions on the use of general funds. I wasn't around in that history, just to say, but I'm thinking that that's where it came from. But
It is true in New Hampshire, they can use general obligation bonds, but they can only use general obligation bonds to build those areas that are unserved today.
Well, that's, yes, that's.
They can't use it to build overbuild anything, any areas that are served. And the reason it's become popular is because CCI has come to the table with plans that pay those bonds with a small access fee, $10 or $11.50, something like that, a month until the bonds are paid back. And you know, if you think about that model, the first 4 years, as you're ramping up service, you're not going to have enough money to pay the bond, and so they've also guaranteed that they will pay the difference between your access fees and so on. I don't think the towns in New Hampshire would be going forward with general obligation bonds if there wasn't a way of paying that back that didn't rest on the shoulders of the taxpayers.
But my question that was about Vermont specifically is whether the prohibition against using them is only directed at CUPs.
No.
It's everything. The law prevents it everywhere.
Andy?
Now, having said that, if you look at West Windsor, in the EC Fiber District, they actually provided some funding to build part of their town. They provided the funding to connect all their municipal buildings together, and then they leased that network to EC Fiber when it built the rest of the town.
And they did that with general obligation.
But that was specifically to connect all of their town premises together.
Andy? And then we'll go to the...
Okay. I guess I want to clarify, what we're talking about here would not involve any content, cable content. This is strictly internet and voice over internet.
Unless, in response to an RFP, a carrier came back and said, we'll help you build your town. In addition to that, we'll offer broadband, and then on us, we'll offer voice over IP and streaming services.
Okay. Well, based on that assumption, what advantages other than municipal revenue bond financing, which would be cheaper than commercial financing, does going with the CUD have, seeing it has to be provided by subscriber fees, over existing providers that are providing both internet and cable services over the same pipeline?
They're not willing to go the last mile.
So it's a subsidy from congested areas to more rural areas. That's really what we're talking about.
You may partner with an existing carrier, and we'll work out the funding of how to build that out. They've decided that this is where they are, and they're not going to go any further based on houses per mile and based on their return on investment. So if you subsidize that next step, they might be willing to do that.
you can certainly try for cable line extension. It's a process, and in general, most of Vermont is built out to the extent that Comcast or Charter is going to want to build out with their business model and what profits they need to make. It's not saying it can't happen, it's just saying what it is at this point.
So we know that Comcast is looking to buy a cable company in their area, right?
Is this survey going to ask people about whether they have satellite television? Because if you're spending $100 a month on satellite TV, you're paid for your internet already. Is that part of the survey question? I think it's an important thing to know.
Yeah, it asks about what's bundled with your internet.
David Jones, Halifax.
Probably the internet.
Or
I have one question about the study and one question about the survey. The question about the study is, will you be studying the feasibility of setting up an operational affiliate like ValleyNet is to EC Fiber, as opposed to contracting with ISPs? As I understand it, ValleyNet basically buys wholesale and integrates the parts and pieces into a working product, as opposed to contracting for end-to-end service from an ISP. So will you be, the question is, will you be studying the feasibility of establishing an operational group like ValleyNet for the Windham County? And the question about the survey is, will there be included in the survey questions some indication of the ability of the respondent to pay anything? In other words, there could be some people who don't have internet because they can't afford it. Will that be, will capturing that information be part of the survey?
I think that is a
yeah, we wouldn't necessarily phrase it like that, but it's, if they want to, would they want to buy internet if they don't have any? This will be part of it.
So and once it gets to a point of that you're trying to find a provider, that's certainly something you can include in your RFP. Like, do you offer a special service for low-income individuals that are on the school lunch program or during certain things? So it really comes down to later down the line.
Get to the reason why they might or might not have service. Affordability, their ability to afford it might be something to understand.
And that could also be, wouldn't that be a benefit of the CUD, is to, you're closer to your community, and so the CUD can decide what you want to do to help subsidize those who need service who don't have it. That'll be within the control of the.
Right, so we know that EC Fiber is struggling with this question as well, right? Because there are a number of individuals in their territory that can't afford the service. And so the governing board is looking at that as an issue, and they're looking at it at the potential of, at what point in time do revenues start to exceed expenses? And then that's one of the options that they have to put on the table, is some sort of subsidy or lowering prices or those types of things.
Okay, and can you also answer the question about whether you're going to be studying the feasibility of setting up an operational affiliate?
You know, we can look at that, but I can tell you it's far less costly to go with somebody who already has business systems in place and customer support help desks in place, and operation systems in place. So when you add the costs of that software and hardware and the space and so on, it really would add significantly to the cost of setting up a district. So it would be better to be able to partner with an ISP that already has those services, that already has that in place, that already has a BSS and OSS, and has a help desk and so on and so forth. It would be better to do that, because the cost of starting from scratch would be high. I mean, a bucket truck alone is $100,000, just as an example.
The woman in back?
Is that what you asked?
She hadn't asked the question, then we'll come to you.
Sorry, go ahead.
So our select board in Stratton has voted to proceed, but they would like to warn the town on town meeting day and have asked us to come back from today's meeting with a name of a CUD, which obviously listening tonight, that's not going to exist until the surveys, but we would like to warn our townspeople because we all know we're all
Deerfield Valley.
Deerfield Valley. Okay, Ann gave me my answer. Thank you, Ann. She's always a great resource. Thank you.
I just was a little confused as to what defines the 6-month project. Does that mean the end of the feasibility study? and not necessarily creating CUDs or what?
This is a total of 6 months. We have to be done with the business plan by the end of the 6-month period. That's under our grant
So you have
with
to have everything defined within 6 months.
the whole, yeah, everything funded on this grant has to be done. About ostensibly 6 months from last Monday, whatever that was.
That's pretty ambitious. Now, will this PowerPoint be available online?
Yes. Steve?
I want to go back to the importance of the education of people before they take the survey. Because in order to have a valid survey, what everybody's been saying is that people have to understand what they're getting if they answer yes, no, or maybe, right? What are the supplemental materials that go, it's one thing to have a survey, but what are the supplemental materials, when somebody gets it, can we have some input as to what we're saying and say, for example, under the basic, you would be able to do this in your household. Under the standard, you would be able to do this in your household. Because we have to let people get what they want, not necessarily what they ask for. And they, out of ignorance, they won't ask for what they really want because they don't know what they want. So what are the supplemental materials that have gone out with other surveys?
Yeah, well, our particular survey is still in draft form, and all this feedback is really helpful to make sure that we get it to a good spot. But I would also say that we need to provide as much context as possible at the start of the survey and with all the materials we send out. So if it's a post on a listserv, if it's a post on social media, every single copy of the survey has to have all the context right up front so people know exactly what their responses mean, why we're doing the survey, what the results will be used for, and so appreciate the concern, and that's something we'll make sure to account for when we make the final draft.
And let me just add that another thing that we're going to be doing is, obviously, because for those of you here representing towns, you're going to want your towns represented as well as possible in this. But we're also having conversation with CORE, with BCC TV, about how we get surveys out. One of the reasons why we're asking supervisory unions and schools to be here is to help them push the surveys out. Libraries, we're going to be trying to ask them. So, and basically any social network out there, right? And not just relying on the electronic, also paper. One of the things that we're going to, if your town has the capacity to do it itself and like hand out cards at town meeting, that would be great if you can print them yourself. If you can't, let us know. I don't think we can print 100,000. We don't have 100,000 people in the region, but anyway. But we'll work on getting cards to you for that. So that your effort, part of your effort, would be organizing somebody to stand at the door at town meeting and hand that out. And then the idea is like work with the libraries to say, hey, can you push out there that if people want to do this electronic or by paper, come to the library, or you at the town. It's like the clerk will have this on the desk at the town office, or you'll have it if you have a transfer station. You can fill it out at the transfer station, and it'll be a really pretty clean box, so you can put it in. But that's the kind of thing that we need towns to think about. But we're going to ask other people to keep pushing this out. So it's not all on the towns, and I'm a little nervous about saying that, so you don't go, oh, good, we don't have to do with it. But you guys are know your neighbors best and best how to get that out.
I actually have a question about the survey.
Sure.
Just step over here for a second. So what about part-time residents? I know a lot of the towns have seasonal residents. How do you suggest reaching those, and how will those results be accounted for?
One way to do it that we've done throughout other areas is to take from your grand list who you send the tax bill to, and send either postcards with the link to the electronic survey. That's probably the most effective, efficient, and low-cost method to have those individuals be able to complete the survey. But you all have contact with those individuals because they get a tax bill every year. And you know who they are because the tax bill doesn't go to somebody in the account.
I'm going to go this fellow, David Jones, Brookline, and then Peter, and then you.
My question about the seasonal homes was not so much about how you reach them, but their responses and what impacts you may have seen from other surveys that has on feasibility within a particular town.
But I can estimate in a given town what proportion of the seasonal homes will take service. I mean, in the EC fiber territory, there is about, I think it's about 30% of the homes are second homes that have service. And they are the most, those are the people who really want it the most, because they want to come up here and stay longer than what they were able to stay before. And that's good for the state, right? So they come on Thursday night and stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, instead of just the weekend, or extended stays during the summer months. And the longer they're here, the more they spend. And so I think it's good for all of us. But those individuals are so accustomed to having great service, usually in their densely populated areas that they live in, that when they come here, one would think, oh, some people say, well, maybe they don't want any service at all. I'm not true. They want to be connected. And we're finding that they are very much connected in the EC fiber territory.
David,
I wouldn't rule them out as a connection.
So a practical question about the physical things. Who is going to pay for if it's determined that the best way to reach a whole bunch of these seasonal people and other people in the community is to print and mail surveys to them? Who is paying for that cost?
Well, let's determine what we're talking about, right? So if you could all let Sue know how many addresses on your grand list for premises, not for land, go to.
I thought you had all that. I thought the regional commission already had all that information.
But we don't have the addresses. We have the numbers.
We don't have all your grand list information.
Right. So
Okay,
we have 911
counts of.
We have 911 addresses and
Right.
miles
So
of roadway.
what we need to know is how many premises in your town does the tax bill go to somebody outside of your town?
Right.
And
Well,
that's
what
it.
about people within the town? There are going to be many people in many of these towns that if you really want to reach them, the most effective way is going to be to physically send them something. It won't just be people who live out of
I
town.
don't think we have the budget to send a card to everybody in the region.
Okay.
Marlboro's paying for it.
Marlboro's paying.
You want to get it done, you may.
I mean, getting back to something that someone else said, I mean, obviously, the irony of this whole thing is you really wouldn't think that mailing things to people who are underserved for broadband is not a fairly logical thing to have thought to do. I mean, I know that there's overlap and many of these people do, but obviously if you really want to get to people who are not served by broadband,
It's true. I mean, reading about what they
they're
do
going to have to
in
do
other
that.
states, in some communities, they actually go door to door. You basically create canvassing teams and you go door to door and do it that way. That's why we're talking about transfer stations. Brookline actually has a transfer. I guess you guys still have. You don't anymore.
We have an unmanned.
Right, but have somebody. But if you know a particularly busy time, have people down there. We can get you some cards. All right.
Everybody's got a town report, the mailing going.
What's that?
Everybody's got to mail out a town report.
Yeah, if you haven't already mailed out your town report, that's possible. Yeah, so.
But this isn't, we're not meeting until February 6th to even start to discuss the survey, right? So.
And that's as soon as we can do it.
It won't be, oh no, I know, I'm just saying, for the town
so
report, that's going to be.
can't go out with the town
That's
report.
too late for any town report.
Again, this is where, part of what we're going to talk about February 6th is what kind of ideas you're coming up with in your own town. So you may have other ideas, but this is why we're asking folks to kind of go back, and we're happy to talk to you too, to kind of brainstorm ideas. But you know best. I mean, in another situation, if something's critical, how have you reached out to other people in your town? Maybe you want to look. Maybe you want to look at your local emergency management plan and say, hey, how have we said we're going to reach out to people in the event of a pandemic flu situation, and we're trying to get people in to get vaccinated?
And I assume we could also, even if the survey's not available yet, you could put something in your town report of come to the town offices or come to town meeting or the libraries to fill out the survey, and potentially that you can even provide a web address for people to fill it out online, but say it's not available until this date. Like, there's ways around this.
Is it going to be is this a blind survey we're talking about, or is this a controlled by address survey?
think we're asking for address,
You're asking for address, so it is a personalized survey.
because we want to be, we need to know on the map, where are you?
But you also want one survey per household, right?
Right.
You don't want 6 people in one household filling out the same thing, and
Exactly.
6 other people don't do anything. So
Right.
that's what's gonna be tough to control.
Unless there are 6 households in the
One
building.
of the things
Peter?
that Comcast does when they, you can have 5 different nodes within your property. That are 5 different bills that are, and so that node of the network is actually not just one person, it's actually 5
Like-
separate.
The survey, I think, tries to address multi-tenant
Right.
situations, so.
Peter?
2 questions. The first one is, are we sending the survey to businesses, organizations, religious institutions, et cetera? We all have people who live in our towns who own a business in town who may want it at home and at their business. And we also have people who may be a minister in town who wants it at the church or other religious institution. So that's my first question.
That sounds very Guilford-esque. I know who you're talking about.
So far, we haven't decided to send it physically yet.
Well,
right?
to get it out there.
Yes, we want every premise that has the potential for being served to do a survey, if at all possible.
My second question is, have you determined what the minimum response rate is to have a viable survey, both per town and for the region?
As I said earlier, I think we're looking at about 30%.
Okay, thank you, sorry, I missed that.
Roger?
In Dummerston, we have a quarterly newsletter, and the next issue's going out at the end of February. So we'll put an article in there about this. And I know that Wardsboro has one, there may be other towns that have them. So I encourage everybody in your towns to talk to whoever does that newsletter to get something in there. And be a good way to get the word out.
Also, Front Porch Forum, any neighborhood Facebook groups, different nonprofits in the area. There's a lot of ways that we can brainstorm to get it out. We're going to talk about that in early
I
February.
mean, a lot of the smaller towns, I'm thinking Athens, you have only a few entry points in. Brookline, you only have a few entry points in. Consider sandwich board signs. I know it's snowing. I know it's not perfect, but it's probably cheaper than flying a banner behind an airplane. But there are lots of ways to try to get at this. And some are going to be somewhat non-conventional.
And the more excitement and energy behind it in the communities, the more the word will get out. So, don't hesitate to tell people about it tomorrow.
So, just a comment on the survey, you mentioned that you want all the results for your survey by March 17th, I think was the date you threw out there. I mean, it seems like it's still valuable to continue that survey if you only have 30% or 40% of the results, to keep pushing to get more results from your town after that, because that information would still be valuable to your actual build-out, assuming that it's feasible and you're actually going to do a build-out. So I just want to mention that. Just think that, okay, March 17th, that's it, we're done. I think you want to continue beyond that and try to get as much information as you can from all of your residents.
One thing I just want to note, I mean, the timing is not perfect, the time of year is not perfect, but we couldn't actually start this until we actually had authorization from the state to start work. And I'm not knocking the state, it's just this whole process has been kind of hurry up, and I mean, ever since the legislation passed, and I'm not exactly sure why it's been hurry up the whole time, but as opposed to kind of thinking through like where we are at the time of year. But it is what it is, so just we'll work with you to try to help augment whatever you got to make the most of this, and we just hope you'll work with us to again try to make the best of the situation. I know it's not perfect, but it's the way the dice roll. So let's take a few more and then we'll wrap up. Munson?
Just a quick question. I'm sure that should some ambitious town decide they needed more information, you wouldn't have anything against us or someone having a supplemental survey going alongside.
As long as it was,
Separate, right. We didn't send it to you.
I would
We'll
just
let
be
you
wary
comment.
about a
We'll let
survey
that
that's too
information
long, might reduce overall take rates.
Yeah.
That's the only word of caution.
Yes, sir.
I just have a question more for the EC Fiber folks. Since you've had this model that you have, how many times have you increased rates?
Just
because broadband, I think broadband is not regulated, correct? Okay.
It was the very first time we increased rates, and we did it minimally, but we also increased speeds. We've been increasing speeds every year, and this is the first time we increased rates. And partly because there's only so many things like healthcare and operational costs like that that you can absorb without increasing rates. But this is the very first time that we've done it.
And how long have you been?
Since 2011. Yeah, most of the time we just increase broadband. So,
Any other
as
questions?
I said, in most cases they
We
want
haven't
$5.
seen the sign-up sheet. Yeah.
Sign-up sheet, where is it in the room? It's Excel spreadsheet. There you go.
Please make sure you sign that before you leave.
So it looks like we're winding down.
A lot of us did not get that sign-up sheet.
So if you don't have the sign-up sheet yet, whoever's got it, where's the sign-up sheet right now?
We got a long ways to go.
We're not going anywhere.
Want to call to order the regular meeting of the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships on Monday, January 13th, 2020. We're meeting at Samuel Elliott Apartments. First order of business is to review and approve the minutes of the meeting of December 16th, 2019. Are there any revisions, any corrections, any comments?
I'll move to approve them.
Do I hear a second? Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye and shake
Aye.
raise your hand. Thank you. Resident and citizen participation. And our resident has gone to get pizza, so she's not here at the moment. When she comes back, if she wants to participate, that's fine. The next order of business is to open the public hearing on the 2020 annual and 5-year plans. They were in our packet. I'm wondering if it might be useful just to read the description of how the PHA is Public Housing Authority plan is consistent with the consolidated plan or state consolidated plan. Brattleboro Housing Partnership remains committed to providing housing to community members with very low income. In 2019, Brattleboro Housing Partnership converted to RAD, rental assistance demonstration for 4 of its public housing properties, including Hayes Court, Ledgewood Heights, Moore Court, and the Samuel Elliott Apartments. In 2020, BHP will begin making capital improvements to all these properties. The Melrose Terrace project of removing residents and buildings from the floodway continues with the goal of rehousing residents by 2021. BHP will demolish the remaining buildings along the stream to allow for it to be widened for water storage in the case of future flooding. Brattleboro Housing Partnership is committed to offering 3 programs focused on housing the homeless and hard to house. Brattleboro Housing Partnership continues to broaden and strengthen its supportive services programs for residents across its portfolio. Additions, comments, questions? And it's very extensive. Evening.
Good evening, I missed it all.
Have you missed anything?
Yeah.
Not much.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'll just sit
We're
here.
having a public hearing on our annual 2020 plan and the 5-year plan for work.
Oh, okay.
What do you want to say?
I'm gonna sit right here.
It's certainly very thorough and very well stated. Well, the reason I read aloud that very beginning was that it was a good capsule of who we are, where we are, and where our intentions are. And it's so hard to remember that Hayes Court, Ledgewood Heights, Moore Court, and Samuel Elliott's apartments are no longer public housing, but they're under the rental assistance demonstration project, which means we'll have the resources that we need to do the upgrades. That's very important. Christine, any more comments, thoughts for us on this?
No, this was the first official HUD document that I had to work on.
Well, I was
So
just
that was
thinking,
great.
this is your
And
first meeting.
so it was a great opportunity for me to do both the 1-year plan and the 5-year plan. And really, outside of the potential idea of moving to work, we're really, at this point, we're really avoiding any big projects. I mean, we already have our big project of Red Clover Commons 2 that's underway. But since we've gone to Bratt, we the staff has really decided we want to shelve anything and really just focus on the nuts and bolts of the organization and implementing RAD, implementing the capital needs assessment under the RAD program, and just continuing to offer all the supportive services that we have.
And as chair, I am delinquent in not saying we really celebrate our new executive director meeting with us, Christine.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? Tom, it's been a while since you've been here, so any more thoughts on the plan?
No, it looks fine to me.
Then do I hear a motion to close the public hearing? Will move. Okay, this is moved to have a second?
Second.
All right, Tom, second. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye. Aye. Do I hear a motion to adopt the annual and 5-year plans as presented or with changes? We have no changes. Liz and Tom. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, no?
Nice piece of work.
It was quite a piece of work.
That's why we'll have you at the end, just.
Yes, it was very well written.
Thank you. And one piece as well is that we did send it to the Resident Advisory Communication Committee. Everybody received a copy of the letter and asking if they had any comments, and we do not.
staff reports review, property portfolio manager, property managers. It's nice, bright yellow.
At some point, can I ask a couple of questions?
Absolutely. This is a good time just to break in, because we had resident and citizen participation before you arrived. We'll open it right now for you. And your name?
Kenneth Holden.
Kenneth Holden.
I live in here in 401. And this place has got disgusting. The carpets, I think they're the original carpets that are in here. They smell so bad and they're so dirty. It's just unbelievable. You go up and down these halls in the summertime, and if you don't have the windows open, you gag. The other thing is, we seem to now have somebody that likes to spit and flick their snots on the walls. And it's on the 4th floor. There's one place right across from the elevator. Looks like somebody got a big old snot in their mouth and spit it right on the wall. And 2 down by the garbage, one on the outside of the garbage on the 4th floor, and the bloody booger on the inside where somebody wiped their finger on it. And I talked to Courtney about these snot stuff a week ago, and she told me, oh, that's gross, I'll take right care of it. Well, it's been a week and nobody's taken care of it yet. And I would say that's pretty gross.
Well, I know Christine is taking notes on that. And the other thing I could comment, which is not to be defend, but to say why it's so important that we made the change to the rental assistance, or the RAD demonstration project, because we'll have the funds to do the renovations that are needed in all of these buildings, because they're not, I mean, I may be 84 and they're younger than I am, but they are definitely showing the age when they were built.
Yeah, I helped build this.
Did you really?
Yeah. I carried brick for 2 weeks, and that's all I could do with it. I quit, that was it. That was too much work for me. That's when you had to hand carry the brick. But
Thank you for bringing those things to our attention.
And the other thing is, there was a real big thing last year or the year before about putting these new 8-foot sliding glass doors in. They were going to be so much more efficient that we weren't going to get the cold air through them like we did the other ones. These ones that we got in are no better than the ones that they took out. You go up there and in my apartment, you open those curtains and you can just feel the cold air just come blasting right at you.
Is that something that Jack might do?
Yeah, we certainly can have Jack look at it again. I didn't know that, so thank you for bringing
May
it to our
I say
attention.
something?
Of course, yeah.
Do
you mind saying your name?
Oh, Carolyn Malello, I live in 404. Oh, I'm sorry. The dryers that are in the laundry room, they're never clean, they're disgusting, and when they break down, we can't have our money back, and which is not our fault that the washers break down.
And dryers.
And the dryers. And the, sorry, I got a sore throat. The tube that goes out the dryer through the window, the heat, where you clean it, they never cleaned it.
You have a bench for the dryer that goes out through the wall.
Yes,
Yeah.
And
In the
this
mop
place is,
sink.
and you can't even let your dogs or on the leash when they come out because the carpets are so bad. And you gotta be careful where you step because people drop little pins and stuff all over the place and stuff. And I think it's a good idea. It's up to you guys, but if we could have tile instead of the carpet, because this way it'll be more easy to, like to mop up, and we also need more cleaning people here.
We used to have somebody came in and vacuumed once a week. Now we have somebody that comes in and vacuums. Sometimes it's once a week, sometimes it's once every 2 weeks. sometimes it's been as much as 3 weeks without them coming to vacuum.
And especially the second room, on the second floor here, on the ladies' room and the men's bathroom.
It is disgusting. Those,
They-
go in and
they
use
have
those
their,
bathrooms.
you know,
Those
they Put
bathrooms
their
are
trash in the
nasty.
garbage can and they end up on the floor. Nobody flushes the toilet, there's no soap, no
Toilet paper,
toilet
paper
paper.
towels.
Yeah, nothing. And people are stealing the toilet paper out of the bathrooms.
The urinal has a black ring around it.
Well, I certainly will talk to them about cleaning and adding more cleaning. I'm guessing in the winter we probably need more cleaning because so many people have, you know, their shoes are dirty from outside as well. And I'll definitely talk to them about that.
And we also have spiders all on the, what floor? Our floor, right?
Yep, the fourth floor.
The fourth floor, spiders. And Courtney said, oh, we'll take care of them, we'll take care of them. She never did.
Well, you can't say she didn't try. I don't know what she did.
Well, we
But
didn't, we haven't
they
seen
haven't been
anything.
done yet. The spiders are still there.
And then the bricks are like, just put up there, if you can see it, it's like, there's a bunch of them around the building that needs to be fixed.
Oh, it's ceiling
Yeah, I don't know
tile.
what they're called, but they're,
The ceiling tile.
yeah. I mean,
The
it's just-
spiders are coming from, on the fourth floor, the spiders are coming from up over the ceiling tile. They come in and they, Todd or one of the maintenance men come in and they brush the spiders that are there all
Get up
down.
there and clean it, you know.
But they don't spray up inside of the tile where the spiders are coming from.
Oh,
A couple days later, there's more spiders and spider webs there.
And then we had a bat that flew in one time last year, a real bat.
So there's nothing they can do about
It was
that.
around Halloween too.
Well, I will certainly, thank you very much. I will certainly give this information to them. It sounds like you've already shared it with Courtney, but I will review.
Yep.
We have a staff meeting tomorrow morning. I'll let them know. And you're right. The cleaning, I know that we have been down at one maintenance person and we're just in the process of hiring someone right now. So we should.
Well,
have a
in the
person.
meantime,
Yeah,
why can't you get one of the, like, what's his name? The newer guy? He's got long curly hair. The one on Facebook.
I don't know what his name is.
Well, anyway, why can't they have them come in on a slow day, like on another day and do it? Because that's part of their job too.
Yeah, well, we have hired a cleaning company, we do have a cleaning company that comes in and cleans here. And I think that the maintenance staff is pretty busy right now with turnovers and with, you know, we have snowstorms and dealing with ice outside. This property's a little bit easier, but some of our other properties are really hard to manage during a snowstorm. They take a lot of time. And then that delays our turnovers, and so, but I will definitely pass this information on.
Because I'm
and see
really
if-
embarrassed to bring anybody of my family in here because the way this building looks. And then that, you walk their dog by the pole outside.
That, you know, that real
Yeah.
big pole right outside the door, the main door, when
They
you're
gotta
going
do
out to
both.
the parking lot.
You know, it'd be super helpful for me, if you don't mind, I know that you've given this to Courtney, but I know we have those pink complaint forms, if you wanna just write everything down that you're saying.
Yeah, we've already done that, yeah.
Well, if you could give it, and I'll
Okay.
put my name on it, my name's Christine
Okay.
Hazard. Yep,
That would work.
yep, you can put it right in the office box, and make sure I get it, okay?
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you so
Because
much.
our eyes don't see the things you live with, so this is very helpful.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said our eyes don't see the things you live with.
Oh, yeah.
So this is
yeah.
very helpful.
The other piece is we're always looking for people to be representatives on our resident advisory communication committee. And that would be something that you would talk to Lorelei about, but we're always looking for people, especially at Sam Elliott, to come and represent their building.
What did you say your name was?
Christine,
Yeah,
my last name's Hazard, Hazzard. And if you're interested in the resident advisory communication committee, you could speak to Lorelei and she could give you information about
Yeah,
that. And
she's a real sweetheart.
that's a great
Yeah.
way to communicate information about your building directly to us.
And also, when she had the door, I've already filled out the paperwork. And when she had the door decorating for Halloween, somebody just came up and took all my snowman off my door.
the Christmas one.
Yeah, the Christmas one, and the candy canes.
They just took them right out
We
the
do
door.
need to go back to our wider agenda.
Yeah, that should be on the camera.
The report form will be really helpful, even if you put it in once.
Yeah,
Do it
yeah,
again.
I just thought I would bring it up because I already did it earlier.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
once
that's
doesn't
fine.
hurt. Okay,
Oh,
we're going to look
everybody
at
there.
the property portfolio manager and property managers, the yellow phone. Comments, questions? I know you highlighted that the rent collection performance, move-in, move-out reports down due to a few residents in litigation.
That is what, yes, specifically at Moore Court.
Are those collections usually tougher than Ledgewood?
No, not necessarily. It varies depending. It really does. Sometimes Ledgewood would be a little bit lower and sometimes Moore Court will be a little bit lower. But it would be, Moore Court's so small, it's only 24 units, so it will affect that percentage more quickly, you know, than Ledgewood. It's about twice the size, so it does, so a few people in litigation will make a drastic difference in Moore Court.
And the vacancies, 8 one-bedroom vacancies.
Yes.
1 2-bedroom and 2 3-bedroom vacancies.
Yes. And so we've had a lot of, we've had a substantial amount of turnovers. And so we have been trying to turn over the apartments as quickly as possible. And I know Courtney, they do have people online. The 0 are tough to fill, but I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will help eventually. That is a big number, so it's a lot of turnovers at once.
Excuse me, because of the noise back here, it's hard to hear. If you could.
I'm trying to make.
I know. Just talk a little louder than you normally would.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
The resident wellness and services. Family self-support, resident services coordinator, and SASH coordinators.
Yes.
This is written by you in a different hat.
Yes, different voice. So this was the last of my wellness and services manager duties, and I put together just a brief summary of some of the allocations that different staff changes. And so as I left my position, we broke my position up into several positions, and Lorelei Morissette received a promotion, so she will now be our wellness and services manager. Shauna Baugh will now be leading the SASH program, and Ashley McHale was made a full-time SASH coordinator. Outside of that, Lorelei's report talked about a lot of the programs that she's been offering. The Art in the Neighborhood program is very successful. She also offers programs here. Your karaoke program was really fun. They had a great time. They had sparkling wine, not real wine, not alcoholic wine, sparkling cider. They had a really good time. And then she's recently joined the BA, which is the Brattleboro Area Affordable Housing Board, which is wonderful. So it's very exciting. That's knows that well.
And Ross is, we are no longer able to apply for resident, Ross is resident
Opportunities of self-sufficiency. And yes, unfortunately, that program is a HUD program, and so we are not allowed to apply for that grant any longer. And so that is not, once we were undergrad, we can no longer apply. So her role will stay within the supportive services program, but it will change somewhat.
This is the trade-off doing RAD.
It is, yeah.
And not public housing. I hope that our redoing these buildings will be seen as a very great advantage, because it sounds as if it would be very useful.
I hope, yeah, absolutely.
And the FSS Family Self-Sufficiency Report.
Yes, so we have received funding for an additional year, so that's wonderful, great news. And Lucy has a good amount, she's meeting her grant requirements. Given that we have such a small pool of people, I think she does a really great job. She really has been working well with the property managers, meeting and greeting new residents as they move into the housing sites.
I'm impressed in the program that where people get a job, increase in income, that if they're in this program, instead of having higher rent, the amount that's a difference between what they had before and what they are earning now will go into escrow for them. And we have somebody who has already $6,000 in escrow. It's really great.
Yes, and we had 2 graduates last year with substantial amounts, which was great. And then for the SASH program, I don't think that Shauna listed it here. However, we have just, we have started a pilot project through SASH with the Department of Disease, Vermont Department of Disease, now I'm not going to remember what it is, but it's around hypertension. And we are getting funding to work with Hotel Pharmacy as a pilot project to incorporate the pharmacy into the SASH program. They come to some of our SASH meetings, and they work specifically with people who would like to work with them around hypertension. And so it's great. It's a 25-week grant program. And so hopefully we're trying it here, and then it could potentially be offered around the state. So it's a big undertaking, and Shauna has been spearheading the whole thing. So it's really wonderful.
When you say here, you're talking about in this building?
We're talking about all the SASH program. So here and Red Clover Commons, Hayes Court, Melrose Terrace, and in the community, yes.
Okay.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
I really love the papers, SASH
She has one more comment.
We need security around here, especially on the weekends, because there's a lot of people that are letting people in to stay with them here, and they're selling drugs, and you can smell it, like, weed, and somebody needs to be at that door, like, somebody needs to have a pass or something, the people that live here. And then, because everybody's just letting everybody in, and I know there's a bunch of dealers in this building.
So outside of having a locked door?
Yeah.
The locked door is a really good idea, but it's not solving the biggest issue is that people that live here, if somebody buzzes them, they let them in even if they don't know them. Or if they're down, like checking their mail or they're coming in, they'll let somebody come in behind them, even though they don't know who it is and never
they use the
seen them.
washer dryers down here, people come in from anywhere.
Yeah, they use the washer and dryers.
So again, if you want to put it on a pink form, the same form, and write down all of these comments, that would be helpful.
Okay, but we do definitely need some kind of security around here.
Well, we have cameras in the building, and we have...
Yeah, well, that doesn't really...
Every time we've asked about something to be looked up on the camera, they say it's too late.
Too late, or they can't find it, or...
Well, this is why we collaborate with the Brattleboro Police. And again, if it's helpful to have it in writing. It's helpful to have specifics at such and such a time. This happened, and that's why I'm presenting it. That enables them to take more effective action.
Okay.
We're going to go on to section 8, shelter plus care and transitions to housing.
there is one piece of this, I know in David's report, he mentioned that there was an approximately $42,500 shortfall that he had reached out to HUD about, and we are still going back and forth on the emails. So we were hoping to hear by the 6th, we did not. So, and I was hoping to speak with him today a little bit about it, but he was out in Springfield, so we have not heard yet.
And my understanding in reading this is that the shortfall has come from HUD basically shorting us on what we expected to receive for the first 3 months of the RAD demonstration project.
Yes, and it looks, from our estimate of what it looks like, they just left Hayes Court off of the RAD. And so I think that we're hoping that on the HUD side, they're going to look at this and just realize that it was an error.
That it was their error, not our error.
Yes, yes. So we are staying on top of it.
They haven't disputed it.
They haven't disputed it at all. We are disputing, we are asking them about it, and they're doing an investigation at this point.
Transitions to housing. We're now serving 8 once homeless families, an increase of 1 from last month. We're able to house a homeless family of 5 in town for the 1st of January that have been searching for a month. That's really quite remarkable.
It is wonderful. Because it was a big triumph.
I bet. We'll be looking to add another family to the program in January after reviewing the budget, which I think is an appropriate lead-in to looking at accountants advisors. Financial review. Review the independent auditor's report. And I wondered why my purse was so heavy when I began to hold it out in it.
I have a question somewhere in here, but I'm not finding it.
So if you excuse me, I did all the business I need to do.
Okay, thank you for coming in.
You'll be getting some of the pink
Sounds great.
corn.
Sounds great. I'll be looking for it.
Okay, thank you.
Would you consider joining the
RAC board, the Resident
Yes.
Advisory Communication Committee.
Yes.
I'll ask them about that. If I go,
Excuse me?
I go to that.
Good. So even if they don't join, you can bring some of their concerns.
Yeah.
That's
I take it this is a new relationship with these accountants.
A new relationship? I don't think so. I think that we've used them before. What makes you say that?
Oh,
Oh, no, that was the other piece. That's for our executive session.
okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's what he means or not.
I don't know what it was. It was something simple, but I'm not seeing it, so I didn't write it down.
Is it in the actual?
It was somewhere in
the auditor's report rather
yeah,
than
it was
the,
just a simple question, but it's not coming to me. I was reading it without a pen.
basically difficulties encountered in performing the audit. We
And
encountered
there
no
weren't any.
significant
Right.
difficulties.
Yep.
And throughout the report, they indicated that they did not see any problems. Pleased to report there are no such disagreements that arose during the course of our audit with the management. And
It's a very clean report.
it is very well stated, very thorough. And then the more extensive financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2019.
I ask what, maybe a dumb question.
Byron, can you speak up?
On page 14, it refers to management fees from A.W. Richards and Red Clover. I promise I won't go on being bewildered by things, but that's I understand a totally different relationship we have with those
Yes.
two properties.
They are public-privately funded. The Red Clover Commons and the A.W. Richards building. So
And we
they are
have a
not,
management contract
yes,
with them.
And then we receive we receive fees to manage those buildings. And so I think when they were looking at the, the grant-funded positions, those were also allocated in that we receive funds to offer those services. And so we receive funds to manage the Red Clover Commons and A.W. Richards building, which is different from our RAD. You're right, it's different from our RAD properties. We don't, we get the subsidy off of the rent payment. This, we receive a set amount of money just to manage the buildings themselves.
I'll get there.
We'll do it together. I learned a lot from reading this, so this was very timely for me. This was helpful to read all of this as well.
are these reports put out like this every year?
They are.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is a brand new, contract, it's just it's the annual.
Yes, yes, and we will also be audited specifically for our tax credit buildings.
Right.
They're set to come in soon, this
Okay.
month, and they'll be auditing specifically those two properties.
Yeah. Yes, I said that incorrectly. Tax credit buildings are ones that private companies get tax credits that enable us to do that building.
So you will see another audit specifically to that.
Yeah, okay. I did say summary. Summary of the auditor's results is uniformly none reported, and we do qualify as a low-risk auditee. Very good. Good place to be. Right. There are two parts to a report like this, being thorough but also being clear.
Yeah.
Yes, it's both. And then the last, if we, do we need to?
You do have a motion
Yeah.
to accept the,
Okay.
I'll make a motion to accept the auditor's report and the, who's this called?
and the
The independent.
So there was a second from this. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. This carries. And the monthly check listing. Tom, you have been signing checks in January?
Yes, that's the month with 5 Fridays.
Oh dear.
I had one of those once too.
Okay.
Do we have somebody for March? I wasn't sure if we had.
We don't yet.
I think it's gonna be me. I think it'll be me.
Would you like it to be you?
Sure.
Okay.
I think I'm next.
I'm always available as a backup if somebody has to
Thank you, Tom.
not go. You know, being retired, I have lots of free time, so.
Okay. And I suspect that it would be appropriate for me to be in April. I did November. So why don't we do that?
And I can do May,
Great.
unless somebody's dying to do it.
With,
Did we figure out about the last week in February?
yeah, I'm gonna take that.
Thank you.
Large projects in progress.
So, I believe that next month we'll have a little bit more of a detailed report because Chris Hart will, she's now actively working in the development phase and she has already started working very hard, so it's great. So there's not much to report from what we had last month. The FEMA, FDMA, the 4 buildings have been removed down to the slab, and I know that Chris is just talking to community members. She's been continuing to talk to community members about projects around that property, and so they are going to be putting. She's going to be putting. And Brattleboro Housing Partnership has been really thinking about the history of the land and bringing in community members to really think about the best use of that.
And when you say community, is this mainly the West Brattleboro Association?
Yes, the Vermont Historic Preservation,
Okay.
as well as some, I think that there are some local art groups that she's also talking about. But Chris, I'll be honest, I can't speak to 100%, so she would definitely be, next month she said that she would have something for us to review, so that would be great.
Is the West Brattleboro Association
Yes.
involved?
Yes, they are. Yes, absolutely. Very important for them to be involved.
Red Clover 2.
The permitting, the funding, and the design remain underway, and the DRB has been approved, has been received. And so Chris is actively working on that piece. That's a big piece. And again, I think we'll have more to report next month. She just didn't have anything.
Started.
She didn't have anything.
She was busy being a grandmother.
She was, yes.
Which is great.
Yes, and then we have heard nothing about moving to work. And so.
And when you say we remain in the lottery, it means that as far as HUD is concerned, we still have a potential?
We still have a potential.
Or not? Okay. And then number 7, enter executive session to discuss legal matters. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session? Well, we can go into executive session with Mary here, and she holds up her camera, and then we go do the work we need to do. So,
gotcha.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
No.
Second.
And Byron, second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And thank you, Mary.
Let's go ahead and call the meeting to order at 6:30. I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from December 18th, 2019.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the minutes from December 18th, 2019, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes with one abstention. All those in favor of approving the special budget meeting minutes from December 18th, 2019? I'll entertain that motion.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the special budget meeting from December 18th, 2019, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes with one abstention. All right, additions and deletions to the agenda tonight. I need to add under meetings, a discussion about the meeting dates for January, including a pre-town meeting, whether or not we want to have one this year, which would actually be in February, but we should decide that now. And then under new business, I need to add a liquor license for 3J's LLC. Is it liquor and tobacco, or is it just liquor? It just seems to be liquor, okay.
Thought they were really alcohol.
And then I also need to add under new business the potential school tax rate increase. Is there anything else that needs to be added or deleted? Alrighty, then moving on to the warrants.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 1, payroll, in the amount of $11,903.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll warrant number 1 in the amount of $11,903, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay payroll taxes, warrant number 2, in the amount of $5,365.37.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 2 in the amount of $5,365.37, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 3, payroll, in the amount of $14,742.20.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 3, or not tax warrant, payroll warrant number 3 in the amount of $14,742.20, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 4, payroll tax, in the amount of $6,133.01.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying payroll tax warrant number 4 in the amount of $6,133.01, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 5 out of the general fund in the amount of $1,669.50.
$1,006, repeat the number.
$1,669.50.
Okay.
That's not what I have.
We'll test. Is there a second for the motion?
Second.
Okay. Is there discussion? The discussion on that is there was a duplicate bill in there that had already been paid. So the warrant was amended from the 268272 to 166950 after that error was caught. Okay. Any further discussion then on that?
No.
All right, so all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 5 in the amount of $1,669.50, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 6 out of the general fund in the amount of $11,606.68.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 6 in the amount of $11,606.68, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 7 out of the highway fund in the amount of $12,152.50.
Okay, did warrant?
$12,152.
Did we skip one?
We skipped number 7.
They're probably out of order. 6, well, no, what's this next one? This is a general fund warrant, yeah, so the numbers have gotten mixed up.
Oh, they're just, yeah.
Okay, so basically this is warrant number, on your list it's warrant number 8. Okay, Carla, can you catch what's going on?
Yes.
What was numbered as number 7 is actually, is the highway warrant for 12,152.
Okay.
Okay? So, we just change the categories between 7 and 8. So, was there a second for that highway warrant?
I second it.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
What's the total on that?
1215250.
Okay, thank you.
Hearing none, all those in favor of paying highway fund warrant number 7 in the amount of $12,152.50 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes.
Make a motion to pay warrant number 8 out of the general fund in the amount of $4,311.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying general fund warrant number 8 in the amount of $4,311 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The motion passes.
Make a motion to pay check warrant number 9 out of the equipment fund in the amount of $3,394.48.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of paying equipment warrant number 9 in the amount of $3,394.48 signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. All right, so moving on to reports. Highway?
Again, I can just report on weather and storms. The week of New Year's, it started Sunday night and it didn't end until Thursday morning. So that's basically what we've been doing, is taking care of the roads. Everything's up and running. Using material, of course. But like I said, everything's up and running and we're keeping up with it.
All right, any questions for Steve on the highway? All right, and the town clerks, you all should have gotten a copy of the counter money in the boxes. And so then the treasurer.
The sweeper count, $884,751.11. Your checking account, $29,741.23.
Okay, any questions? No? And then moving on to correspondence, we received a copy of the CLA for this coming tax year, and it remained pretty much the same as it has in previous years. The common local appraisal is 99.41%. So we're almost at 100% evaluation, and that's about what it was, 99 something last year. So that really hasn't changed. So remember that as we begin to talk about my added school business piece.
Happy 99.41.
99.41%, yeah. All right, members of the public, we don't have any members of the public this evening. All business is, in fact, the continuing budget discussion, so we will postpone that until the end of the meeting. So then we'll move on to the new business, which is going to be the 3 requests for the use of the town hall. The first one is Community Hope in Action. Well, these are actually not town hall, these are all common use. Community Hope in Action on the first Saturday in May for the 2020 Green Up. So would somebody like to make a motion to allow them to hold the Green Up on the Common on the first Saturday in May, which I'm not even sure what date that is. Is it the 3rd? No, second. Second. So it'd be second.
Sorry, move that we allow the Community Hope and Action Group to hold Green Up Day festivities in conjunction with the town on Common on Saturday, May 2nd.
Second.
Is there any discussion on that? Hearing none. All those in favor of allowing Community Hope and Action to hold a Green Up Day on May 2nd on the town common, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So today is 1/7/20. Okay, there's one. The next two are for Grace Cottage. The first one is for the May 9th Spring to Health 5K run, and that is to use the common.
I would move that we allow Grace Cottage to use the common for the 5K run on May 9th.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion on that?
I just want to clarify if the fee for that is waived.
Well, that's where I was gonna go, yes. Is the fee waived for this one? This particular-
At no charge.
Okay.
So that no charge last year?
I don't
I
remember.
think so.
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, so there's no, okay, is there any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of allowing Grace Cottage 5K run to use the common on May 9th, 2020, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes, so that's 7/20. Okay, now the next one is again Grace Cottage, it's on the common. To use the common from July 27th through August 2nd to set up for a hospital fair day.
I would move that we allow Grace Cottage to use the common from, was it July 27th to August 2nd?
Correct.
For hospital fair days. We charge them
No,
for
there's-
that, yeah,
there's-
at
there's-
the
there's a-
regular rate.
At the regular rate?
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
I just don't remember that, going into that, looking at the policy. So,
It's $100.
but it's, what is it per day? I don't remember.
It's
I think it's 100 a day.
$100 a day.
Is that what it was? It's not on the application, it's on, it's in the,
It needs to be on there. Yeah, it's in the- I think it's $100 a day.
Yeah, I think so.
There's the policy on the town hall, there's the policy on the common. Events which require structures to remain standing on a $100 fee. Well, it doesn't say. It doesn't say. It says a $100 fee payable to the town of Townsend will be required for any individual, group, party, or organization using the town common. And then 25 a day extra.
okay,
So
so,
sorry.
it's 100 plus 25 times what? 7, 20, 29, 30, first, for a week. So it would be 7, so actually 6, so another 150, so it would be a total of 250. Okay, that's, so somebody want to make a motion to that effect?
So moved. I mean, I made the motion to allow it at the fee
Okay.
of, I'll amend the motion
To
at
allow
the fee
for
of 250.
Second.
Okay. So any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all those in favor of allowing Grace Cottage Family Health to use the common from July 27th to August 2nd for hospital fair days at a fee of $250, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, so that will need to be, these three will need to be notified, Carla, that we'll need a copy for the book, but they also need to be notified that they've been approved. So I know the hospital wanted to clear that up.
Can I also have, while we have this, can I make a motion to amend the application form to have the fee schedule printed on it?
Go right ahead. You're welcome to take and add the fee
I
schedule
would
to
move
it.
to amend the application form.
You could
to
actually
Put the fee schedule on
you
it.
can actually correct it and put the fee schedule on.
Yeah.
Second.
You
I think
can.
that's great.
Oh, yeah, I'll do it.
I think we should do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only difficulty is between the use of the common, which has a different structure than the use of the town hall.
Mhm.
And it makes it difficult to run the two columns for people that are going back and forth between the two entities.
Yeah.
You know, you've got summer, winter use here for the upstairs. You've got the common with the standing structures for more than 2 days. You know, that type of, it's going to be very wordy to add the fee structure.
Oh, we'll put it in a table.
Go.
Check boxes and everything.
Go for it. You can go for
Carla,
it.
can you email me the application?
So all those in favor of actually amending the usage fee for the town hall and for the town common to include the fee structure, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So that is now your job. Thanks, Will.
Sure.
Okay. So we took
Is there a
care.
second on there?
Yeah, it was, Steve, I think,
Okay, thank
seconded
you.
it. I think. So there's that. The liquor license has to be dealt with. All right, so now we have the liquor license for 3J's LLC, which is Harmonyville Store, and it is a second-class license. I'll entertain a motion to approve a second-class license for said entity.
So moved.
Second.
Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving a second-class liquor license for 3J's LLC, doing business as Harmonyville Store, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, this is one of those funky ones where we all have to sign on this side.
The right-hand side?
Yeah, that whole other side of the desk.
That's, that joke is as old as time.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Oh, yes, this is one, sorry.
Okay. We all got this, we both did really well. I'm impressed. Then the only other thing that is actually on the active agenda that we added for discussion tonight, is this just a point of information before we go into budget discussions? Is the school, West River Combined Unit actually passed their, or West River Education District passed their budget last night, and Townsend's increase is estimated to be 30 cents on the school rate, which means that just the school rate taxes next year for Homestead will be $2.17. That is up 30 cents. There is a meeting next Monday on the 13th at 7 o'clock on the library at Leland and Gray to kind of take public comments on the budget, but they've already passed it. I'm not sure what they're going to do. But that is certainly an increase that cannot be sustained.
Mhm.
Just plain and simple. On a $200,000 house, that's an extra $600. And just in school tax. So that was just a piece of information that came out from last night. So if there's nothing else, no need for an executive session that I'm aware of, Carla? No? Then I would entertain a motion to recess from this meeting and then reconvene to be able to do the ongoing budget discussions. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor of taking a 15-minute break to allow everybody to move around, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. So no resolution. Oh, we forgot to do the dates. You're right. Before we do that, back that trolley up. Yes, we do need to talk about the dates. We are currently scheduled for the 14th, which is next Tuesday. And I looked at the dates today for the requirements for the warnings. We cannot even sign the warning for town meeting until the 23rd. That's the earliest that we can actually warn. but the town report has to go to the printers before the end of the month. So the question becomes, do we want to meet on the, we can't meet on the 21st. I have another obligation. So we can either meet next week on the 14th and then on the 28th. We could hold it all off and maybe have a special meeting sometime the week of the 20th to finish budget and then sign the warning on the 28th, because that would be the last piece to go to the printer. I don't know what your preferences are.
I'm okay with doing we're scheduled for next, so would we move next week to the 21st?
No, I cannot do.
Oh, you can't do the 21st.
I cannot do the
Right.
21st.
Right.
I'm not sure we'd have any business on the 14th, a week from today, other than just finishing up the budget, but we still can't sign the warning. We'd still have to meet to sign the warning the following week. So do we do it off day on the week of the 19th and maybe Thursday the 23rd and sign the warning that night?
Yeah.
Sure.
That's what I think.
And then do business on the 28th?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody want to make a motion to that effect, that we'll, our next scheduled meeting would be the 23rd of January at, I'm assuming 6:30?
Oh.
Okay. And then we'll leave the 28th as a regular business meeting. So
moved.
Okay, so the motion is to hold the next scheduled select board meeting on the 23rd at 6:30 p.m. and leave the 28th intact. But get rid of the 14th. All right, so all those in favor of doing so signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, abstentions? All right, the motion passes. So that's the schedule. We need somebody on the 23rd, because that'll be actually signing the warning. And then we'll have a regular meeting on the 28th. Now we can go into recess.
Are you gonna do pre-town?
I don't know, are we gonna do pre-town?
We always have, haven't we? Although we don't have a school board this year.
You don't have there is no school board.
What's the point?
It usually gives you a little bit of indication of where your issues are gonna come from.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives you time.
And it's a chance to touch base with the moderator.
Well, that can be done now anyway, but it's really more to find out where the trouble's going to come from and have an opportunity to try to short circuit it before you get to the stage on town meeting day. So it's usually the Monday
Before.
No, it's not the day. It's
It's
1
the
week
week before on Monday.
Right.
Right.
Which is, in this particular case, it's going to be February. Monday the week before. It's going to be the 24th, if we have it, of February.
I would move that we set a pre-town meeting date for February 24th.
At what time?
6 o'clock.
At 6. Everybody okay with that?
Crystal?
Is that a Monday?
It is a Monday.
Can it be earlier for people so that they can get here before they go home?
Well, part of it is the fact that we don't want to catch them before they get out. If they get out at 5, by the time they come up the valley, do they want to stop and eat? It's.
No, I guess it doesn't matter, right? Yeah.
6?
That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually pretty quick.
Okay, so then all those in favor of holding a pre-town meeting on Monday the 24th at 6 p.m.? Okay, 6 p.m. signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, now, you got anything else in your little?
Nope.
Okay.
Thanks, Rich.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Germany has confirmed that when the Iran fiasco was going down, Donald Trump threatened Europe with an absolutely bonkers 25% tariff on European cars. And the goal of this was to force Europe to start proceedings against Iran for violating the nuclear deal, which, of course, they only decided to do after Donald Trump already had pulled the United States from that deal without Iran having violated it in any way. And this really is going to require sort of a multi-level analysis to unwind every absolutely ridiculous and embarrassing aspect of this. So at first, this was merely an allegation by the supposedly fake news Amazon Jeff Bezos Washington Post. And it just so happens that it's been confirmed as really good reporting. The claim in the Washington Post was that Donald Trump secretly warned France and Germany and the United Kingdom that the United States would impose a 25% tariff on European cars if those countries, if Europe didn't trigger the dispute settlement process contained in the Iran nuclear agreement. The German defense minister, Annegret Kramp-Karrenbauer, said in London that, quote, this expression or threat, as you will, does exist. It was indeed a threat that Donald Trump made. Trumpists are pretending that everything's fine, and they're actually defending Donald Trump, saying it worked because Europe reportedly is now triggering the dispute mechanism contained in that deal, except that every European country is saying that they had already made that decision before Donald Trump issued this threat, and it had nothing to do with Donald Trump's threat whatsoever. So there's a few stories here, and I want to take time to go through each of them. First of all, it is Donald Trump who ruined the Iran nuclear deal. Iran is now admitting they're enriching uranium beyond the limits of the 2015 deal. And why wouldn't they? It's the correct game theory move if you game this out. Trump bails on the deal. Starting to enrich uranium gives them more negotiation leverage in the future. And again, it's Donald Trump who bailed on the deal anyway. Donald Trump then assassinating the Iranian Quds leader, Qasem Soleimani, cemented Iran's decision to scale up nuclear development. Number two, Trump is wildly and brazenly threatening our allies with leverage that he actually doesn't have here. That's what's really important to understand. He doesn't have the leverage as he is increasingly the laughingstock geopolitically and of European U.S. foreign policy. And then number three, and this is really important, why would anyone get into any agreement with the United States in good faith when Donald Trump sometimes backs out of deals, even when the other country has stuck to its part, has done its part to stay in the deal, to stay in compliance with the deal, and otherwise will randomly threaten tariffs for unrelated requests? If you're another country and the U.S. says, let's do a deal, let's do a trade deal, let's do a nuclear deal, let's do a joint defense deal, whatever. But then the next president comes into the United States Oval Office, says, I didn't like what that last person did, and cancels the deal. Why do you take deals seriously? Why do you even get into deals in the first place? When you have all sorts of deals with the United States, and then the United States randomly threatens you with a 25% tariff because they want you to persecute another country, why even bother? Why would you see the United States as a credible participant in deals? You wouldn't. And the United States increasingly is not seen as credible. This is how little kids work. And even little kids, there's actually been interesting studies done where little kids seem to have they have a sense of fairness that I don't want to say is innate, but very early on in childhood, they exhibit a sense of understanding of what fairness means. They seem to exhibit more of that sense than Donald Trump seems to exhibit. And then never mind that, because once again, Donald Trump is threatening to punish Europe with tariffs whose cost would not be borne by Europe. The cost would be borne here in the United States. Notice, by the way, that for Donald Trump, tariffs are Trump's hammer, and so everything looks like a nail. It's the only tool Trump has, to use an analogy. Someone told Donald Trump about tariffs early on in his campaign. Remember when he was running on, I understand trade, only I can fix it. And tariffs are the only tool that Donald Trump has, and he threatens to use that tool everywhere, like a hammer would be used, everything looking like a nail when that's the only tool that you have, whether it's with China for economic reasons, whether it's with Europe here for foreign policy reasons. I guess tariffs and maybe the occasional bomb or assassination, better said, are the tools that Donald Trump has. It's all backwards. It's a completely farcical universe that we're living in. Trump violates the Iran nuclear deal, sanctions Iran, threatens Europe to get them to do more to Iran. Europe wants no part of the bigger picture, even though on the mechanism they had already decided to trigger that. And we once again are the laughingstock with the leaders of other countries talking among themselves about, did you see this crazy thing that Donald Trump did? As this is business as usual now in the United States. It's an embarrassing moment to be led by the person that is in the Oval Office. Now, hopefully, we can get back to a more sort of rational and thoughtful approach to these issues after Donald Trump is gone. But removing Donald Trump is merely step one in this process. And, the early in Trump's presidency, I would say, a lot of the things that he's doing can be very quickly undone. A lot of these symbolic executive orders can be immediately canceled by the next president. Some of the policy stuff can be pretty quickly undone by the next president. We're now in the realm of this stuff will take a long time to fix. Removing Trump is only one part of it. We're talking, of course, of the relationships with other countries that Donald Trump has ruined and the credibility that's been lost. Behind the scenes, we might think, well, you just change the president and all that stuff gets fixed. No, because there's a trickle-down effect from Trump to the diplomatic relationships where a lot of the foreign policy is actually done. A lot of the by the time Trump talks to another world leader, a lot of the negotiation and the foreign policy work has been done by the diplomats from the State Department and the diplomats from other countries. The relationships that Donald Trump is ruining trickle down and affect diplomatic relations at many levels. And it's going to take a very long time for that to be undone and fixed, even when Donald Trump is gone. I won't go into this again because we've talked about it before, but then you've got judges in the judiciary. It continues. I mean, even now, while we are looking at the impeachment Senate trial, Donald Trump looking at making bribery legal. I'll talk about that later on in the show. Donald Trump calling his generals dopes and babies. I'll talk about that later. We're talking about all of these big embarrassments. Meanwhile, and we're continuing to cover it, the judges continue to be just swept in, often to lifetime positions, certainly to affect American jurisprudence for decades to come. And that is that's not even an issue of we've got to get Trump out to undo it. It's we've got to get Trump out, and then we need to wait a long time for these folks to retire or die. And then we are going to have another shot at filling a lot of these judgeships. So it's a disaster. We are covering it. We'll continue to cover it. But importantly, step one is an important one, removing Donald Trump from office. But it is only step one is what I want to convey to you today. Donald Trump has reportedly been exhibiting even stranger behavior in private, going on childish tirades against his generals, including calling them dopes and babies behind closed doors, and criticizing the United States military as one he would not want to go to war with. This is truly stunning. There's a book coming out tomorrow called A Very Stable Genius, Donald J. Trump's Testing of America. It's been written by two authors, Carol Leonnig and Philip Rucker. And there's an article that's been adapted from the book published, and it's either the stuff of a really funny political sketch comedy show, or in this case, since it's not fiction but about the real world, it is absolutely the stuff of horrors. The incident in question happened 6 months into Donald Trump's administration. And it's important to remember that at the time, Jim Mattis was still Secretary of Defense. No bleeding heart liberal, a sensible guy with a worldview that does not match mine, not a guy that will be pushed around, though. And on July 20th of 2017, Donald Trump met with Secretary Jim Mattis. His then Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson, was also at the meeting, also gone now. Gary Cohn, Trump's former economic advisor, was also there, also gone now. And the point of the meeting was to talk about what is going to happen with Iran. How are we going to handle the Iran situation? Trump was already planning on bailing on the Iran deal, which he eventually did, as we now know. The meeting took place at the Pentagon. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs was at the meeting, Deputy Defense Secretary at the meeting. A lot of leaders of military branches were at this meeting. This is an important meeting. These are the generals that we heard so much about Trump's respect for and all of that stuff. They planned the briefing with lots of maps and pictures to try to keep Donald Trump's attention, which is always a challenge. And as soon as the meeting started, because of the tone of it and the direction, Steve Bannon, who was in the room, immediately thought, this is not going to go well. Donald Trump is not going to like this. The meeting went on for 90 minutes. Trump's attention span was like that of a fruit fly, interrupting constantly with non sequiturs. I won't list all of Donald Trump's interruptions because we'd be here all day, but they were really dumb. And eventually things exploded. Trump started to say other countries are worthless. NATO is worthless. The conversation kept escalating. Trump said, I want out of the Iran deal. It's the worst deal in history. Tillerson, again, not a bleeding heart liberal, but a guy who every once in a while would interject some sanity into Donald Trump's thought process. Tillerson tries to say, well, actually and Trump says, I don't want to hear it. They're cheating. I want to get out of it. They try to talk about Iran, and Trump explodes again, saying Afghanistan's terrible. That's a loser war. And then Trump attacks the generals, and Trump says, you're all losers. You don't know how to win anymore. And then Trump is really in a rage and goes into personal attacks, saying, quote, I wouldn't go to war with you people. You're a bunch of dopes and babies. Draft dodger Trump telling a room full of generals that they are the dopes and the babies. Everyone in the room was reportedly stunned. Tillerson was visibly furious. Mattis was reportedly speechless and just staring straight down at the table. That military thing apparently of this is the commander in chief and I can't really lose my mind on him, but I can't stand what's going on, reportedly just staring down at the table. Even Mike Pence was reportedly silent and still like a statue, seemingly trying to blend into the background. Rex Tillerson later said that there was a woman in the room who was crying in a corner while this was going on. And eventually Rex Tillerson defended the generals and defended the military. And this is the incident that reportedly later led to Rex Tillerson uttering that now famous phrase that Donald Trump is a moron, which, remember, was sort of the beginning of the end of Rex Tillerson's secretaryship with Donald Trump, and a comment that he later did not deny when given the opportunity, that he called Trump a moron. So in a world that still made sense, Donald Trump voters that claim to support the troops would hear about this and they would be outraged because this is not supporting the troops. This is Cadet Bone Spurs, the Mango Menace, disrespecting the entire military apparatus at the highest level. Of course, Trumpists have been so successfully primed to believe that anything negative about Donald Trump is fake news that it probably will make no impact on them whatsoever. And I don't know that I need to say this, but I will. I don't agree with many of the missions of the military. I disagree with many of the ways in which the military is deployed. But when Donald Trump, who grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, who assembles his top generals, who are people that went to school, they've had training, they've had vetting, they've done practical work, they've been deployed in many cases. And Trump says, I wouldn't go to war with you guys, you're dopes and babies. This is weaponized ignorance. It's weaponized narcissism. And this is the danger of Trump, that he assembles his generals, as he calls them, and he still believes he knows more than them when what they're saying doesn't go along with his completely harebrained preconceived notions. Every one of his so-called America First supporters should be abandoning Donald Trump over this, but it won't happen. We know that it won't because of cognitive dissonance, because of successfully priming his followers to disbelieve anything that sounds like Donald Trump did the wrong thing. And, again, can we remove this guy in November? I don't know, but we damn well better try because it's getting really, really bad out there. Make sure to follow me on Twitter at dpacman. If you want to see how bad it's getting, check out my hate mail post from this morning. Follow me at dpacman and let me know what you think about this latest report.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpacman.com. Support independent progressive media. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are Justin Camp and Stefan Pereira. Justin and Stefan, thank you so much for your support. I also want to say thanks to Michael Solly, today's longtime sustaining member of the day. Michael's been a member for almost 5 years. Membership is great. Membership supports our work directly, is really inexpensive, is a middle finger to the Hatriots that want to see this show fail. And it comes with great perks, including the daily bonus show for members only, the commercial-free daily audio and video streams of the show, the members-only newsletter, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So my suggestion is, and it's a humble one, go to joinpacman.com and create a membership. Take the discount. This is 2020. Will save you 40%. Take the discount if you want. If you want to pay full price, go ahead. All memberships at any price level, very much appreciated. I have a message for you to send to your Trumpist friends. The stock market was better under President Barack Obama. Now, I want to be careful. The stock market is not the be-all, end-all indicator of how the economy is doing for the average person. In fact, it's often the opposite. When stocks soar and wages stay flat, that's how inequality worsens and further concentrates at the top. And we need to look at a whole bunch of different indicators to really figure out how the economy is or is not working for the average person. But Trumpists and Trump himself have hung their hats on the stock market is how we prove that Trump is winning and that we're doing super well. So let's do it by their standard. Now, there's no doubt the stock market has performed well under Donald Trump. But so far, we're about 3 years into Donald Trump's first term, almost to the day. It's not performing as well as it did during Barack Obama's first 3 years. And the great thing about this topic is that it's very cut and dry. We have the numbers. At this point in time, during the first 36 months of each of their presidencies, the S&P 500 index, this is the broadest stock market index of the big three, Dow, NASDAQ, and S&P 500. The S&P 500 was up 59% under Barack Obama and 46% under Donald Trump. This means that during their first 3 respective years, stocks returned about 28% more. 28%, not 28 percentage points. Please don't email me with math misunderstandings. The stock market returned 28% more during Obama's first 3 years than Trump's first 3 years. During the same time period, just as a reference, stocks lost 17% under George W. Bush. So what is important here? What's important is that by the metric Trump chooses, Barack Obama did better. Is this the best measure? No. Is this the most reflective measure of the economy at large? No. Does stock market performance tell us how the middle class is doing? No. The answer is no to all of these questions. But it is Trump's metric, and Trump is promoting it, and his followers fall for it. I could show you any of a dozen more tweets recently about the stock market. Here's one from this weekend where Donald Trump tweeted, "If you listened to the flawed advice of Paul Krugman at the New York Times, a newspaper that was going broke until I came along, you would have entirely missed the record-breaking stock market and other numbers produced since Election Day 2016. Sorry, those are the facts. Unfortunately, no, there is no record. The stock market performed better under Obama. Stock market growth has slowed down under Donald Trump." Now let's do the more important analysis. The more important analysis is Trump continues to gaslight his followers. Neither the stock market growth under Obama nor Trump has been that notable for the tens of millions of Donald Trump's followers who don't own any or barely any shares of stock anyway, and are very much like the 2010 Tea Party movement. They are cheerleading policies and ideas and a record that is beneficial to other people, but not to them. This is not anything new in politics, particularly American right-wing politics. But let's be thorough. Trumpists, once presented with these numbers, are going to trot out some pretty predictable talking points. For example, they will say, when you show them these numbers, well, Obama had bigger growth because he presided over the recovery from a recession. So it's logical that there's going to be rebound growth there that will be faster. It's tougher to do what Trump has done, which is to keep the growth going. That's a post facto analysis done once they are called out for lying about Trump has record stock market growth. But for every single one of those talking points, you can find a counterpoint. The reality is that, as I've said under Democratic presidents, and I say under Republican presidents, cause and effect with gas prices, cause and effect with the stock market and presidential policy is difficult to pin down. I don't even want to play the game other than to remind you, when your Trumpist friends say the stock market has grown more than under any other president under Donald Trump, remind them stocks rose more during Barack Obama's first 3 years than during Donald Trump's first 3 years. And if indeed we are heading towards a recession at some point in the next 1 to 3 years, if there is indeed a Trump reelection, that may result in Donald Trump presiding over far worse numbers than Barack Obama. I don't hope that's the case. I'm not predicting it any more than just every day we are closer to the next downturn. That's the way our system of booms and busts works. But that indeed may happen, and then this won't even be anything that they're talking about. You will hear nothing else about the stock market if and when that crash takes place. In the interim, numbers were better under Barack Obama than under Donald Trump. I think you guys are going to like this one. Donald Trump and everybody around him are denying knowing this guy, Lev Parnas, and they're all ending up in pictures with Lev Parnas that are leaking. Very quickly, the name Lev Parnas has become a pretty important name in the Trump-Ukraine fiasco. Not yet a household name, but maybe soon. I'll remind you the sort of chain of command. Donald Trump hired Rudy Giuliani as his personal attorney. One of the things that Rudy Giuliani did was get Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch, quote, out of the way for Donald Trump. That's the way Rudy put it when he was interviewed recently. And the way that Rudy Giuliani partially got Marie Yovanovitch out of the way was with the help of two henchmen, Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman. Both have since been indicted. Fruman is not visibly cooperating. Lev Parnas visibly very much cooperating with documents and files and recordings and all sorts of stuff. And for a while, Republicans have been saying, we don't know the guy. We have no idea who this guy is. More recently, documents revealed that Lev Parnas was involved in putting physical surveillance on Marie Yovanovitch in Ukraine. He did an interview with Rachel Maddow saying everyone around Trump knew what it was that was going on. Pence, everybody knew. It was also confirmed, as I told you last week, that despite Devin Nunes' denials, Lev Parnas and Devin Nunes did communicate by phone. Devin Nunes miraculously remembering that last week as Lev Parnas released documents. So now everybody around Trump is panicked and they're immediately scrambling to say, Lev Parnas, no, I don't know the guy. No idea who you're talking about. So let's go through it step by step and dig into the brazen and bold nature of the lies that they are telling you. Here's Donald Trump himself saying, I don't know the guy.
Thank you. Good question.
Mr. President, what is your response to Lev Parnas, who says that your efforts in Ukraine were all about 2020? You just wanted Joe Biden out. What's your response?
Well, I don't know him. I don't know Parnas, other than I guess I had pictures taken, which I do with thousands of people, including people today that I didn't meet, but just met him.
And as Trump mentions, yes, there are pictures. Here is a picture of Donald Trump with Lev Parnas back in 2014. And as Donald Trump says, this is not proof that anything more than a picture with a random person was taken. But it's a little different than, oh, do you know this body shop owner in Missoula? No? Well, here's a picture of you with him when you went to a rally in Missoula. Okay, yeah, well, I met him when swinging through. Because it just so happens that we have another picture with Trump and Parnas with Ivanka, and Parnas with Jared Kushner, and Parnas with Trump advisor Kellyanne Conway, and Parnas with Vice President Mike Pence, and Parnas with Donald Trump Jr., and Parnas with Eric Trump, and on and on and on. But there's even more, because it's not just Trump in multiple pictures with Lev Parnas. Trump said it's okay for his own personal lawyer to represent Lev Parnas and Igor Fruman. Here is an email which we now have, where Donald Trump's lawyer, Jay Sekulow, writes to another Trump lawyer, John Dowd, and says, I spoke to Trump. It's okay for you to represent Parnas and Fruman. Trump pictured, okay, with shared representation, but doesn't know the guy. And of course, Parnas was all over the Trump administration. Here's another picture with Donald Trump and another picture with Parnas. I think you get the idea. Kellyanne Conway then went on CNN and insisted she doesn't know the guy either.
At what Lev Parnas says and what the documents show and what the president asked
I don't know Lev
in the
Parnas.
summary, well, the president does, and not say that he did this the
these documents,
wrong
what
way.
he wrote in a hotel?
Note that Cuomo was talking about what Lev Parnas said, not whether Kellyanne Conway knows him. And she says, I don't know him. And here is a picture of Kellyanne with Lev Parnas. Vice President Mike Pence issuing a similar denial, saying, I don't know the guy. Of course, there are pictures of them together as well. But the real point with Pence is that Lev Parnas is alleging that Pence knew what was being done in Ukraine. And whether Mike Pence does or doesn't know Lev Parnas is not relevant to whether Mike Pence knew what was being done with Ukraine. And of course, every indication, every allegation is that he did. One more cherry on top here. There's been this very corrupt relationship between Donald Trump and a woman named Pam Bondi for many years. Pam Bondi's the former Attorney General of Florida, who was starting to investigate Trump University, that total scam, sham, money grab that Donald Trump participated in years ago called Trump University. And Pam Bondi abruptly stopped investigating Trump University around the same time that Donald Trump donated $25,000 to her campaign for re-election. Pam Bondi, just so happens, has recently joined Donald Trump's defense team. We'll get to more about that later. And here's a picture of her with Lev Parnas. This is the guy who was managing physical surveillance of a sitting U.S. ambassador, and they all know him. So here's the deal. They all know him to some degree. The exact degree is not really important. Lev Parnas is and has been around Trump and the people around him for a while. He has had access. He was doing insane things as a henchman for Donald Trump's lawyer. The idea that Trumpists are excusing a president having his personal lawyer through private investigators put an ambassador under physical surveillance, and they are saying the real problem here is Joe Biden and Hunter Biden and Burisma, is extraordinarily disturbing. Now, last sort of word of caution here. The left has to be careful about accepting everything Lev Parnas says as if it's true. Lev Parnas appears to be a crook who did a lot of dirty work for Republicans. He's now in huge trouble. He's coming out. He's telling the truth. He's copping to tons of misdeeds, and we'll accept it with a skeptical eye. It's similar to when Michael Cohen turned on Donald Trump, and all of a sudden there were people on the left who said, this guy, everything he's saying can be trusted 100%. No, he's in huge trouble. And to some degree, he probably realizes the error of his ways in a sense. But these are individuals who for a very long time, while the going was good, they kept on going with no problem whatsoever. So it's important not to immediately think that a guy with a life of sketchy behavior is suddenly our best friend because his back is up against the wall and he's lawyered up and he's turning on Donald Trump. I'm sure that much of what Lev Parnas is saying is true, but let's not make him into our hero and hang the case against Donald Trump strictly on what Lev Parnas says. This rarely works out well for anybody, including Democrats and the left. We'll continue talking about this on Instagram. Follow me there at david.pacman. Follow the David Pacman Show on Instagram at David Pacman Show. We'll be back right after this short break.
The David Pacman Show at davidpacman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Did you know the David Pakman Show is on all sorts of different platforms? Find us on YouTube at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show, and on Steemit, the blockchain-based publishing platform, at steemit.com/@David Pakman. That's STEEMIT.com/@David Pakman. The David Pakman Show is now on Instagram at David Pakman Show. You can check out behind-the-scenes pictures, memes, shots of the studio, shots of what Pat does all day. Very, very concerning to a lot of people. All of that and more on the David Pakman Show Instagram account at David Pakman Show.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
Some of these stories are so unbelievable that they actually do seem like they're not real, except they are. And I've talked about the problem with calling them unbelievable because it actually creates a sort of disbelief of things that are all too real and should horrify us. And this is going to be sort of a short story since it's still developing. I did want to briefly cover it. A top Trump national security advisor has been reportedly escorted out of the White House and placed on leave when it was uncovered that they were potentially a security risk. Remember, we were told Donald Trump can be trusted to hire the right people, that he can be trusted with sensitive information, with information security, all of that stuff. Hillary couldn't be trusted, except then Trump is spilling secrets to Russian spy recruiters in the Oval Office using unsecured devices that he refuses to have screened, and here appears to have someone who's a security risk working in the White House. I'm talking about a guy named Andrew Peek. Andrew Peek is or was the senior director for European and Russian affairs at the National Security Council. This is like one of Trump's top Russia advisors. He is now on leave and a security investigation is taking place. Trump had someone on the National Security Council previously at the State Department, his top person on Russia, involved in all sorts of sensitive areas. And that guy had to be escorted out of the White House by security. The White House was asked for comment. They said, we don't discuss security matters, which of course confirms that this is a security matter. Peek himself was asked to comment, said no comment. So it's not just that Donald Trump is hiring bad people. He's hiring people who are potentially security threats that security has to escort out. But the bigger picture issue is that this is the third time in a year that this position is vacant, never mind other positions of importance. And someone sent me a funny message because Peek advises Trump on Russia stuff. I got an email that said, hey, David, do you think Peek was escorted out because it was revealed he's in cahoots with Putin? Or do you think he was escorted out because it was revealed that he's not in cahoots with Putin and that doesn't work for Donald Trump? Very clever. At this point, it's all speculation. I actually think that the entire security threat story might be false, and I'll explain what I mean by that. Andrew Peek was an intelligence officer for a long time. He has a doctorate in international affairs. He was appointed, I believe, by David Petraeus under the Barack Obama administration. It's possible that Trump missed this guy in the firings of Obama people. And now, after the Iranian fiasco, it's possible Peek started speaking out, saying what you're doing is crazy. And then it was realized by the Trump administration, oh, damn, how did this guy slip through the cracks? He's got to go. Let's escort him out and say that there's a security investigation going on. It's mere speculation. It's all crazy. I don't know what the final resolution would be. But remember, it was Trump who said, I will hire the best people. It was Trump who said the people around me are just going to be the best. And, that if you want proof that Trumpists were bamboozled by that line, think back to someone else who tried to use that same bullet point and was excoriated, Herman Cain. Herman Cain is this pizza entrepreneur who ran for president for the Republican nomination. I want to say it was 2012, although maybe it was in 2008. And can you imagine if that was 12 years ago? It feels so recent. Anyway, Herman Cain ran for the Republican nomination. And one of the things that Herman Cain started saying early on when he was asked about what would your policy be in Afghanistan, or, people were asking policy heavy questions, he would say, haven't figured it out yet, but I'm going to put the best person in charge of figuring that out. And maybe his followers sort of bought it, but the Republican Party at large did not buy it. And he was completely laughed at, and his campaign fell apart relatively quickly after he said that. On the other hand, you've had Donald Trump effectively saying the same thing, which is that Donald Trump did a better job of pretending to know about stuff like trade and healthcare or whatever. But he also pushed a lot of the same idea that he was going to hire the best people. He was going to drain the swamp, put the best people in. It's really the same failed idea that Herman Cain put forward about, I'll figure it out when I get there and I'll put people in place who are going to know. But with Donald Trump, it worked, and it actually succeeded at bamboozling enough of his followers and even enough Republicans who said, I trust that Donald Trump is going to take our advice. And Trump sometimes alluded to that by saying, hey, you know what? I will select justices to the Supreme Court from a list given to me by, I think it was the Heritage Foundation. I will select judges for lower court levels from lists that are generated by this group or that group. So Trump was equally clueless about a lot of these policy issues, but he played the game about hiring the right people. Of course, it was a complete and total farce, and he didn't do that, and a whole bunch of his people have been indicted, if not forced out for different reasons, many of them internationally embarrassing. We've been talking for months now under the guise of the Ukraine fiasco about bribery and extortion committed by the president of the United States. The Trump administration has now gone completely beyond parody on this issue, and Donald Trump is looking into making bribery legal. Now, when I saw the headline, I thought, this is from The Onion. This is a Saturday Night Live sketch, but it's not. It's been confirmed, including by advisors to Donald Trump. Check this out from Vanity Fair. Vanity Fair writes, a forthcoming book called A Very Stable Genius, Donald J. Trump's Testing of America, by Washington Post reporters Philip Rucker and Carol Lenig, reports that Trump has complained about existing rules and that he clashed with former Secretary of State Rex Tillerson in 2017 when Trump pushed to scrap the FCPA. That's the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. It's just so unfair that American companies aren't allowed to pay bribes to get business overseas, Trump said, according to a passage published by the Washington Post. We're going to change that. The law is designed to prevent individuals and businesses in the U.S. from paying money or offering gifts to foreign officials as a way to win business overseas. Critics of the law complain that it puts U.S. businesses at a disadvantage in places where bribes are customary. Now, you might think there's no way. This has to be made up. And yet Donald Trump's National Economic Council director, Larry Kudlow, admits that this is something they're looking at. He says, quote, we are looking at it. We are aware of it. We are looking at it. And we've heard complaints from some of our companies. You know that Nixon phrase, when the president does it, that means it's not illegal? This is going a step further. This is, if the president wants to do it or wants his friends to be allowed to do it, he'll change the law to make it not illegal. This is not getting nearly the attention that it deserves. Trump was impeached for a fiasco that includes bribery, extortion, although that's not actually in the impeachment articles. And his economic advisor admits that they are looking at making bribery no longer illegal, or a specific form of bribery anyway. Imagine all of the absurd things that this could open the door to. Listen, bribery is no longer illegal, so I shouldn't even really be considered impeached anymore. Now, again, Trump was not technically impeached for bribery. I understand that it was abuse of power and obstruction of Congress. I'm kind of kidding or exaggerating. But the bribery that Trump is trying to legalize is bribery to gain foreign favors in places where bribes are relatively commonplace. This is the underlying spirit of everything that went down with Ukraine and the Biden smears. And of course, there's a Trump tweet for absolutely everything back in October of 2016 a couple of weeks before the 2016 election, Donald Trump tweeted alongside a picture of Hillary Clinton and an article about her, quote, "Pay to play, collusion, cover-ups, and now bribery, so crooked, I will drain the swamp." We now know it didn't quite work out that way. Would Hillary Clinton have tried to legalize bribery? It's hard to imagine. She wouldn't have done all great things. Hillary Clinton was far to my right. There's no question about that. But she wouldn't have done that. She wouldn't have appointed the Supreme Court justices Trump has appointed. She wouldn't have appointed the extreme and unqualified, according to bar associations, judges that Donald Trump has appointed to lower levels. There would have been really important differences. And of course, Donald Trump wants us to believe that he's really worried about corruption in Ukraine, while he wants to legalize bribing officials in countries like Ukraine and others. Super believable that the priority for Trump in Ukraine all along was dealing with corruption, right? When he's trying to legalize more of it here in the United States. Let me know what you think. Leave a comment if you're watching on YouTube. Otherwise, send me a tweet at dpacman. After the break, you will not believe, or maybe you will, who is now promoting climate change denial videos algorithmically while decimating the David Pakman Show channel. You probably only need one guess to figure out who that is. That's coming up next.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Hatriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. If you're wondering, how does the David Pakman Show afford to exist? The answer is mostly through memberships and Patreon. You can support the work we do by signing up for membership at joinpakman.com or pledging as little as $1 a month at patreon.com/davidpakmanshow. Perks include the daily bonus show, the commercial-free audio and video feeds of the show, and the positive feelings that come from doing the right thing and making Hatriots cry through your support of independent progressive media. Jump in today at joinpakman.com and patreon.com/davidpakmanshow.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
YouTube has been caught, despite all of its claims that it's cleaning up its algorithm, actively promoting videos containing completely anti-scientific climate change denial. This is based on a new report from Avaz, which I'm going to tell you about in a second. Many of you know that over the last 18 months, our YouTube channel has been absolutely crushed by YouTube's recommended video algorithm and its monetization algorithm. I'll have updated numbers for you from 2019 in total later this week or early next week. I'm not going to retell the full details of the story right now, but the gist of it is that in late 2018, YouTube started promoting so-called authoritative content over fringe content, and we were wrapped up in that. What they've done effectively is recommend corporate legacy YouTube channels like CNN, MSNBC, and Fox News' YouTube channels over independent channels like ours, and it has hurt us hugely. I told you a couple of months ago that I believed we were losing about 2 to 3 million views per month since early 2019, but it turns out that it's actually even worse than that. If you go back to February of 2017, we got more than 6 million views just from YouTube's recommendations. That's not our whole channel. That's just from the recommendations. In December of 2019, it was 600,000. That is a literal decimation of our recommended views. The shortfall is as much as 5.5 million views in a month. This is destroying the channel. I truly, when I see those numbers, it's so disheartening and crushing to see it, given what we have done over the last several years to be a bigger and bigger part of the discussion on YouTube, and to see our recommendations shrink to barely 10% of what they once were. And then we find out, because of this report that Avaz puts out, they look up 5,000 videos which come up when you search terms climate change, global warming, and related terms. And then they look at 5,000 videos, and then they checked which videos is YouTube recommending when you are watching those videos, right? If you search for climate change and watch a video, what does YouTube then suggest that you watch in the up next bar of videos that shows up next to or below the video you're watching, depending on whether you're on mobile or on a computer? Depending on which search term you used, anywhere from 8 to 21% of the videos that YouTube recommended you watch next included climate science denial of different kinds. 21% is more than 1 out of 5. Now, if YouTube said, we're not taking any position on promoting authoritative content over fringe, reliable content over conspiracies, I'd say fine. They're not taking a position. Their algorithm is not trying to promote authoritative over fringe content, and there's some climate science denial stuff that has shown up. But YouTube says, we are going to promote authoritative stuff over fringe content and conspiracy content. And it costs our channel 2, 3, 5.5 million views per month. But supposedly it's worth it, right? Because they're not promoting BS conspiracies and fringe content. And yet in some cases, 1 out of 5 climate change recommendations are for climate science denial conspiracy videos. Now, you might wonder, why is the recommendation algorithm so important? There are so many ways people find videos, things shared on social media, their subscriptions feed, direct searches. The up next feature, meaning this recommendations algorithm, dictates 70% of what people are watching on YouTube. And it is costing us anywhere from 2 to 3 up to 5.5 million views per month. And meanwhile, anti-science climate denial nonsense is still being suggested by YouTube. We have to fight this. And unfortunately, we probably can't get YouTube to change its algorithm. I am sending all of this data to my YouTube rep, seeing what they can do. What we can do is directly support channels we value to ensure that they're not tied to YouTube ad revenue. I know I've said it before. That's what we have to do. For us, it's really easy. Membership in Patreon. Grab a membership on our website. We've got a discount code that is 66% off. That code is 2020 now, okay? I don't care at what financial level you're involved. Even if it's $2 a month using the code 2020 now, do it. You can also just throw $1 or $2 our way on Patreon at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. These are small amounts of money. In some cases, if you're doing $1 a month, it's almost like a micropayment, but it adds up when thousands of you do it. So please consider it. The situation is dire. We are rapidly heading into an incredibly important election with the YouTube recommendations algorithm not recommending independent channels like ours. I'll have a full report about the data later this week or early next. Alan Dershowitz is a well-known attorney and legal scholar, historically a civil libertarian, considered a man of the left for many years by any reasonable assessment. He's a scholar of constitutional law, a scholar of criminal law. He's been involved in many high-profile cases. He teaches at Harvard. And something happened to Dershowitz over the last few years, really around Donald Trump, where he has become an unhinged defender of Donald Trump and someone who has touted some very strange legal theories. And he jumped into the Russia probe witch hunt nonsense. He's become a completely untrustworthy guy on all counts. And he is now claiming that essentially, even if all allegations against Trump are proven, Trump still would not be impeachable. Check this out. He's been making the rounds. He did it on ABC's This Week with George Stephanopoulos yesterday, where he said, if everything Trump is accused of is proven, Donald Trump still cannot be impeached.
Is it your position that President Trump should not be impeached, even if all the evidence and arguments laid out by the House are accepted as fact?
That's right. When you have somebody who, for example, is indicted for a crime, let's assume you have a lot of evidence, but the grand jury simply indicts for something that's not a crime, and that's what happened here. You have a lot of evidence, disputed evidence, could go both ways, but the vote was to impeach on abuse of power, which is not within the constitutional criteria for impeachment, and obstruction of Congress. Those are both the kinds of things that led Hamilton and Madison, talk about nightmare, to regard that as the greatest nightmare. Number one, giving Congress too much power to allow the president to serve at the will of Congress. And number two, as Hamilton put it, the greatest danger is turning impeachment into a question of who has the most votes in which house, and rather than having a consensus and a broad view of impeachable conduct.
Can't impeach because he's not been impeached for something that is a crime. Now, hilariously, check out what Alan Dershowitz was saying back when it was Bill Clinton's impeachment. This is video from the infamous Larry King Live back in 1998, a program I grew up with, where Dershowitz says impeachment is serious. You don't have to impeach over a crime. If someone has corrupted the office of the presidency, what a different point of view back then.
It certainly doesn't have to be a crime. If you have somebody who completely corrupts the office of president and who abuses trust and who poses great danger to our liberty, you don't need a technical crime. But remember that because the executive power is vested in one person, the president, unlike the judicial power, which is vested in justices of the Supreme Court and inferior judges, or the legislative power in 100 senators and 400 and something representatives, we have one president. And to impeach a president is like a nonviolent revolution. It is the most dramatic act of undoing democracy that is possible, and that's why the framers used the term treason, bribery, high crimes, and misdemeanors to suggest the English analogy to great offenses of state. We look at their acts of state. We look at how they conduct the foreign policy. We look at whether they try to subvert the Constitution the way Iran-Contra did.
It certainly doesn't have to be a crime. Donald Trump has now hired Alan Dershowitz. He has also hired Kenneth Starr, the special prosecutor who brought and investigated impeachment against Bill Clinton. Consider how insane this is, given that back during the Bill Clinton impeachment days, Alan Dershowitz was on the opposite side of Ken Starr and said Ken Starr is a risk to American liberty, and they are now working together to defend Donald Trump against impeachment. This is not a case of politics make strange bedfellows. This is more than that. The one consistent thing I will say about Dershowitz is that as a civil libertarian, he has held some version of the position that special investigations like the one against Clinton and the one by Robert Mueller against Trump are starting to get to the edges of the power of investigators to search around for crimes. He's been relatively consistent in that overarching principle. But on these other issues, the big picture is Dershowitz has gone from being a liberal Harvard professor to one of the most prominent defenders a priori of everything that Donald Trump does or might do. There's a really interesting article that I've previously recommended. It's from 2018. It was written in Politico magazine, and it's called What Happened to Alan Dershowitz? And it talks about all of the judges and legal scholars who know Dershowitz personally. They can't figure out what happened to the guy. It doesn't seem that it would be for money. He's worth about $25 million, and it's not really clear how profitable the Trump apologia is anyway. It might be the idea of being close to power. I don't know of another president that Dershowitz has been this close to and has had such a prominent relationship. Maybe he likes the idea of that. He's an 81-year-old guy at this point. It's all very strange. It's a very sad way to close out a long legal career, and we can expect more of the same from Alan Dershowitz as the Senate impeachment trial gets going. The plan as of now, I will say, is to stream as much of it as we can. I still have not found anything definitive about whether Mitch McConnell is going to force the coverage to be just like one fixed camera really far away in the Senate, or whether they will actually allow C-SPAN to do a multi-camera production of the trial the way that they do of Senate proceedings in general. But my goal is tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern time, Tuesday is the first day of the trial. My goal is to be streaming, and we will see if we can make that happen. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. Hey, guys, here's something really exciting. A reality show producer reached out and is inviting me to maybe be the next Bachelor. Take a listen.
David, this is Rusty from Hollywood.
I'm here to offer you a role as the next year's Bachelor. Call me back. Bye.
Yeah, of course. You know, the real mistake, I think, is that the producers don't live in Hollywood. The producers live elsewhere, in nicer places, usually, than Hollywood. But maybe the guy's office is in Hollywood. Okay, thank you. Yes, I would love to appear. I would love to be the next Bachelor. Let's see if we can make it happen. On today's bonus show, was Martin Luther King a Republican or a Democrat? It is Martin Luther King Day, and we're going to have a conversation about that. And the answer is that it's complicated. And we will also talk about how Martin Luther King's political views have been misstated for personal gain by lots of different political players and figures. All of that on the bonus show. We will also talk about the European Union wants all smartphones to have a standard charging port. And this is an issue that relates to many different issues, including accessibility of technology. There's a privacy component to it. There's an intellectual property component to it. We're going to talk about that. And in general, we're going to talk about European regulation of businesses versus American regulation of businesses. And most of you probably can guess one of the big distinctions there, which is that in Europe, they much more proactively are regulating business. And lastly, Donald Trump's border wall, even without getting built, could be one of the world's most costly. What does that mean? I will explain it on the bonus show. 2 ways to get access to the bonus show, which we produce every single day for our members and patrons. Number 1, go to joinpacman.com. Sign up for a membership. It takes a minute, probably not even a minute. If you're pretty good with computers, probably 30 seconds. You can use the coupon code 2020NOW to save 66% for a limited time. You can also become a patron at patreon.com/David Pakman Show at the $5 a month or greater level. $5.10 a month qualifies you. $6.73 a month qualifies you. It's just got to be $5 a month or more, and you'll get instant access to the bonus show. Sign up either way, both ways. I'll speak to you on the bonus show in mere moments.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Welcome everyone. It's a little bit past 6. We are going to get started, and as people trickle in, they can be filled in. Just an overview of tonight's agenda. We're going to be looking at all the states updates, an update from North Star, be looking at the panel legislative change draft, and also reviewing the draft annual report. Does anybody have any amendments to the agenda tonight? Seeing none, we're going to introduce our panelists. Chris, we'll start down at your end and work our way around.
Chris Camp, Executive Director, Wyndham Regional Commission, and proud alumnus of Louisiana State University, which is playing in the college football championship tonight.
Representative Laura Sibilia, House Energy and Technology.
Use the mic.
Representative Laura Sibilia, House Energy and Technology.
Representative Sarah Coffey, and I'm here at the appointment of the Speaker of the House.
Emily Davis, citizen appointee, Senator Pro Tem Tim Ash.
Lissa Weinman, citizen appointee from Tim Ash also.
Bob Leach, Governor's appointee.
Josh Unruh, Governor appointee.
Brett Long, Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Economic Development.
Emily Bodecker, Commissioner, Department of Environmental Conservation.
Bill Irwin, representing the Agency of Human Services, work for the Vermont Department of Health.
Corey Daniels, I'm the Senior Manager for the ISVIZI installation with North Star for my Yankee.
David Pearson with North Star.
Folks on the line, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hi, this is Bob Gustafson, State of New Hampshire, appointed by the governor to represent the 6 communities in New Hampshire that were part of the EPZ.
Very good. We will review and approve the December 2019 meeting minutes. There were a few spelling errors that we need to get correct, and also a vote fix that we need to do as well. Tony, if you want to run through those for us, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. Sorry. I think this has gone dead on me.
No.
Okay. There's 2.
Try now, Tony.
There we go, finally. The original configuration. Okay, so on page 6, we have 2 typos. And these are both on line 41. There's an is towards the end of the line that should be an R, A-R-E. And then also, I don't think we need the on that same line, so I'm recommending that be deleted. That's pretty minor. On page 9, line 15, we have a reference to one of the Issues Committee meetings noted as being on June 24th. That was actually on July 24th, so that needs to be corrected. And then the significant one on page 10, lines 13 and 14, in one of the votes, we had originally listed that Corey Daniels and Emily Davis voted yes, when in fact on those votes they had abstained.
I think, Tony, there was another vote that I abstained. It was the October meeting minutes.
Okay. I can go back. Actually, I don't have a set of the minutes here. I'm kind of winging this.
Right.
But I can go back and change that. So you abstained on the meeting minutes vote.
The vote of the October meeting minutes. I think it said that I voted yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to accept the minutes as corrected.
So move.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Let's go down through the list.
Aye.
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 Abstain. Okay.
Aye.
Okay.
Oh, hang on. No. Abstain.
Bill Irwin, abstain.
Aye.
Aye.
On the line?
Aye.
You catch the abstention?
Okay, I just want to review the abstains. We have Commissioner Bodeker, Dr. Irwin, and Deputy Secretary Long, so abstaining. And any others? I think the rest were all ayes, is what I heard. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next on the agenda is North Star update.
All right, good evening and Happy New Year. Next slide, Tony, please. So this slide will be a repeat, and you'll see it with a few different photos that was taken out the window when it was still cold out, which clearly that will change from day to day. Our project schedule, macro view, this is a recap, also has not changed. Our dry fill storage is complete. Our large component removal is in progress. Our decommissioning and decontamination efforts are ongoing, and the spent fuel management will happen ancillary to all that effort. Next slide. A slightly more granular view of that macro schedule shows the large component removals, including alongside the reactor vessel and internal segmentation, the large component removal moving through the steam plant and continuing to take advantage of large targets of opportunity, which include the main warehouse and our advanced off-gas structure for demolition. Next slide. So it's only been a month since the last meeting. Our safety performance remains acceptable. We've had 0 lost time accidents to date with our North Star staff, with over 300,000 hours of work on site. We've reset our dose goals for 2020 after meeting them for 2019, and we're looking forward to, again, testing those targets and showing good performance from a dose management perspective. Our regulatory performance remains good. We had 0 cited and 0 non-cited violations in 2019. Our QA audits and self-assessments, along with peer benchmarks, confirm our safe and compliant operations and conservative performance. Overall, our production remains on track and in a couple areas ahead of schedule. We are a little slow with some of the reactor vessel work, and some of that is attributable to the later start we got and some of the conditions that the site was in at the time of the transaction. But overall, the bulk work remains on or ahead of schedule, and we remain optimistic that we'll complete the decommissioning well ahead of the target schedule of 2030. Next slide, please. At a request, and I know there'll be subsequent slides from some of the departments discussing it. There's some specific volumes and locations for materials that have been removed from the site and shipped. As far as radiological materials, we've shipped now approximately 122,000 cubic feet of waste to Texas. As far as non-radiological items go, our construction and demolition debris to Massachusetts, we've sent 1,521 tons. That went to sites in Willebram and Millbury. And as far as asbestos-containing materials, to Ohio and New Hampshire, 537 cubic yards. That went to Weinsberg and the waste management facility in Rochester, New Hampshire. And we have sent a good amount of scrap and recycled material to Matsushio Scrap Metal in Everett, Massachusetts, 237 tons. Additionally, we've sent 8 rail tankers of intrusion water in from our turbine building, about 181,000 gallons, 4 tankers each to Waste Control Specialists in Texas, and 4 to U.S. Ecology in Idaho. Next slide, please. The macro of our vessel segmentation overall won't change. The arrows along the bottom show the general path of the way that is decommissioned, and it's basically working from the top down. The containment head is complete. The reactor head is now segmented and shipped. The steam dryer is also done. We have flooded up, and we have commenced the separation of the steam separator. There'll be a little more slide and detail on that. Ultimately, as a reminder, there are a few select components that will get cut up and stored separately and shipped in a specialized container at some point in the future. We consider those greater than Class C waste. It's a small amount and it will only be one container, and it should be one overpack style similar to the ones that are already on the independent spent fuel storage installation bed. Next slide. As you can see here, an overhead view, seeing the reactor, the large round pool area, all flooded up with water. To the left, just out of view of the slide, would be the spent fuel pool, and you can see the bridge and crane system that was originally used for moving fuel from the pool to the reactor and back. And to the right is a new bridge assembly working platform for the activities that happen in the dryer separator pit, which is also connected to the reactor vessel. That is actually broken into two discrete volumes now, so separate activities can occur within there. Next slide, Tony. This slide shows a large amount of trident clamps. These are effectively long poles with specialized fasteners on each end that will be used for the steam separator dismantlement. It's a large component with, if you would consider helical cyclones, from a top plate to a bottom plate, and as we cut that in half, it will basically dangle a little bit. I'll call it like a chandelier, and these poles will clamp those through those tubes or near those tubes and hold it into discrete components, so we can cut it effectively into 4 separate pieces and then in half, so ultimately it'll be 8 parts, and then those will get boxed up in special containers and shipped off. Next slide. This is just a photo of the water in the reactor. It kind of shows the clarity of the water that is there, and that's actually an instrument that is being used to perform a radiological survey. It's just kind of a neat photo. We threw it in. Next slide. This demonstrates the working bridge with folks on it who are actually performing some of the underwater work, prepping the steam separator for segmentation. You can actually see the steam separator that came out of the reactor vessel, the hole that we just saw the photo of with the instrument into it, which is towards the top front of the photo. Thanks, Tony. And it's been lifted up and slid back into the first half of the dryer separator bed. You can see the wall separating in the backside there. There's actually another working space behind it. And that is where that steam separator will be basically cut in half axially and then cut into 4 pieces from the top, if you think of it kind of like the way you chop up a pizza. Next slide. Kind of a close-up of some of the underwater cutting equipment. You can see we're actually removing some of the lifting lugs that would be in the way for the removal operations that we're going to conduct. You see the saw blade going through the material on the left and then a cut clean through on the right-hand photo. Next slide. So while that work is happening up on the refuel floor, we continue to work on the turbine deck. The turbine is missing. On the right-hand photo, you can see the large hole and opening that is the main condenser below. The large pieces of equipment on each side. On the left-hand side, these are the combined intercept valves. It's kind of hard to see if Tony can pull the cursor directly below the steam pipe that is cut opening. There's a small water spray bottle right there to kind of give scale to how big this equipment is. But if you understand the robustness of the steam plant and how big this piping is, this is all Schedule 80, so it's 1-inch thick steel pipe that is 24 to 30 inches in diameter that runs basically from where the turbine was all the way to the reactor building and then into the reactor. So we're working our way backwards and removing all that equipment. There are 2 of these on each side of the turbine, and you can see the one on the left is had the pipe cut off of it. The other 2 on the right are still awaiting further dismantlement. Next slide. In addition to the work that's happening in the turbine building, folks have been interested in the ingress of the water into our lower levels of turbine structure, which is below the water table. We've put some intercept wells in place. We've developed those wells. We've tested the water outside of the turbine building, and it is clean. And we are currently trenching and installing some piping to connect that so we can sample and batch it. And we're working on the permitting so we can utilize the ability to send the water away before it enters the turbine building and gets any radionuclides or radiation to it. This will effectively be like a footer drain around the front corner of the turbine building, and it will eliminate some of the cost and improve the controls for any of the water that ingresses into the building. We haven't installed the pumps yet, but we have a good plan moving forward, and we're working with the appropriate state agencies for the permitting, and now we will conduct the discharging of that water. Next slide. So the other significant demo opportunities coming up, to the left of the large white structure in the bottom is the warehouse in what we called our combined maintenance office building. That all is scheduled to go away in the first part of this year into the spring. That'll be somewhat weather dependent. The final permitting and the start date for that will also be impacted by our resource allocation. The teams that we use out of Boston have other work to do, so we'll arrange that when it makes sense. And then the other small red circle you see, or square, is what we call our advanced off-gas building. And this is a very robust structure. The thinnest walls on that building are 4 feet thick with 2-inch rebar inside of them. And at the base, they're over 7 feet thick. So this is a pretty big target, but we plan on working on that as well. And again, the resources and the weather will help us decide when we actually start that, but it's scheduled to begin the first part of the spring. Next slide. A couple photos of the inside of the warehouse, like we would with any demolition. All combustibles and materials have been removed. The final removals will require us to pull the light bulbs and the exit signs and all the universal waste, and then commence the permitting, and then the 90-day clock will start as long as we're all set up to go, and then we'll start knocking down the structures. Next slide. So, along with the actual physical work, and this slide hasn't changed much from when we were here last month, we've conducted the phase 1. The site model is complete. So we know historically what's happened on the site all through its years of operation, combined with the history of the property before it and any legacy components that contributed to that. We've shared all that information with our friends at the Agency of Natural Resources. Their specialty consultants have weighed in on all the information. We've incorporated all their comments and made adjustments to that program. And we're working through that, and we're going to finish up a final report of that at the end of this month. It'll likely get turned around mid-February to late February, and then we'll continue to work on any plans for remediation or activities that will require cleanup for any sites that require it. Additionally, we've conducted 3 rounds of groundwater sampling, and I'm sure the other agency reports will talk about this a little bit. Next slide. So a reminder, we have all the information from previous activities that occurred at the site, even before we owned it. The last presentation was kind of long, and it got towards the end of this. I think I rushed this information a little bit. My apologies if any of it was confusing. The 17 areas of concern that we described previously, they're not new. They're not particularly exotic or exciting. They are just areas of interest that we understand would require additional look and sampling and characterization and potentially remediation. And of those, we had a couple that we determined will require some degree of remediation. Some of that will be natural attenuation. Some will be a small area where we will excavate and then check the margins and then apply the information discovered through the permitting process and determine if we can close those areas out. We're working through the sampling plans to finalize the scope and determine what remediation will occur on those. And the other state agencies, again, will be able to speak to that in some detail. We also have a subject matter expert with us in the audience today who also can answer some questions if there are more detailed questions. Next question. Next slide. Thanks, Tony. So now we're updating that site investigation report as I described. We'll design the remediation plans, and in the couple of areas we've determined that we will need to remediate, we'll work towards doing so, and we'll continue to support all the permitting and any additionally determined sampling or remediation activities. And again, this process is very iterative as we conduct it. We work with all the agencies and their specialty consultants. often doing split samples and performing any correlation for the collection and analysis of the results, and then applying all the information learned into the remediation plan, and then hopefully completing the closeouts for each of these areas independently. So as we approach the end of the project and want to perform final site release, we're ready to do so with all areas. But we found nothing surprising. All the areas that we did find contamination of any type, and it was mostly areas that had some diesel fuel oil spills. We will conduct those remediations. One of those was the connecting lines that went from the old large 75,000 gallon emergency diesel fuel oil system tank to where the fill connections were underneath of the slab of the warehouse. So as we remove that, we'll be able to discover exactly how far, if indeed there's been any migration, and determine the depth and size of the excavation or remediation that will occur. Next slide. One small note, we have finalized a contract with Antioch University to perform a site study and an inventory for use of the property for potential redevelopment options. As everyone on the panel and most of the public is aware, we have an MOU with the state of Vermont that has us look at certain characteristics of the site and consideration for leaving some of the infrastructure, even though it's of limited scope, and the ways in which we can best do that during our not redevelopment, but our remediation of the site will let us leave it in the best condition efficiently, so future redevelopment can take advantage of that infrastructure in the best manner possible. We've also been in discussion with the Friends of Vernon. We have another meeting with them on Thursday. They've recently been bequeathed the Governor on House from Entergy. It's a historic property at the front entrance to the site, and some of the ancillary and adjacent spaces are on our current properties, and we're looking at the best ways in which that can fit into that whole process of making sure we're able to let the local stakeholders take best advantage of those. Next slide. So with that, I'll leave it open for questions. Chris?
Corey, I know you guys have a stormwater permit for the site and prep in the works. Where are you guys at in that process? And I know we've asked for, Wyndham Regional Commission asked for a public hearing. Do you guys know about when that'll be?
We're looking at submitting some of the paperwork on Wednesday for the permitting for the intercept wells, and then there'll be public notice associated with it following that, Chris. Does that answer your question?
I guess I thought the stormwater permit was for the whole site more than just the wells.
There is a stormwater permit that's for the whole site.
And you don't have that permit yet, right?
Yes, we've had a stormwater permit for the whole site the whole time it's been in operation.
Have you petitioned for a new one though?
There'll be one for the discharge of the intercepted water with the intercept wells, okay. And that will be separate. Yes, Bill.
Under production, it says here that the reactor removal was slightly behind schedule following transaction delays. Do you mind telling me what happened there, or us what happened there?
Sure, Bob. Some of that is we originally, and if you recall, the original schedule for the transaction was to happen in the middle of 2018. We originally had intended to receive the site from Entergy with the spent fuel pool already cleaned and empty and dry. That work did not occur until after the transaction occurred, so North Star had to conduct all those activities, set the refuel up in a manner in which it could support some of the vessel segmentation and commencement.
Thank you.
That's kind of the big rock. There was a few other things, but in the pre-work that we had originally determined that would benefit setting the site up for instantaneous moving forward, it wasn't quite in that condition.
Go ahead, Laura.
Clarification on the stormwater and discharge that we were just talking about. The water that will be discharged, what is happening to that water now?
The water that was developed when we tested the well to see how much came out of it was collected into frac tanks, and it's being stored. That water will likely be stored interimly in the large basin that the cooling tower was originally sited over on the west side. So we have about a 1.4 million gallon concrete vault there, and we will likely store the water there until we can batch and test it and make sure it's suitable for overboard discharge.
So, as I'm sure you probably can guess, my question is related to the water that's been trucked off. This is not the same water.
That is correct. It is not the same water.
Yes, thank you. I have a couple of questions. The first is about the demolition of the advanced off-gas building. If I recall, that building has below-grade space. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I think that this may be the first of your structures to be demolished that does go below grade. Is that correct also?
That is correct.
And this is also the area where there was a condensate leak, and it was discovered in 2009 and then mitigated over the 2010 timeframe. And it is a building that goes to, I assume, bedrock for its foundation. And the question I have is, are you planning to do some exploration of the space up gradient of that building up against the foundation to see if there are any reservoirs of water that have collected? Because that's been the source at other sites of reservoirs of contaminated water. And it would be, it seemed prudent, and it wouldn't surprise me if it's in your plans, to evaluate that before you actually started to remove that wall, which functions as a dam to prevent the down gradient flow of water into the river. Am I correct in those assumptions, and are those a part of your plans?
Bill, you are correct in those assumptions. We also have sentinel wells that are located up gradient of that structure as well as down gradient of that structure, quite a few of them actually. And we've been monitoring that, the information that is there for quite some time. The source term that was originally available from that leak has diminished as expected to very low levels, but we will continue to do so. It's part of our regular quarterly sampling.
Great, appreciate that. And the second question is about the non-radiological areas of concern. I think it's really benefit to the panel that you have presented both in December and again tonight your definition of these areas. Specifically in December, you actually had maps that showed each of those. And I understand from my previous review of the preliminary site assessment that was negotiated among the parties back in the early stages after the plant shutdown, that the preliminary site assessment also came up with radiological areas of concern. Are you able to present the same sort of map of those radiological areas of concern and then give some sort of status as to the nature of those and what plans there are? Because I think it would benefit the panel to see both the non-rad side as well as the radiological side, which obviously for nuclear power plants becomes more problematic oftentimes than the non-radiological characteristics.
I can certainly look to update future presentations to include that information. We're not prepared to speak to it right now, but what I did describe at the last meeting was the initial assessment that we did on the site with the instrumentation. We were able to drive around and take over 1.3 million discrete samples. We found 2 locations that were both explained as not areas of concern. One was a toolbox that we just had not recognized where it was, and we understood what it was. It was properly labeled and marked, and we just picked up, we'll call it a false positive reading that we had to validate what it was. And the other one was from the operations that were occurring right in front of the turbine loading bay. The little bit of shine that comes out of the building from the radiological materials that were in there, we also picked that up and noticed it, and then we were able to validate that in fact it was from the building where it was expected. So right now I don't believe there are any areas of concern radiologically, but I will definitely make sure we include that in future presentations.
Great, thank you.
Just back to the non-radiological areas of concern. Can you, you said there were only 5 that were needing remediation, but I don't need I'm not asking for a long description, but if you could just give a description of a typical site, one typical area.
Sure. So we found a spot out of the cooling towers that has a little bit of what appears to have been a small diesel fuel oil leak, and additionally some potentially some herbicide materials. It's a small location. It would likely be no more than a 10 by 10 foot area that we would likely remediate down to about 18 inches. A typical remediation effort would be we would excavate the soil. Take that soil, obviously collect it and package it appropriately for disposal. Then we would sample the margins of where we did the excavation, and then per the docket 8880 agreements with the MOU, we would bring in clean fill that meets all the criteria, and we would reload that, and then we would work with the agencies to do a release of that particular component. And then the one that I mentioned for the large fuel oil tank where the lines run under would be a little bit larger, but it's effectively the same process.
Okay, thank you.
And that's in compliance with the IRUL and the state agencies' oversight and, of course, a collaborative effort to make sure that that meets all the requirements. Thanks for the question, Derek. Good question.
Follow-up question to that. When do you anticipate all that work to be done? Like, what's your timeline? And I guess also I'm thinking about what is the timeline for the design of those remediation plans with agency input?
So those designs are occurring right now, and we will ultimately intend to do those remediations on an individual basis as soon as possible. So weather dependent, and once the plans are approved, and again, like we mentioned, it is a highly iterative process. So once we conduct those and do the additional sampling, determine that we are complete with it, we'll work with the agencies to close those out. But the goal is to, I'll use the term whack-a-mole, but to go after them one by one until they're all done as soon as reasonably achievable.
Just like spring 2020?
Absolutely, for some of them. And then some of them won't require remediation. Likely there's potential that natural attenuation will be the preferred method for them, and then that will just require continued monitoring to some level, and that'll be finalized with the specific agency involved and the plan as it's developed.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any more questions for North Star. Let's move on to A&R for their update.
Good evening. So as I think you're all very familiar with, the Department of Environmental Conservation's responsibility is for the non-RAD elements here on the site. And if you go to the first slide, Tony, this just overall is the timeline that we've been on. And so as has been mentioned in the North Star update, by the end of January is when we're expecting the results and the report from the supplemental site investigation. And as Corey mentioned, this was additional investigation that was required based on the first site assessment and the identification of areas of concern. The questions that Emily Davis was asking about each of those individual AOCs and where cleanup is required, that will be the step following when we have the full site investigation report that comes in at the end of the month. Each one of those will have its own plan and will be governed by the I rule. And the I rule is our kind of short way of saying the one rule that rules them all related to any hazardous site cleanup in the state. So this site will be held to the same standards and will follow the same cleanup process that any of our hazardous sites in Vermont goes through. Next slide, please, Tony. So of those AOCs that were identified, there were a number where we wanted to do some initial analysis. You can see the list here, site 3, 5, 7, and 8, the cooling towers, AOC 16, the rail line, and 17. And I want to just point out there, AOC, that is for the groundwater. So rather than it being a specific building or location where there have been a likelihood of spills of diesel or whatever it might be from past operation, this is looking at the groundwater underneath the site. And just want to point out here, as well as the petroleum byproducts, VOCs, TPH that we've looked at, we looked at metals and also PFAS here. That's a question I believe has come up in relation to other PFAS concerns and testing that we're doing statewide. So if you go to the next slide, please, Tony. So there are 4 rounds, as noted with the dates here, 4 rounds of sampling that began in May 2019. Those results were included in that initial investigation report. From the August 2019 sampling and November 2019, split samples were taken. So at times, DEC's engineer, Gerald Noyes, has been on site, and at other times, ATC, which is the contractor hired by the state to be additional expertise and additional eyes on the ground, has also been on site. And literally, split sampling is when you take a sample, you split it in 2. One gets sent off to the laboratory and monitored by ATC on the state side. The other gets sent off the laboratory, monitored by North Star on the other side. So what we have found comparing these samples is a great degree of similarity between the samples that we have. We do note that we found low-level groundwater contamination from the split samples we've looked at in August 2019. But I do want to note what is in low-level. And so that low level is metals that we found, but they are all below the MCL, the maximum contaminant level that's allowed. And there were no VOCs or TPHs found in that. So I wanted to note there was some, but I also wanted to explain what low actually means. And so the split samples from the 3rd round, again, they were taken by ATC. They're currently under review. The results from those will be in the end of January report. And the 4th round from February 2020 as planned, obviously they won't make it into a report deadline cutoff for the end of January, but we'll be able to report back on those after a certain passage of time when we've compared the results from the 2. Next slide, please, Tony. Thank you. So as was reported with the groundwater intrusion into the turbine building basement, the water that has been taken out of the interior has been shipped to facilities that can accept that kind of RAD waste, and it's been going to both US Ecology in Idaho and WCS in Texas. So this kicked off the effort to ensure that further groundwater was not intruding into the building itself, into the basement. So where we are with this right now, Haley and Aldrich, on behalf of North Star, has submitted permit applications so that that groundwater that is collected, that is from the 3 wells, that's collected, that is sent through the discharge system, that's being held in the basin, as explained, that will be held there until we actually have a permit for the groundwater discharge. It will be discharged through the cooling system pipes and out to the Connecticut River. For that discharge to happen, then we need to ensure that while it tests today at drinking water standards, and while it tests today that there is no RAD component to that, we need to ensure that it is monitored and tested on a regular basis. The fact that it's being held in the basin before it's discharged enables this monitoring, so that if anything should change as other excavation or remediation occurs on site, that we can understand what's going on. And the Department of Environmental Conservation is working with the Department of Health to develop those groundwater testing criteria that will then be in the A&R discharge permit, which is the authority, the jurisdictional mechanism that we have to require any additional remediation that might be needed. And just to reference back to the question that was asked about the stormwater permits as well, thank you for that. Then what is our typical practice is to wait until we actually have all of the permit materials in, so that we can review those permit materials. And then when we're confident we've got everything we need, at that point in time, when we issue a draft permitting decision, we can then notice the public meeting. And in past, not with this applicant in particular, but with past applicants, there can sometimes be an insufficient amount of information that's provided. So we make sure we've got all of that in hand and that we review for the draft permitting decision before we actually set the public meeting. So that is all in process at this point in time. And moving on to the next slide, Tony, about the asbestos abatement observation. So again, the state has contracted with ATC to provide additional expertise that the state does not happen to have on hand or utilize every day, and to have additional eyes on the ground. So the observation for the asbestos abatement has continued at the turbine building, the advanced off-gas building, and at the cooling towers when they were demolished. And a statewide asbestos review plan was conducted by ATC and Hillman, who's actually North Star's asbestos contractor. There have been a few situations where we have asked for additional samples. They have been collected and analyzed without any issues, with concurrence from North Star and their contractors. Next slide, please, Tony. And so these are the amounts of material that have been recovered and disposed of appropriately. Again, the non-RAD components. As you can see, it's quite substantial, and this was mentioned by Corey in North Star's presentation as well. 1,500 tons of demolition and construction debris. It's actually a Vermont state policy to try and recover as much construction and demolition debris as possible. This in fact did go to an out-of-state facility, both of them in Massachusetts, and so then Massachusetts laws govern what material is accepted. Same for the asbestos. As you can see, to New Hampshire and Ohio, 537 cubic yards of asbestos material and 237 tons of scrap metal, again going to a facility in Massachusetts. So again, a Vermont policy whereby we want to encourage recovery of materials, but once this is shipped out of state, it is receiving facilities state regulations that manage exactly what is received. And to the last slide, please, Tony, in terms of where we go from here. Obviously, there's a continued sampling. There is the supplemental site investigation report that is due in the end of January. All the remediation will then be governed by the IRUL. But just one note on a procedure that was required, that was established in the MOU, and this is the site restoration protocols. So this governs overall all of the non-RAD. And so this site restoration protocol essentially governs how we work together with North Star and the contractors, with the oversight of the state and ATC, to accomplish the non-RAD materials and remediation that is needed. So within this is now a signed agreement, and we are operating under this procedure. And I think one of the important things to note within that is there is a bi-weekly call. Things can change on a fairly rapid basis with a site of this kind of complexity. So we have a bi-weekly update with North Star and with their contractors. So as anything does change, if there are additional eyes on the ground that are needed, if we get sampling results, etc., that are back that need more attention, we are checking in on a bi-weekly basis. Thank you, and I'll leave that time for additional questions.
Go ahead, Chris.
Just a quick one. Commissioner, on the, I don't remember the exact language in the MOU, but basically if something is found that is either going to change the schedule or cost of the process, that's supposed to be, the state's supposed to be notified. So is this one of the vehicles by which the state could become aware of something that's going to be an issue in terms of money or time?
Absolutely, yes. And so with a bi-weekly check-in, then it does enable kind of real-time adaptation as needed for the management of that. To date, we have had, certainly not on the side where DEC is responsible, we've not had many surprises in terms of the operation of a site where we have diesel generators running. So the kind of non-rad contamination has been pretty consistent with the experience that we've had with other sites for this type of contaminant. So this absolutely would be a mechanism by which we can be quickly alerted to any issues that do arise. We'll certainly be keeping a very close eye on this, especially as any other deconstruction activities might start to disturb any of the site and disturb kind of below the surface level. So that's a point at which we want to make sure that we've got regular and very real-time communication.
Commissioner, this is just really a curiosity question. So in terms of the biweekly check-ins, what is that? Is that an on-site check-in? Is it on the phone? Approximately how long is it? Just what does that look like in general?
That's a phone call. There are various site visits that are scheduled in and around these, so we certainly have regular eyes on site, or I'd say frequent rather than regular, like every single Tuesday. It's frequent. So this is an opportunity to check in. It's on the phone bi-weekly. On that phone, we have both the engineer who's assigned to the site, Gerald Noyes. We have other of our site's management staff as needed. For example, if there are concerns about PFAS, we bring in one of the PFAS experts. We also have on the phone Chuck Schur, who is the director of the division, and we also have Jordan Gonda from the legal team, who actually was working on the MOU and the protocols. So we can have an engineer at the staff level, management oversight, and legal staff who are reviewing what information comes in. And in addition, there are the times that staff from DEC are on site and the ATC is on site, and then ATC is obviously communicating with us directly outside of these bi-weekly meetings with anything that they're observing.
Okay, seeing no other questions, we'll move on to the Vermont Department of Health update.
Yes, thank you. I'll wait for Tony to get the slide up. If you could put that on presentation, that'd be great.
Yeah, if I can get this to work.
Slideshow? Top middle, slideshow? It's a word.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm just not seeing it right now. I have the wrong slide.
The very top middle.
Oh, got it. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that.
From beginning?
There we go.
Great. With all that, I only have a picture of the site, which I thought was interesting because it is a picture of a photo of the site that is more current. Most of the images you see on the internet are old images. This is fairly recent. I don't know exactly how this came about. It was not me, just so that folks know that. Next slide, please. So we are working with our state partners to oversee the decommissioning and have been since Entergy announced the expected shutdown of the plant in 2013. And the twice monthly, actually 2 to 3 times monthly calls that Commissioner Boddicker mentioned were a part of those calls at the health department. In addition, there are other meetings that are held of the various agencies of the state each month. So there are numerous meetings throughout each month. And we also do conduct site inspections. I conducted one today and just last week, and they're very helpful to be able to see some of these things that you're seeing photographic images of. We also are reviewing all of the reports and schedules that are generated by North Star and its contractors. We do independent monitoring of the environment. We have for since before the plant actually started operations. We were collecting air samples, water samples, and direct gamma readings to establish background in the very early 70s, and then after startup in 72 until still today, we collect these environmental samples, and you can see those results at the website that is shown there in that URL. We also maintain radiological emergency capabilities for the state. Our state hazmat team, the Vermont Hazardous Materials Response Team, trains twice a year with exercises here in the local area where they simulate either a transportation accident or a fire that might occur that could create concern among residents as well as others that there was contamination that had left the site. And so we maintain our readiness to respond to those kinds of incidents. And we track radioactive waste shipments with the assistance of the shipping department here at Vermont Yankee. Our environmental surveillance is extensive. We collect water, air, milk, and direct gamma radiation measurements. Most of our samples are off-site currently. Primarily, we're looking at the gamma radiation at the property boundary. We also have extensive monitoring at Vernon Elementary School. We have air sampler. We have multiple dosimeters. We have an online or a constantly on radiation detector in the principal's office. And we also do 2 of the local farms, the Logic Farm, the Miller Farm. And we sample the Connecticut River upstream and downstream for water. And we sample private wells near the site, and we sample Brattleboro drinking water. We also do get some on-site samples that contractors at VY have over the years provided us samples of sediments, fish, and we have also been getting groundwater samples from wells. There are 4 wells that we've consistently been getting samples from in a leach field spreading area. And recently we actually received some split samples of some groundwater wells that are within the protected area, which is of course that area that we're especially concerned about, with our goal, as you can see here with this image, to try to evaluate all of the constituents that could contribute to radiation dose in our ingestion pathway in our everyday lives to ensure that they are always within the very low limits that we have for both the health department and by our confirmation also those that are used by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. I mentioned that we track radioactive materials shipments, and this is a graph of those shipments over the year 2019. And we do this, each of the shipments that goes out from Vermont Yankee, the shipping manager sends a report to us. We are tabulating each of the volumes and each of the amounts of radioactivity in each of these shipments. And we also notify all of the law enforcement agencies so that if there were some sort of incident on the roads or elsewhere, or they stopped a vehicle and it had radioactive materials as a part of its bill of lading, they would be expecting these shipments. We do this with all of the entities that transport radioactive materials through the states, and Vermont Yankee has consistently done this over the years. You can see this is a graph that somewhat shows what's happened over the year 2019 in the updates from the team at North Star. And that is that over the months starting in March, there's been a consistent growth in the number of shipments of radioactive materials off-site to licensed disposal facilities. There have been some upticks periodically. The most important one is the most obvious one is radioactivity. That was in April when some very radioactive filters were removed from the RAD waste system and shipped to disposal site. And then also you can see that back in October there were a lot more shipments, and obviously that's probably like us with our firewood. We're putting a lot more firewood into our wood sheds in October. They're getting them off the site before the winter comes. We expect to be able to provide these kinds of updates to you not only in our annual reports but at these meetings ongoing. And I'll take any questions.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you for the report. I have a question just about the water testing in the private and public drinking water. How large of a area out beyond the footprint of the plant are you testing?
We have focused on the immediate drinking water in Vernon in particular. We obtain water samples in, I don't want to say hundreds, but dozens per day from all around Vermont for sampling, because our laboratory does radiochemistry on all kinds of environmental samples for many different reasons. People are concerned about radium in their water, or uranium, or radon. We do that testing. So we have great background levels, and also we understand what the rock, the geology does to water throughout the state by taking all those samples. What we're really focusing on and what we report on is what's happening here in the immediate area that could be the result of transitions from activities on site into the bedrock and then potentially into the drinking water aquifers that are, for example, used by the school or local residents. So they're really pretty close, other than the Brattleboro water supply, which is the largest water supply, which we feel is useful for us to test on the basis of the population that uses it.
So just for some specificity, distance, is it within?
Yeah, within miles.
Within miles?
Yes, maybe 2 miles. Mostly. As far as the Blodgett Farm to the south, Brattleboro to the north, and West Brattleboro to the west, as well as the river. Yes.
Okay. Let's move on to the Public Service Department update, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The briefing will be given by Jim Porter, the Public Advocate at the Department.
Thank you. So I've got my reading glasses, and I think everything is a little bit either too far away or too close, so bear with me a little bit. But, so Tony, if we can just go to the next slide. Just a reminder of our kind of ongoing role in this oversight. Primarily, it's reviewing the financial performance and the work as it's done and as reimbursement is sought. And I'm going to go through these fairly quickly. We may have had some of them at the last meeting. I wasn't here, so I'm not positive. But Tony, if we can go to the next one. Just talks about the department's activities related to this function in 2019. I think you know most of this, and it's been gone over. But we have 2 lawyers internally who deal with this matter. We have a law firm in Boston that we keep on retainer. We have Tony, who you all know. Our internal finance and economic division reviews certain of everything, and then we have hired consultants this past year who do an ongoing review of all the financials. And I think you all know this. If we can go to the update since the last meeting. Not too much. One thing, we did have a site visit with our technical consultants in late December. And then Representative Sibilia submitted some questions to the department, and a letter was sent to her and I think to all of you, but we were also going to deal with some of those responses in this slide presentation. Got major activities on site. I think those have been gone over in earlier slides. Financial updates, the trust balances, and then the next one is disbursements from NDT. The next one, disbursements from SRT. Kind of financial status of the project is the next one, with some little pie charts. We also, that go along with these, have fairly detailed spreadsheets. I did not put them in here, but they're on our website and they're updated, I think, monthly. And then if we go to the one, Tony, yeah, department's financial review. Are you interested in you just want to look this over and see if you have any questions about? Seeing none, let's move to.
Mr. Chair, I think this is the end of the presentation until we get to my questions. May I ask a question on this piece? So, just one quick question with regard to the disbursements slides. I know we have a date of notice and the amount requested. Is the amount dispersed always the same as the amount requested?
I think thus far it has been. We have the ability to object to a disbursement, and we have not done that thus far.
So, yes, thus far it has always been the same. The amount requested has always been the amount dispersed thus far. Okay. That's my question. Thank you.
And I think it may have been questions about one of the disbursement months that precipitated the site visit with the consultants this past month. So, but as I say, no.
I'm sorry, would you?
So our consultants had some questions about some of the items in one of the disbursement schedules that we received, and they actually came here to meet with North Star people, and their questions were answered, but they do monitor these every month.
And so what was the nature of the question? Was it about the cost estimates, or whose is that? Okay.
I believe it was the cost submitted and the work that went along with it.
So was it a look back or something going in front? So something that had already happened or something that was
like I said, it already happened because I think it came about from a request for a disbursement for repayment. So
okay, and the consultants found that there was no
thumbs up right after their site visit.
Okay,
they were very pleased, I believe.
Does anybody else have any questions regarding the update before we move on to the responses to the questions that were laid out by Laura? Okay, seeing none, we will move on to those responses.
Great, and everyone got a copy of the letter. Okay, and so if you go to the next slide, Tony, estimated cost to complete the project. So, and as this indicates, this was based upon the record that was before the Public Utility Commission when this transaction was approved. And I believe the total estimates were about $811 million. And then you've got a breakdown below that. Any questions about this? Great. So if you go to the next, I think one of the questions was, is there uncertainty built into the estimated cost? And as you know, there's an extremely detailed model that was used for this. And I think the first bullet talks about the 900 line pay item disbursement schedule. I think there's a 10% contingency built into each line item. Broadly speaking, North Star bears the cost if there's a shortfall, but obviously the idea is for them to make money with this transaction. The next slide really goes to kind of what was about 90% of the context of the transaction that was before the PUC. And it was, I think, fairly early on, the parties believed that North Star had the expertise to do this. The question was, did they have the financial wherewithal? And there was much work done with financial assurances and essentially everything that could be thought of that could reasonably put together to ensure that the funds would be there to complete the decommissioning. And then this has, I'm sorry, I really can't see, but this has bullets of the various components of the financial assurance package. Estimated percentage of the work complete, I think approximately 14.9, 15% complete. Current schedule, looking to the end of January in 2027. March 31st of each year is kind of a big reporting date, kind of, you know, the yearly reports of various things. This will be the first complete year that will be analyzed and put together. So I think that piece will have a lot more information on that at the May meeting. Our consultants, 4 points. They, you know, thus far believe everything is on track as it's supposed to be. I think one of Representative Sevilla's questions was, what happens if there's a surplus when all the work is done? I think 55% of surplus funds would go back to ratepayers. And then some piece would go to North Star as successor in interest to Entergy. And then the question I think she may have been more interested in was what happens if there's not enough money? And that, as I think the commissioner wrote very nicely in her letter, truthfully, nobody knows. To some extent, again, every effort was put in to see that that doesn't happen. And with the various monitoring, I certainly think, or the idea is that if something was not going according to schedule or that was of concern, that we would see it, you know, long before it became a problem. In some scenarios, as the letter says, it could be go back to safe store, which we all remember that. But there are many scenarios, and it's a little bit hard to answer. talked a little bit about the annual reports that'll be coming in at the end of March. Excuse me. Please ask me some questions.
I'm writing a list.
Okay, thank you.
Are you done?
If you're ready with your list, I think
Sorry.
he's ready.
Okay, sorry.
Thanks, sir.
Excuse me. And they're not, I don't think they're anything, thank you. This is a helpful report. I appreciate the care and attention that went into the letter, and I think the explanations were really helpful.
Great.
A few questions. I heard you say that with regard to the surplus, 55% would go back to the ratepayers, and some piece would go back to North Star. That's a fairly imprecise.
40. I think it's 45.
Okay, thank you.
I was having trouble deducting 55% from 100, but I think it's 45.
Okay. And with regard to the.
Can I just a follow up to that?
Sure.
Real quick? Just for the watching public, could you just briefly describe what the Vermont Yankee Nuclear Power Corporation is? Because since we have a shutdown plant, people may wonder, well, why does that thing still exist and what is it? And why is only 55% going to Green Mountain Power Corporation?
So the 55% to Green Mountain is as most of you know, the plant was originally owned by our electric utilities. We had Central Vermont Public Service and Green Mountain Power each owned a piece. When Green Mountain Power acquired or merged with CVPS, those entities became one, and that was a larger percentage. Does that help? Okay.
Okay. With regard to the now the annual reports that are coming in March, these are really an analysis of the financials, what was said and what is happening. Is that right?
Financials, balances, where the money's invested, work completion. So all of those things. From our perspective, this is just from our perspective, what we look at.
And so, in terms of some sort of warning or red flag that there is an issue, since we've established that we can't really know for sure until we get to that place if we have enough funds, what types of red flags would the department be looking for in between marches?
So let me answer that from the least technical person that touches this project from the department. But I think if you saw big overruns in line items, if you saw a big decrease in any fund balance, anything, as I say, and the experts, there's so much information and it's so granular that I think they're able to monthly kind of look at the work, how it's being done, is the work value of the so I think you would start to see something financially fairly soon. So from my perspective, that's the type thing they would see. If North Star, not North Star, 4 Points were here, I'm sure they could give you a lot better detail as to what they might see.
So I could offer something on that point. We will be getting these reports March 31, as the presentation shows, and the department is happy to look into having 4 Points attend in May, I think it is, to take your questions at that time. And that would be an excellent question to ask them from a technical perspective. What we're able to tell you is that, for instance, with the December 12th site visit, when they see something that gets their antenna going, that's the procedure that we follow. So that monitoring is ongoing through the year. And then again in May, once the comprehensive reporting is complete, we're happy to make them available for your questioning.
So I do think that would be helpful, Mr. Chair, to have them come when we get that report here.
And Laura, and then there's also the MOU with that
Right.
Emily was talking about.
You're pointing, and that makes me nervous, Chris.
Sorry.
No.
No. But what Commissioner Bodeker was talking about, that's another opportunity to catch something.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, yeah, and I should have said, I'm really talking about the money, and of course, you've got the whole A&R contingency, and they're on site doing visits. They have their own consultants. So I'm really just was talking from the financial perspective.
We're also, in trying to answer your very appropriate question, we are dealing with hypotheticals. So I would offer this one to you. Let's say, for instance, that with A&R's work, an unanticipated environmental attribute is discovered that materially alters some of the financial assumptions that have gone into planning this decommissioning. So that would be a noted or a material event. If the experts from our shop see financial consequences that attach to that, for instance, that it would lead to a precipitous withdrawal of a size from the trust fund that is not anticipated, that would be the kind of thing that that they would want to analyze. We would want them to as well, in order to ascertain whether there's some sort of reconfiguration of the 900 item schedule that needs to be considered. If that helps you.
That does help.
That's reported within 7 days too, per the MOU, as I recall, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's a very intricate mechanism, but yes, in a nutshell, you're right.
So thank you. That's very helpful. I appreciate again all of the time and care. That's really all of my questions right now with regard to the financial. And what I have learned through this process is how important and necessary it is to continue to have these public opportunities to understand how we're progressing. I want to be clear that at this point, I have no concerns about the finances, but I think that given that we can't actually know until we're done, I think we have really underscored the need to have regular reports on this. I do have one other question after.
If I could just add something to your comment, though. I could not agree with you more, because I think the transaction and really the plant itself, I cannot recall a time in doing this work, and I've been doing it for 20 years, where folks were not asking the question, one day when this plant no longer operates, are the resources going to be there to decommission the site? And there have been a variety of combos about, is it just decommissioning or is it restoring it, and to what degree, et cetera, et cetera. This is a long, storied conversation that has occasioned much discussion, and I think the fact that this panel was preceded by yet another panel tells you how personally the public takes the topic. And so I commend you, Representative Sibilia, for the attention that you continue to draw to these conversations and the monitoring, and the other panel members who have been in touch with me about this. And I can assure you that the department is fully vested in not just reporting to you as we did in the letter, but also committed to this public forum. I mean, this is very Vermont, and it's something that catches the eye across the nation, really, as other states start looking at these processes as well. So you can certainly count on the department to continue to make fulsome public reports. That has been our custom all along, and we'll continue to do that.
And could I follow up and ask the committee kind of a process question? So I've not been to one of these meetings in a while. I hope to start coming to these regularly now. We have a very smart, highly technical lawyer who understands all that, who loves to make these PowerPoints. We are putting more and more information on our website. If you want to look at spreadsheets, if you want to look at the details, they're there. What do you like in the way of slides? Those of you who know me, I'm a little more colloquial. I'm a little more interested in, do you have questions? Is there something bad going on? What are you guys doing on a monthly basis? Do you enjoy the technical piece of the slides or a little bit more of a narrative for these?
Well,
you can think about it.
May I will speak for myself and say I don't think that we are the sole audience. So I think that that's something to take into consideration.
And I would just like to add that this is great. And in addition to your website, I feel like the ENDICAP panel in and of itself is the primary way for the public to engage with all of this material. So in these slides, if there are links to some of that technical reports that might be buried in your site, I know that there's a lot of care. I've dug in there and there's a lot of information there, but this is yet just another way. This is the mechanism, I think, that the public gets it, because we get through BCTV and there are all sorts of links. So I appreciate you asking the question.
Could I follow up on that? As a matter of curiosity, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, because I'm mindful of our time tonight, did you find it difficult to find the materials on the website?
Not most of the time.
Okay, but some of the time.
Some of the time.
Well, if I could ask if you want to contact us and let us know, that would be most helpful. We always want the feedback.
Sure. Thank you.
This might not be a question you can answer. There might be someone else that can answer, but it's not on. Okay, there you go. The spent nuclear fuel management fee, the almost 288 million. Until what date does that presuppose the management of said spent fuel? Do we know, does that end with the projected end of decommissioning, or up to when does that management go on in terms of this budget analysis?
That's an excellent question, and I expect that different parties see the answer in a different way. What we have right now are the known resources. That's the number you're looking at. What we also have, if I'm not mistaken, is federal law that says that the federal government is supposed to take title and possession of this waste and dispose of it conclusively. And as you well know, maybe better than I, the federal government has made interim arrangements at best. And so when that question is going to be resolved is something that I don't know. And I will not sit here and tell you that I know whether the number that you're looking at is sufficient to cover until that day comes.
Well, no, what I wanted to know is up until what date does this number presuppose?
I don't think the number does presuppose. I think rather the number is the number. And it remains to be determined how long it's going to be necessary. And I think that logically points to a question all of us ask, which is what happens if the end time is not achieved before the money runs out? End time meaning the final disposal of the waste.
So this number was projected without an end date in mind, Corey?
I think that the number exists to reflect what we know to date.
And do we know how much on an annual basis spent fuel management is expected to cost moving forward?
So I would not be the person to answer that question.
Kind of asking Corey.
We can start with the company and see what their view is. Tony, unless you have a number on that.
Well, to answer the first part of the question, I don't remember the exact date for the spent fuel management, but the projection, if I recall correctly, and I think Corey or David can correct this, is out through the end of what was originally the safe store period. So we're talking to approximately the 2060s at this point, but Corey's going to update this.
I can shed just a little light on that. So that number, I believe, was generated with the original projections, and it was an estimate that the DOE would be able to execute on its commitment to retrieve the spent fuel by 2052. So the original numbers were built out for that.
Okay.
We cannot give you an exact number for the year-to-year costs, but that's a great question, and what I can share with you is the historical average for the last few years in the New England region, considering the other independent spent fuel storage installations that exist, are around $9 million a year.
Yeah, I had thought it was 10, but okay. Well, that's interesting. One last question, may I? My understanding is that the decommissioning of Vermont Yankee is the largest industrial project currently at play in the state of Vermont. Is that correct? And if so, what's the next largest?
That's a good question. I don't know.
And frankly, I don't think either one of us is in a position to answer that question. I don't know what the definition of industrial is, and there are limits to what the department can responsibly say on something like that.
Okay. Well, if anybody
Is
gets
that
any
okay?
information on
'Cause
that, I'd be interested to know.
I'm seeing looks down the panel, so.
Well, I wonder if that's a question for Commissioner Bodecker. Is it more of a cleanup question? Is that what you meant, Lissa?
Yes. Well, just
Like an industrial cleanup? Is that what you meant, or what did you mean?
just in terms of the raw value of the work being done.
Oh, no, okay.
I know there are some other large hazardous sites like the Pine Street Barge Canal in Burlington. Work kind of occurs at these large sites intermittently, and a lot of that is based upon when federal funds become available. So just an example, we've actually finished out this year a $6.2 million of work at the Pine Street Barge Canal, but that wasn't the first. So once you actually have a full site remediation plan, you then kind of have to get in the queue in terms of when you can get federal grant funds. So to total up, one of the large sites like the Pine Street Barge Canal or like the Superfund sites, certainly if it'd be of interest to the panel, I can get a total for you for Elizabeth Mine, what's been spent over the last 30 years. So you can get an idea of the magnitude. So we are fortunate that we have very few Superfund sites. Elizabeth Mine's probably one of the most well-known. Those that are downtown, Pine Street Barge Canal is a really good example. And we have very few, but we do have one site like VAG, which is the asbestos mine up above Morrisville and Hyde Park, that was never designated as a Superfund site. Therefore, there has been no cleanup as a result of being designated as a Superfund site. So I can certainly get some examples for you so you can kind of put this work in context. This is, to the best of my knowledge, by far the largest and by a very substantial amount.
Largest what, though? Largest hazardous waste cleanup site?
Yeah, largest hazardous waste cleanup site. Obviously, with this having the radiological component on top of it. If you have a look at it in terms of the other hazardous materials that are non-RAD, that are under DEC, I don't believe it would be the largest, but I'd be very happy to get you some context for the next meeting.
No, it's not necessary. I'll look into it myself.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I just want to echo what Representative Sibilia said, that when anybody's presenting, whether it be your department or previous departments, please understand that you're actually representing to the entire public and not just this board. Panel, do we have further questions for anybody? This is kind of our time to, if you thought of anything between, the start of North Star's presentation to now, to ask those questions before we move on to public. Go ahead.
Of course, I have one more, but I think this is it, Mr. Chair. So with regard to the March reports that we're going to get, and I did speak to several of you today about this, would it be possible for us to get an overall update on the progress with the MOU? Not just the finances, but the MOU itself.
Oh, yes, we would have, that's what we would plan as a matter of course, and I think that's a really good thing to keep doing. So.
And I would like to just make sure that we are understanding each other. So for me, that would mean kind of walking through the MOU, and these things there's no issue with these things are done.
Correct.
Are there any confidentiality issues that would arise from kind of a progress update on the MOU?
The way I would handle that is that we will report on everything that we can within the public sphere. Anything that's confidential, we would identify it as such and explain why it needs to be confidential. I don't think that will be the overwhelming bulk of it. It should be really minimal, but there is some confidential material, yes. There are aspects of that in the case.
So, Mr. Chair, I would, given the number of reports that are coming in, I would ask that we maybe think about an interim meeting between now and May, or that we move up that May meeting. Thank you.
If I could just add one thing to what you said, Representative Sibilia, with the number of reports that are coming in at the end of March, we anticipate that certainly from our perspective that our consultants will probably take a month to try to look and digest. So, thanks.
And I mean this as respectfully as I can possibly say it. These reports are also going to be posted as soon as the department can put them out there. And we do need folks to read them and process them so that the time spent here can be this kind of engaged discourse. And I appreciate your comments, Representative Coffey, about how this panel is the primary access for the public to assimilate the information and understand the information that we're sharing here. But I can't overstate the importance of actively engaging as well by going to our website if that is the interest that the public has, because a lot of resources are going into making that website user-friendly and comprehensive. It's a lot of information to digest, and I think we need to make our peace with that.
Anyone else on the panel have any questions before I open it up to the public? Seeing none, we will take public questions now regarding the North Star and state reports. Seeing no questions from the public, we will open it up for general public comments for those folks that can't stay through the end of the meeting. And we do have one. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Ann Darling. I live in East Hampton, Massachusetts. I used to live here for a very long time, raised my son here. I wanted to know if it sounds like there isn't, but is there a schedule of meetings of NDCAP for the next year, let's say? It's a regular schedule? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, May is our next meeting. We have not scheduled them out. What we typically do is schedule the following meeting based on our needs. As Representative Sibilia mentioned, there may be a time where we need to move up our meetings from, our normal 3 or 4 month schedule. So no, there is no exact schedule. It kind of depends on the needs of the panel.
Okay. So I was notified of this. I'm on the list to get notifications, and I was notified on January 8th of this meeting. So it may have been in the minutes or something from the last meeting, but I didn't hear about it until a few days ago. And it is a tremendous amount of information to digest for people like me who have a full-time job and other things that we do. I'm probably not atypical for people who are, having a hard time keeping up with all of it. And I'm really interested in it. Not everyone is, I will admit. So I would, you may have met the qualification or the standard for noticing a public meeting, an open meeting, but that really isn't enough time to get people here, and there are very few people here, usually very few people here. And it is a problem, I think, that this is so complex, and so you have to read so much and know so much to understand it. And I don't really know how to deal with that. But this is not what I would call real engagement of the public, because there's so few of us here. I know in the MOU it does talk about some form of public engagement. I see that North Star is working with the town of Vernon, which is fabulous. Absolutely should be working very closely. But beyond that, how to pull people in and do education in the community so that people can understand these complicated reports. It would be really nice if that could happen. I know it takes money, and I don't know that there are resources for it. There are groups in the community that I'm part of and other people are part of that might be able to be allies in getting that information out to the public, or getting people in here, so that you're not talking to yourselves all the time. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne, for bringing this up, because we don't always know how the information about the meetings is going out. And I'm curious, because that's news to me that people would have heard about this meeting only on January 8th. So, because we set this meeting date at our last meeting in December. So what are the mechanisms? Is it just that this gets posted according to open meeting law, or is there a mailing list? Maybe Tony, would you mind? You might be able to answer that better than anybody.
Yeah, I can, and I appreciate the question because this is something I'm trying to emphasize more. The NDCAP does have a website through the Public Service Department. As soon as we know a meeting date, we do at least get the meeting date on that website. Now, what Ms. Darling is referring to is we typically get a press release out. We try to do this about a week in advance, because past experience was that, well, if we went 2 weeks, 3 weeks, people would forget and we weren't getting turnout. We can attempt to do that earlier, but I would just emphasize to people, do check the website. We keep it as up to date as possible. And that will always have what information we have available. Now, with regard to the technical information that was put up on the website this week, I will point out that this part is a new process for us. Really, with the exception of tonight's meeting, we very seldom had the technical presentations available prior to the meeting themselves. So this is something that we committed to at the December meeting, that we would make an effort to get this done earlier. With the time of year, I did not get any of the presentations until this past week. So we got them up as quickly as we could, and I thank everyone who made the effort to assure that we had them in advance. But I think with the next meeting being on May 4th, unless the panel decides to have one between now and then, we can push that effort a little bit earlier to assure that there is at least maybe draft presentations available, say a week or a week and a half prior to the meeting. But that will depend upon the individual authors of the presentations.
Tone, is there any notification that goes out when there is any kind of a, and I don't mean minor, when there is any kind of a major update or information, a new report, new documents, or a new meeting? Is there any automatically just an email that goes out that says, the site's been updated to the interest list?
At this point, no, but that's something that I think we can consider. June, we may have to talk about that just to set up a ground rule, because right now, any type of release that would go out, I have to run through her office for approval. Some of these if they're very routine, I think we could just send out automatically, say, hey, the website's been updated with this.
Yeah, I think there's a distinction between the press releases that you're talking about,
Yes.
Tony, and what you're getting at, Representative Sibilia, which is, for instance, if a letter comes out from the NRC, is that fair? Or if one of the congressional delegation does something, or something that is of interest to the NDCAP and in turn to the public that follows the NDCAP, and what you're asking is, do we have a mechanism by which we push that out automatically to not just NDCAP, but also to our website? I think, I'm sorry to have to say this, but the department is not the sole source of such information. There are other state agencies as well, and arguably legislative developments as well. So now we're talking about how do we best aggregate all that and push it out. And I do not have a person who could staff a web content management function in a way that would, I think, satisfy the ideal of what you're saying.
So I think this is probably something that we should stick a pin in to explore further. I've noted that you've stressed the importance of folks maintaining their knowledge with what's on the website. And I certainly recognize that the department is not swimming in staff and time to do all of this, but certainly someone is uploading a report.
But you're thinking of something like a news
May I
feed,
finish,
right?
Commissioner?
Yeah, of
It
course.
seems like there should be some mechanism that minimizes risk of inaccurate information going out. So if something is permissible to be posted, that there's some sort of operating procedure that is established that can be pushed out. I recognize that there's information that comes from all sorts of places, but if that is our focal point, the NDCAP website, it seems like that might be something we should try and work on in terms of some sort of standard operating procedure when there's something, a new report.
Yeah, I'm
or
hearing two
meeting
different things. I'm hearing that you want a standard operating procedure, and I'm hearing that you want a current, constant feed of things as they go up on the website. Am I hearing something wrong?
So I think when the website is updated with a new report
Yes.
or a new date is put up, I certainly, there's 10 reports that were put up for this meeting, so I wouldn't expect 10 notifications. But
That was what I was hearing, so that's not what you expect, and I agree. We should be able to do something in an aggregate way.
Yeah.
But what I was hearing was that you wanted it to have it happen every time we do something.
So what you should hear me say is I think this idea merits some investigation as to what is reasonable
That sounds
to
fair to
increase the
me.
transparency. Is this something that we can maybe take up at a future meeting?
What I'm noticing is that my fellow state agencies aren't weighing in on the question, and it has implications for them as well, so perhaps they'd like to speak to the point.
Do they post on your site all of the information?
The entire NDCAP, including the business of the other members as well, if you have any. For instance, your query to us, if it had come in writing, that's something I would expect to put on the website.
Yes, it did come in writing.
I'm trying to remember that. I don't recall that, but I'll take you at your word, as I always do, Representative Sibilia. Do the other state agencies have anything to say on the point?
I think it'd be an opportunity for us to talk with our IT folks. I have to confess I don't know the full capabilities of the website, but if there'd be a way to automate notifications once files are posted and a way to batch, we can go onto multiple sites these days and give me once a week an update. I confess I do not know what capabilities we have within the IT website system, but we can ask the question.
Yes.
May I just offer a simpler solution? I'm mostly concerned with the comment that was made about people not knowing about our meetings. So if I would like to tease that apart just separately. And maybe it's something that's triggered by the issues committee meeting, that we do in advance. And if we do that, we would need to do that regularly. But I do think that when people know about our meetings, then we can have more robust engagement, and I think that's really important. So if there's a simple way, I don't know if there is a list that exists for people of an email list of interest groups, but does such a thing exist? Is my questions.
Yeah, I can answer that quickly. The short answer is yes. There is a public interest list that I believe Kate O'Connor actually started, but I have inherited and maintained. And I think we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 people on that list right now. And if anyone is interested in joining the list, contact me. I actually have a slide I plan to put up during the break that has contact information, how to contact the panel, because it hasn't been put up recently.
And I'll just speak to one thing. Your question about the lack of participation in the public currently. I believe it has a lot to do with the sale being complete. Prior to the sale being complete, this room was fairly full on a regular basis. And I think the interest in the public has waned since the sale has been complete, because now we are really, as you mentioned, starting to get in the weeds of very technical things in these reports, and I don't think it really interests the general public in a lot of cases, except for someone like yourself and obviously the panel and the folks that are here. So I think that's part of the lack of public participation at this point. But if there is a better way that we can disseminate information, especially our meetings, we will definitely do that in hopes to find more people like yourself to attend.
I kind of am a dog with a bone, I will admit. I think you may well be correct, but I wouldn't, I think people feel very relieved after all the years of conflict that things have calmed down and they don't want to really be in the middle of it anymore. But I do believe that this is very important for people's lives and well-being, and that they may not understand some of the basic things that are happening right down the road, and that if they did, they might be more engaged. I wouldn't want to see you say, well, people just aren't interested, so we don't need to try.
And I didn't mean to come across in that manner. As I mentioned, if there's a better way for us to get out the information, we absolutely will do that. I was just making a generalized observation from the time we started, really getting engaged in the sale till now.
No, I didn't take it that way. Yes, this room used to be full. I was there too. All right, thank you very much.
Well, there was also the issue of people feeling endangered, which is no longer the case largely.
Come on up.
Hello. I'm just here to introduce myself. I think you might have heard at the last meeting about the possible project that Antioch University was going to be partnering with North Star and with the town of Vernon. And so really we've just begun the project. The contract was just signed among all the partners, and we're assembling the graduate student team right now. So I just wanted to give you a quick little introduction. I'm Krista Daniels. I work at Antioch as faculty right over the border in Keene, New Hampshire. And we've been assembling the graduate student team, which is great. We have 2 master's students that are GIS advanced students that are going to be working on this project. We actually also have a doctoral student that's going to be doing some of the photo journaling and documenting of the decommissioning process. So there's that part of the project, and then the other part of the project, which I find very exciting. I have nothing to report on yet, obviously, since this is just the beginning. But the students will be doing that landscape suitability analysis, which is really looking at the whole site and putting together layers of the site in GIS mapping. So they're going to look at hydrology, physiology, microclimate, and really it's basically to just say, here is the site, here's the ecological characteristics of the site, here's past human settlement, here's the history of the site, and it's to give more of a foundation as a basis for what you might do with that site, what the town might do with that site moving forward. So it's to give as much information on that as possible. And so I find that very exciting. We've looked kind of around the country to see if there were any other examples of this partnership, and we have not seen that yet of all the sites that are being decommissioned, where you're seeing the actual decommissioning site, the city it resides in, and an academic institution coming together to say, let's work together to look at what's going to happen next, or what information we can produce for people to make a good decision moving forward. So I think that's very exciting. I think it's going to put this area on the map. We've already been asked, just from mentioning the project, to present at national conferences, so that's exciting too. And so hopefully, once we get the students together and we can start looking at all the information, there'll be a time for us to figure out, we know we'll be presenting to the town of Vernon and North Star on regular basis, but maybe we can come back here and kind of showcase the results to you all as well as we move forward.
So, very excited about this project. One thing, and we do have Deputy Commissioner Long is here from ACCD. I hope that there will be opportunities to keep both the state and regional economic development and planning commissions kind of apprised of the work as you're going along. I think it's groundbreaking, innovative, really exciting, and kudos to all of you.
Yep, we will. And the good thing about the first part is that it'll also be accessible, very accessible to the public, because part of the project will entail not just creating these GIS maps that we're going to bring to events like this, but we're actually going to do a storyboard, which is where it can be linked off the town website, it can be linked off of our website. Anybody, any member of the public can just click on the link, and it'll look like a storyboard. It'll show the mapping that's been done, and it actually has text along with it that's very user-friendly for people to understand what the site looks like and what we found so far. So it'll be a good also area of engagement for folks to kind of see what's happening very quickly.
So I'm Chris Camden, Executive Director of Wyndham Regional Commission, and we're the GIS resource and mapping resource for the region, but also the towns. We have lots of town maps already, all kinds of data layers, so you don't have to, if you don't want to reinvent the wheel unless it's just part of what you want the students to learn. We've got all those data layers, so just feel free to reach out to us, and we're happy to help provide resources to you guys for your work.
Sure, thank you.
There's a lot of excitement at this end of the room, but anyway, I've been hearing about this project for brewing for a while, so I'm really excited that you did it, that you were able to get the funding together. And can you remind us where, like, I think it's, did the town get a grant from ACC, the Agency of Commerce and Community Development, to match some of the funds with North Star? Is that true?
Yes.
Great, that's great. Well, congratulations. It's a really exciting partnership, and any way that we can be helpful.
What is the budget and timeline for your work?
So right now, ANIAC's portion of the work is really from January through December. So it's just 1 year project, just kick it off and see how it goes. And right now we're working with a budget about $35,000.
Have any students been assigned to the project yet?
We have, yes, we just signed, they're called work study forms. They're actually not part of federal work study. We're paying outside of federal work study, but they're work study forms. They have to be full-time students matriculated at Antioch. So we just signed contracts with 3 of the students for the spring semester. Some of those students may continue into the summer and fall. Some might be graduating, so we might switch out students, but we'll have at least 3 students through the spring, at least 1 over the summer, and then 3 again in the fall, maybe the same 3.
Can we anticipate they will be at these meetings?
So they will be, the way it's written in right now, depending on how many meetings there are, I know that they will be presenting to the town of Vernon twice in the spring. And so that's written into their project and their budget right now.
I'd like to also suggest that you present in the town of Brattleboro some of your findings at some point, and I'd like to offer you a space to do so downtown.
Okay, I think we're all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to take a general consensus of the panel. Do we want to take our 5-minute break, or do we want to push forward?
Go.
Can we take a 1-minute break?
Sure, we'll take a 2-minute break. How's that? We will reconvene literally in 2 minutes. Okay, we are reconvened. It is 8 o'clock, which means we are exactly on schedule. The next item on the agenda is to review panel legislation changes draft, which you should find in the packet that we handed out at the beginning of the meeting. This was introduced by Representatives Coffey and Sevilla.
Mr. Chair, it has not yet been
Has not
introduced.
been introduced. Okay, apologize. So if we can take a look down through the draft, you'll see the things that were removed, and anything that's underlined are the additions to the draft. And this is something that we need to have done so you guys can introduce it. We need.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. We wanted to wait until this meeting, but we remind the panel that deadline for introducing any legislation, we have to turn this in by the 15th. So we would like to be able to have a clear sense of what the panel would like to do so we can move this forward as quickly as possible. Sound good?
Yep. So I am going to assume everybody has taken a look at this at some point. So I'm going to open it up for questions, comments, concerns about the changes that were made, things that were struck out of the legislation, and things that were added. And if nobody says anything, I'm going to assume that their draft is perfect.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to say something. I thought the changes reflected faithfully the discussion that we've had to date. The one thing that is not in here that I've been holding in reserve, and I'll defer to the panel as to whether it's a today or another day issue, but we are amending or purporting to amend section 1700. And I've tried to do a quick look here to see whether that's the same section that also covers who pays for the support of NDCAP. And my quick look says, yes, that is the same section, at which point, to borrow Representative Sevilla's phrase from a moment ago, I'd like to put a flag in this issue, a pin in this issue, as to who pays for this, because I think it's time that the company assume that cost. And the statute right now doesn't read that way. The statute right now provides that the funding comes out of my budget.
May I? Go ahead. So there are two ways that we can handle that. And this is the way I would recommend that we handle that. That we don't put that into this draft, and that the Issues Committee, working with the administration, makes some sort of recommendation, if that's the case. A financial support recommendation would need to, really should be flagged pretty soon, I would say. The governor's budget hasn't come out yet, but we probably would want the Issues Committee to meet and make a recommendation. There will be some want for a recommendation. So.
I just want to make sure I understand, because I'm not talking about using state funds. The law right now says that my agency's budget has to pay to support this committee. What I'm suggesting is that the law be changed so that North Star pays to support this committee. And this is a combo that we've been trying to have for about 1.5 years.
So do we have a recommendation on the amount?
I would simply say that it ought to be couched the way it is now. It's just that where the language right now reads, the source of funds. Funds for this purpose shall come from the monies collected under 30 VSA 22 for the purpose of maintaining the Department of Public Service and such other sources as may be or become available. So I would suggest that ought to be changed to simply say that funds for this purpose shall come or shall be paid by North Star. And just leave it at that. And I appreciate, this is probably giving Corey a heart attack and Mr. State as well, who's sitting in the audience. But, you know, if we're going to launch this legislative train, my experience is if you go in and open the can, make sure you put everything in there that really matters to you. And this thing really matters to me, which is why I'm putting a flag in it.
Mr. Chair, may I respond? Thank you, Commissioner. At our last meeting, we decided, I took notes, we decided to not put that in here. That was the decision that this panel made. So that's why it's not here. It's not that we're not opposed to it. There is another way to get this, there is another way to get that into this piece of legislation, and it's as it goes through committee.
Understood. Then
So,
I'm satisfied.
so I just want you to know that it wasn't that it was oversight. It was a decision that I tracked, but I'm not sure if that was the full intention of the whole group, because we were moving kind of quickly at that point in the meeting. So
I will defer to your memory. I'm just making sure that the flag gets put in the issue.
I don't recall a vote either, but I was kind of sick and on the phone. But I think it's prudent that the panel vote on this issue.
you can't get it in at this point to the language. Yes, we can. Okay.
Well, no.
I would just recommend that it has been something that's been discussed. It's a large burden on the department. It's in other cases of decommissioning, the corporate entity has paid far above and beyond what we've been, allotted in this VY process. And I would just say that I think that as a panelist, I'd like to see that represented in the legislative change.
So I would expect that this is a general request, that there's no limits that have been put on that. My guess is that North Star probably will have something to say about this being an unlimited amount. And so
Having lived with that very burden, I agree. It hasn't been easy for me to handle either.
So I think that, Mr. Chair, that it will be important to try and get a good sense from the committee of the direction. And that may be hard to do this evening, but I think it's something, again, that would need to be done quickly. It will need to be amended in my committee with the dollar amounts. And so
May I ask, you offered a moment ago that there is another path, and I understood that to be that that path could be through participation in the legislative process, at which point it would be very helpful if the panel itself simply gave direction on the issue, and then we could pursue that path, if you think that would work.
I do think that would work. I have not been a legislator for a long, long time, but long enough to know that in this are people, so let me ask, may I, Mr. Chair? I would like to know if the department and North Star have previously discussed this and have come to some sort of ceiling on this, or some language, some sort of limiting language that is agreeable to both of them before we leave this meeting.
No.
So that, to me, I think would be the prudent.
I disagree. I do. The statute right now doesn't have such a limit, and I don't see a need for a limit. I see a need for the cost driver to bear the cost.
And I recognize that, and I'm not advocating for there to be a limit. What I am trying to share with the panel is the reality of the legislative process. And so this can be worked out here, or this can be worked out in the legislature. And it would be my guess that probably the panel would all be an interested party, and there should be some orderly process in that, is what I am suggesting. Mr. Chair, may I ask North Star if they have if they're willing to comment on this? I'm sure they're not, but may we ask them?
Yes, please.
So that was a surprise, but I understand the concern, and I understand your point. For us to accept an unlimited obligation would be unusual. For us to accept or negotiate some reasonable settlement that would support this panel, we'd be open to that. But I think, and I understand you have an open-ended obligation. Whatever we would support would certainly be before any obligation that you might have. So, if we said we will give $10, that's $10 you don't have to spend.
No, I think what you're doing is rewriting the statute on the fly, which I understand. That's not what I'm looking for, Scott. I'm looking for this statute to reflect reality, which is your business is driving costs that Vermont ratepayers are bearing, and I don't think it's appropriate for Vermont ratepayers to bear it, especially given that you're going to be taking what is left of the decommissioning trust fund that was fully funded by ratepayers if you execute on the schedule that you have had approved. So I guess my point is this panel, one way or another, has tried to have this conversation for 1.5 years. It shouldn't be surprising to you that I'm asking for this, because you've been in the room before when I have mentioned that this needs to happen. And I think the legislature in its first iteration chose not to put a limitation on the exposure that the department and with that ratepayers have, except for the judgment that the commissioner brings to bear on what is reasonable. And I'm happy to continue to have that role in making judgments. But I think it's entirely appropriate for the company to bear the risk, if you will, of what those costs are. I don't see a negotiated settlement as being the tack to be taking when we're talking about statutory language. But I am one member of the NDCAP, not the NDCAP itself.
Understood. I hope that this panel and the community at large view our interactions here to have been fair and reasonable and transparent. We try to present as much information as we can. We want to be reasonable about how all of this works. Accepting an open-ended obligation for a public or private corporation such as ourselves is a pretty unusual thing to do without any control over what those expenditures might be. And I understand, I'm not intimately familiar with the statute, but say the statute allows this group to involve 2,000 members and a trip to Las Vegas. Do we pay for that? I mean,
if I say it's reasonable, yes. If I say that's reasonable, I'm probably out of a job.
So I mean, that's the sort of thing I wonder about. Now, you've got an unlimited obligation to cover this, but you are the sole decision maker of what's reasonable and what isn't, and many of those things, or have more input than I do as a private citizen, so to speak.
Yes.
So those would be my concerns. Representative Sibilia has, I think, some good advice here that we'd certainly like to have some level of discussion. I understand the legislation probably needs to be dealt with sooner rather than later. The session runs through March, through May. I'd be happy to engage and try to find something that's equitable to all the parties and helpful and relieves you of a lot of the burden you have.
No, I really appreciate the attitude, Mr. Chair. I don't want to be conducting a two-party debate here, but I would just orient us to the fact that we're not talking about negotiation. We're talking about what the law mandates. And I think that's testimony that you would be most welcome to give at the State House. If it's persuasive, that's wonderful. But meanwhile, the state of the law is that ratepayers are bearing these expenses, and I don't think that's just, and I think the law should be changed.
I'd like to just share an insight along with that, June, and I do appreciate everything you just said, but I would remind folks that the state of Vermont, along with the folks who live in this state, decided to allow a nuclear power plant to be constructed in the late 1960s and early 1970s. This power plant was in a regulated environment for many years. And when we chose to deregulate that environment, we changed the structure by which that power plant can contribute to the economy, the tax base, and performance function effectively. Additionally, we also, upon deregulation, removed that 70% of the power generation of the state of Vermont or graders through the ratepayers' accountability for ensuring that this power plant, which was designed and operated for those 42 years, is then how it's decommissioned and how it is paid for. In the end of that deregulated environment, when Vermont Yankee became no longer economically viable, and a private corporation determined that it could develop a business model and conduct the decommissioning, and an MOU was developed, the model for the financial ability to do that was built. And that would have probably been the time to have this discussion and determine if that was the right time and place to pay for it. But to unilaterally decide that all of a sudden the persons or the companies performing that decommissioning should now pay for this process that benefits the public and the state, which consume the power and enjoy the benefits of the power plant for all those years, I believe should also be taken into consideration while this discussion happens. So I would just offer that.
So Corey, are you suggesting that the Public Utility Commission would have had the authority to change statute? Or are you saying this should have been resolved through the MOU and settlement agreement process, and that the Public Utility Commission should have changed statute?
Chris, I'm just offering that at that time when that MOU was being developed, it likely would have been more appropriate to include this element of a cost component if it was.
Chris, I think a different way to look at it is this. We developed the MOU. I think you kind of understand how we
I was part of that.
Yeah, you understand how we pay ourselves as we go.
Yeah.
We would have, if this were to be, if this were known to be an obligation, we would have put that into that pay item schedule, and funds could have been used that have already been accrued to do that. One correction I'd like to point out, Jude, we don't get all of the money in the NDT. We get 45% at the end if we're successful.
But in the period that Corey was just talking about, when the plant was first established, et cetera, it wasn't contemplated you would get any. And that, meanwhile, that fund was paid for by several generations of ratepayers, all of whom received some benefit of the generation. Today's ratepayers receive none of it. But today's ratepayers are defraying the cost of your participate or of our doing this handicap. And I think, as Chris has pointed out correctly through his question, the PUC wouldn't have had the power, respectfully, Corey, to alter statutory obligations through a settlement. I think what this conversation has revealed is that there is a more robust discussion to be had. It's a shame that the discussion has not been had to date on the timeline that we need, but we live in an imperfect world. And so I'm happy to take a pass on this and go for a further discussion and perhaps considering changes in the next legislative session if that's what the committee thinks is appropriate.
Just briefly, so I'm feeling a little hamstrung because as a party to the MOU and settlement negotiations, I can't talk about what we discussed in those negotiations. So I am fully in favor of taking this to the legislature.
So, Commissioner, I think it can come to the legislature this year. What I'm recommending as the cleanest way to do that is what I was just talking with Representative Coffey. We're either going to, if this gets submitted, it's either getting submitted with your name on it or North Star's, and the other party's going to be up, complaining and trying to figure it out. It would be better if
submit it and then come back in with an agreement. I'm certain, our committee would like, the legislative process quite well, that, if the two parties came in with some sort of agreement, that would be best. That doesn't have to happen. It's not going to happen tonight. It's not going to happen
No,
tonight.
I agree, it's not going to happen
And I think
tonight.
that Issues Committee should meet with this as well.
Yeah, I'm happy to have the process take its course. I just think fundamentally, my view is the original statute did not have a cap in place. And I would be hesitant to endorse putting a cap on it now, because I have no way of knowing what the conceivable reasonable expenditures are of this committee beyond what has been spent to date. And I know that my judgments have been informed by the fact that we were having to spend department dollars, and I've not had those dollars, as you well know. So who knows what better work the handicap could have done with better funding had it not been understood that that funding was going to come out of my budget, paid by ratepayers who never benefited from this generation. That's the point I'm making.
Okay, let me kind of pull us back together here. So what our two representatives in the room are suggesting is to hammer out the details of the things that we know about right now. Hold off on this discussion until further discussion can be had within our issues committee and with North Star and all the parties involved, and then introduce whatever that decision is later on.
Yes.
Okay.
You can do that. And my chair would be, I think, I cannot speak for him, but knowing him, I would expect that he would welcome a solution being brought to him. And we probably would not take it up if we anticipated that there was a timeline for such a solution until such time.
Okay. And I will make a comment as another member of the panel to Commissioner Tierney's statement. As a business person myself, I understand where Scott's coming from, where I would never offer an open-ended purse string as a private business owner. So I understand, his feelings in it. I understand your feelings in it, and how your budget is being affected specifically by this exploration of decommissioning. But I would have a hard time myself signing a open-ended note.
I agree, I would too, but here we are as a panel, and this question has been coming up for the past year and a half, and I'm wondering, would it be appropriate to have a vote on whether we want to amend the language of the legislation as the commissioner has suggested, just to see where the panel is at? So in other words, I would make a motion to amend the legislative language to put the onus on the funding of the panel onto North Star Corporation.
Second. Moved and seconded. Sorry. Moved and seconded to change the said legislation wording to state that North Star is the bearer of the financial burden for the handicap. I'll open it up for discussion before we take a vote.
Can I just clarify, is the motion to amend the language so that it could be introduced, and then your committee will not be working on that language then during the session?
No, it's going to have to be amended in our committee regardless. We would just bring that in right out of the gate.
Right. Okay.
So we would introduce it as is. That's our option right now.
Mm-hmm.
Introduce it as is or not. And then it will be amended in the committee. And we could work with Ledge Council to put a clean amendment together that includes that language change, but this is the language that will get introduced.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, I didn't really understand that. Just so you want to withdraw. Because you can't introduce it if we change it tonight?
So this, because of the timelines in the legislature right now, we had to have long form bills. So there's always a way to get this done. Let's start from there, okay? So in the process that we are in, with a long form drafted bill, they have to be submitted by the 15th. 15th?
The final draft had to
The
be
final
done
draft.
by the 3rd of June.
That's right. The final draft had to be done by the 3rd of January. So what will happen, it has to be submitted for introduction. It'll be submitted for introduction. It'll be sent to the Energy and Technology Committee. At some point, that committee will take it up, and amendments can be made, adjustments can be made, new language can be sent in, prior to it being voted out and the House considering it. If that doesn't happen there and it moves out of the committee, that can happen on the floor. It has to go to the Senate. It could happen in the Senate.
Okay, so what I'm going to ask, because it kind of sounds like your motion was for more exploration than it is to actually make a movement, that, if you'd like to withdraw your motion, withdraw the second, and do a consensus of the panel.
Yes, that's what I was going to suggest.
Okay.
That maybe at least you'd go in there armed with some information, if not a vote to amend, but to take the temperature of the panel on this issue. And so how would I word that?
So I would ask you to withdraw your motion, and
So I
Chris to
withdraw the
withdraw your
original
second.
motion.
Okay, and Chris withdraws his second. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a general consensus of the panel about changing that specific wording. If you are in favor of changing that wording to put the financial onus on North Star, please say yay. If you are not, nay. Let's start at the end. Yay.
Nay.
Nay.
Nay. Yay.
Nay.
Nay.
Yay.
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 Nay. Nay.
Mr. Chair, may I explain?
Yes, please.
I just want to make certain, there were 4 nays. I heard 2 down here, one from Bob Leach. I missed the first one. Sarah. Okay.
And do you want to raise our hands who said nay?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
please.
there are 5 nays.
Please raise your hand if you said nay.
Okay, 6. Okay, hold one.
7. There's 7.
1, 2, oh, I'm sorry, Emily, I didn't see your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay. Hold on 1 second. Please bear with me.
Anybody on the phone?
Remember our telephone.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
Would you be a yay or nay on this particular issue?
I will be a yay.
So Laura, if you'd like to discuss
I think
further.
Representative Coffey also, I would like to just qualify my vote. I am not willing to just give a blanket yes. I would like to see an agreement. I'm in favor of that burden shifting, but I would like to see an agreement worked out that is reasonable.
Just a point of clarification, Mr. Chair. So, Laura, I understand what you're saying, but I thought that what the consensus was about was whether or not the burden should shift, not necessarily whether or not there. I mean, my assumption is yes. I mean, I would encourage, yes, North Star and the Department of Public Service get together, talk about how many hours have you guys been spending on this stuff, what's the cost been like, and that some kind of proposal be brought to the legislature. But right now, I thought what we were talking about was just whether or not we thought the burden should shift.
That's not how the question was posed, though.
I swear I thought that's how the question was posed, but that's what I was voting. That's what I was
voting too.
Perhaps we could ask Member Weissman to reiterate or state.
May I first, I just wanted to explain.
I
my
understood
vote.
the way Chris understood it.
Go ahead, sir.
I heard from the chair that that the vote was to whether we were going to amend the language to shift the burden. That's what I heard. And explaining my no is that I would like to see I would like to see another path forward, that the Issues Committee come up with language for this that can be brought to into the legislative process. I'm not comfortable giving a blanket yes or no, because without the details of what that is. And that's why I'm explaining.
What was the vote?
So for clarification, you're both correct. The vote was to have a general consensus on us changing the language to put the onus on North Star. So if you take the last part of that, yes, the vote was to put the onus on North Star, but it was to change the language. If we wanted to do that tonight, was to change the language to say that. So that was the consensus that I asked for. If there's a different consensus that you'd like to have, I'm happy to hear it.
So I would be interested, so I have a different answer if the question is, would we like to move in that direction? And would we like the committee to come back with, would we like North Star and the department and the issues committee to work on a solution? My answer would be yes. That is a different answer.
I think what I was getting at was, it's almost like a sense of the Senate. Does the panel feel that the onus should be on North Star, however it works out in the legislative and the issues committee, but that as a sense of the panel, that North Star should be covering that cost, not the Department of Public Service. That was my intention.
Okay. Let's make this quick so we can move on. Please raise your hand if you have an interest to explore the options of putting the financial burden on North Star, maybe not necessarily as a whole, but some of the financial burden on North Star. Please raise your hand.
Wow. So 4 no's at this point is what I'm saying. And Bob on the phone?
I'm going to say yes.
What were the results of the first vote, if I could ask? The first vote was, I tallied it up, it was 7-7. It was a split down the middle.
Okay, so I guess our direction moving forward here is we need to finish up what we can do tonight, and then allow the issues committee, North Star, and the Public Service Department to all work together on finding a common solution on the financial burden going forward. Correct?
That makes the most sense to me. And I'm certain that if a solution is not able to be found, that the individual parties will find their way to the legislature. So I would just love to encourage that collaboration.
Okay. So,
Just one more point on that, which is, I don't think the department uniquely can assess what handicap thinks is a reasonable amount that North Star should pay. I have not had such a cap to date. We have no record of that. What I can tell you with some further digging is what our expenditures have been. That historical rate of expenditure is not necessarily what this committee would want as it charts a course for itself as to the work it wants to do. So I do think it's important for other members to give thought. Just by way of example, if you wanted to retain some experts to advise the panel on issues that we're confronting with decommissioning, that can cost a pretty penny. You may want to have that built into your budget. I have not been in a position to say yes to something like that today because we're using ratepayer funds to pay for this stuff. So I would just encourage other members of the panel to not see this as a department and North Star work it out. This really needs to involve the members of the panel and your vision for this panel.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to see it in that light, Commissioner Tierney, but given the notice and the pressure that now exists for this to be considered in this session, that kind of amps up the pressure on everyone. And so for me, maybe the chair would like to consider another meeting to have handicap weigh in on how they would like to deal with this. If that was the case, I would suggest we would want to do that before town meeting, if possible. Ask and maybe spend some time with the issues committee asking that the various entities, folks ask what material they'd like to have here to make a recommendation.
So I guess I'll leave that up to the panel right now. Do we want to leave this in the hands of the issues committee with everybody's input to make a decision to move forward, or do we want to have another meeting as an entire group prior to town meeting to hash this out as an entire panel? Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am trying to figure out how the issues committee developed from a group of, a sub part of this group that was meeting to identify the issues that might be on agendas for the coming year, has suddenly become a body that hammers out language that would be then either directly or after voting by the full panel, the language adopted. And I think that if this new role of the Issues Committee exists, it might actually color the nature of the membership of that Issues Committee. Because I think the Issues Committee has, as I mentioned, had a different purpose until it's being brought up here today for this purpose of trying to boil down some language relative to something as substantial as legislation.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. I think what we've done before in the past and has been done is that the panel has asked the Issues Committee to bring a recommendation forward. Not necessarily to bring the end-all solution, but to bring a recommendation to the panel to consider, and that's what I'm, suggesting now. If that's not the pleasure of the panel, then we'll have another meeting and do this as a full panel. I have no issues in that. It was just a suggestion, as we've done before in the past.
Yeah, I would be supportive of the entire panel getting together, given that this, as numerous people mentioned, actually been a subject of discussion almost since the original meeting of this panel.
Okay, we will, at the meeting wrap up, we will determine what the next meeting date is, and we'll make sure that we have this specific item on the agenda, please, Tony. So let's move forward with this draft that we have in front of us right now, and we will leave the financial issue aside. Do we want to make any changes or alterations to this draft from what you see now?
I move the draft as, sorry.
Go ahead, Chris.
I've been raising the issue about, I do have process concerns with those entities that are being advised having, what's that o'clock? I do have issues with those entities that are to be advised, being able to vote on what they're being advised about. But I don't know exactly how much leverage. I don't know if we want to we can get a sense of the room if we want. But another way I've thought about it is, I know at the last meeting, I think Commissioner Tierney felt like I wasn't trusting her. Frankly, I'm assuming it's not the same people around this table. It could be the commissioner's long gone. I may not be here. It may not be any of these members, but it's more the matter of what is good process. I'm hesitant to drop it. I probably would like to get a sense about how other people feel about those entities being advised, having a choice in what they're being advised about. I'm also aware that as the regional commission, if things were really to go off the rails and this entity couldn't take up issues, by statute, the one regional commission can hold hearings on anything that the commissioners want to hold hearings on. And so if our communities, as stakeholders said, hey, we really need to have a hearing on this issue, we could do that. Now that would probably entail some resources we don't necessarily have, but depending on how deep we wanted to go, but at least we could still host a regional conversation, have a literal public hearing on issues that this panel otherwise might vote not to take up. So there is something of a relief valve, and of course the town of Vernon can do the same thing. The town of Brattleboro can do the same thing. Each of the political subdivisions here around the plant can do the exact same thing. So there are some other escape valves, but I guess if we're okay getting a sense of the room, I would just like to get a sense of the room or a sense of the panel about whether or not the agencies should be able to determine what they're being advised about. So the question is, should the state agencies have a vote on the panel to decide whether or not they are to be advised on matters that come before the panel? Do they get to choose what the agenda is going to be? But if other people don't want to do that, that's fine. I was just...
Mr. Chair, if I may comment. Chris, I know you've felt very strongly about this issue for a very long time. You mentioned me, my name is not trusting you, and I want to be very clear, I trust you with my life.
No, you felt I didn't trust you.
No, I just want to be clear about that because, you know, you and I are solid. But I appreciate the guidance that you and Representative Sevilla were giving last meeting in pointing out that the duties of, or better said, the concerns that the panel needs to have are perhaps better etched in statute because you can't be sure of who occupies this office next. So I'm past that. You have been trying to bring this issue forward for as long as I've known you. So I think it probably would be good, and as a courtesy to you in your tenure to the committee last year, that we give you a sense of where the panel is on this. One small clarification I would ask is, do you mean for just the state agencies' voting right to be questioned, or are you also concerned about whether Entergy is, or excuse me, North Star is voting?
What?
That's an honest question because I don't know.
Let me relook at to whom it is we're to advise. Let's see. I thought it was just the state.
I can see the
panel shall serve in advisory capacity only to advise the governor, the General Assembly, the agencies of the state, and the public on issues related to the decommissioning. It doesn't mention.
Yeah, I can definitely see your interest in separating the folks to be advised from the folks who are voting on what advice to give them. And so I think what I'm taking from your answer is, for your purposes, you're not also trying to deal with the question of whether North Star should have a vote on what this panel does by way of advising. So I'm good.
But I can see this is not something that folk are particularly excited about.
I'm getting that same feeling, Chris, and not that it's not a important topic. Everything that we bring up as panel members is important in some way, but it doesn't seem as a panel it's something that we're going to jump on.
I'll just note and I'll let it drop, but just part of the issue here is, and we may not deal with this going forward, but in the early days of the panel, we actually had some struggles with trying to get agenda items on that the state was ostensibly vetoing. And had an issue with that, and I still do. That's water under the bridge, but just from a process perspective, when this was supposed to be the Citizens Advisory Panel, and we had state agencies telling us what the citizens were allowed to advise them on. And this is especially true with a statute that was passed with little, if no, public input whatsoever. It was delivered at the end of the session of the year it was created. I have an issue with that, and that seems very un-Vermonty. So that's why I keep bringing it up, because it's an opportunity to me to rectify a process that to me is fundamentally flawed. But with this, I'll drop it and I'll keep it on the panel.
What would be your suggestion for rectification?
That those members of
the state agencies have no vote.
Yeah, the governor, the General Assembly, and the agencies of the state can certainly give opinion, but are not necessarily but on the advisory opinions would not vote. And that that part of that could be rectified probably through our procedures, because it doesn't exactly say in the statute who can vote and who cannot. So it could be a matter of changing the procedure. But I'm willing to recognize a dead horse has been sufficiently beaten, and we'll leave it at that.
But just to clarify, your rectification would also include that North Star representatives don't have a vote as well, right?
The issue I'd had with North Star is that they get 2 votes, and we just saw a tie vote come about as a result of one party having 2 votes. Though I guess you could also look at the state as having multiple votes too, which again gets to the very core issue that I was talking about. But and who knows, maybe this is a conversation to just continue to be had over the coming weeks, months, years. Yeah.
So is there anything else within the draft language that we would like to edit, change, etc., that we have in front of us right now?
Mr. Chair, since I think what I heard is the panel's going to meet again,
Yes.
you might as well just submit this. You are submitting it unchanged, and keep your edits to 1. Maybe
Sure.
1 recommendation with anything you'd like edited after such time.
Sure, sounds like it.
Yeah. And certainly, we're happy to work with the committee and Ledge Council on getting that drafted.
All right. So as a panel, we're going to decide to submit this with the changes that were already made, with the strikes and underlines that are on this draft currently, and then moving forward, make any other changes down the road at this next meeting. Correct? Yes. Everybody happy?
You have a motion?
Great. I don't think we need a motion for it. I think we're good. All right.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, at least a consensus or a motion to submit, I think, because there is the option to not submit it at all.
Sure. So let's just do a consensus. Please raise your hand if you would like to submit this draft as written.
Mr.
With the understanding that it's going to change.
On the phone, please.
I'm raising my hand.
All right, so
Okay.
we're unanimous to
Yeah.
submit. Okay, so I'm going to open up to public comments. I'm getting tired on panel legislation changes. Seeing that we don't have much public left, we are moving on to review the 2019 draft annual report, which was provided to us back on January 6th. I'm sure everyone's read it at least 17 times to be ready for the discussion this evening.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I would move that the report, just to go get the conversation going, that the report be approved, with the exception being any typos that panel members might find that they can get to Tony, and he can subsequently amend as he needs to.
Okay.
Second.
So moved and seconded to accept the draft report, and all those.
I have one question on one number in the report.
Okay.
And it is on line 481 about the on-site water storage. It can hold water as much as 820,000 gallons. I know we've been talking about 1 million gallons in terms of permit. I'm presuming this is the basin, and the basin that you'd referenced earlier in this meeting, it was 1.4 million. So I just wanted to check that number.
Those water volumes are separate. Emily, that water that was cited during that report was actually the planned process water that is contained within the TORs. It has nothing to do with the groundwater that we may sequester within that volume where the cooling tower used to be.
Okay, good.
Actually, I need to clarify that. The 820,000 gallons posted there, that is basically the condenser. I was not considering the basin when I wrote this report, so I don't know if we want to change that. I'm certainly willing to consider that.
I think that's what Corey was just saying, that it wasn't the basin, no?
Actually, I wasn't. I did not speak to that the same way Tony did. I have to look at the information.
Yeah, you're referring to the Taurus at this point.
Yes.
Okay, so are we happy with that number? Okay.
Okay, the only thing I was going to suggest as a possible addition to the report, since we received some numbers this evening on the non-radiological volumes, and also we had some updates on the financial, to actually put those items in the report as well. My thought was for the non-radiological volumes to amend that, basically take the current radiological shipment section, split that as, make that section whatever, 9A, whatever it is, and then 9B be the basically the hazmat shipments.
So I guess I'll ask if that's okay as a friendly amendment to approving it as written.
Yeah.
Okay.
In the line, I guess it's 556, when we voted to eliminate the IBEW representation from the panel, I just think it's important to note that we did so because IBEW is no longer there, and no substitute representative of labor can be included. We didn't take that vote to eliminate the voice of labor, which is how it kind of reads right now. So if we could amend that just to...
Okay, before we do that, what I would ask, I know when did we, okay, that was the December meeting. There is a summary of the December meeting. The section you're referring to is just a summary of what was voted on. I have no objection to adding that, but it may be redundant with what's in the December meeting summary.
Okay, I didn't see that in December, so
okay.
I have to go back.
Well, I'll keep that in mind, and I can certainly add a sentence if it's not there.
Okay. So let's bring this back one more time. So we have a motion to approve the draft with a friendly amendment of adding the non-rad waste to the report. So now I'm going to call for a vote, please. So yay if you're accepting the report, and
yay.
Yay. Yay.
Yay.
Yay.
yay.
Yay.
Yay.
Aye.
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 On the phone?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous, great. So now I will open it up for public comments on the draft report. Seeing none, I will open it up for general public comments to the panel. Seeing none, I'm going to wrap up this meeting. I will let the panel know that this week I received a resignation from Michael Roop, who is the current Vernon Town representative from the handicap panel. Because I am in the town of Vernon, I know that we have a replacement in the wings, and we'll be appointing that person as a select board at the next select board meeting, and she will be joining us. She's actually in the audience right now, Madeline Arms. She's come to several of our meetings and would like to represent the town of Vernon in that respect, and she's also a planning commission member in the town of Vernon. So all that being said, we need to determine a next meeting date, which kind of sounds like we need to meet prior to town meeting to finish up our language for the legislative draft. So that would mean next month.
Last week of February?
I would recommend that we meet earlier than that, earlier in February, because crossover date is the end of February. And so if this bill needs to be taken up in the House committee to go over, you want to build in, I would think, at least 2 weeks. And there's some time that you'd want to.
February 10th.
I'm gone from February 1st to 21st, so I will not be available.
General consensus of the panel, how does February 10th work for everyone? That gives our legislators enough time, and
I will not be able to attend that. I'll be traveling, unfortunately.
I'll be away.
Okay.
The 17th is
President's Day. Let's look at the 18th. Would that work better for folks? Are you going to be back from trips and that kind of thing? That is a Tuesday.
I'm gone most of that week.
And actually, sorry, we can't, oh yeah, I can't do that.
We're kind of left with the 3rd or the 24th, as far as like, if we're going to accommodate the legislators.
Okay.
Look at the
I
24th.
am available. I am available the 18th through 21st, I'm sorry.
What are the dates in question right now, Rich?
So I forgot our legislators are only here on Mondays.
23rd?
Mr. Chair? No. I don't think I have anything that's helpful to add, actually.
Okay.
How about February 3rd?
February 3rd?
I'm away.
Okay. February 3rd, everybody else? All right, let's call it February 3rd then, please. We'll attempt to do it here at the same time, 6 o'clock. We will send out notification, then once we confirm with Bratt Rural School that we can be here again. But February 3rd is our next meeting date at 6 p.m. Location most likely here, but we will let you know for sure.
Just a quick question to the panel. Our alternate site is frequently Vernon Elementary School. Would people object if this site is not available to Vernon Elementary?
And Mr. Chair, just for clarification of process, will the Issues Committee be meeting in advance of the February 3rd meeting to set the agenda for February 3rd?
My guess is that we probably won't have the opportunity to, just because of the time crunch. So the outstanding agenda items specifically for this next meeting is going to be the changes in the legislative draft. And outside of that, I don't see a whole heck of a lot on our docket for that meeting.
Keep it focused.
So,
would we want to waive the usual reports from North Star and the state agencies just to focus on?
I would say yes, just because that seems to be awful quick to come back and talk about the same thing 4 or 5 weeks later. So I think if everybody is okay, we will not have an Issues Committee meeting between now and then, and our agenda will be solely regarding this legislative change on the February 3rd meeting. Everybody happy with that?
Yes. Does somebody have to sit down from this panel, somebody sit down with North Star to try to negotiate the wording that we want to put in here?
You know, the legislation is written, you know, when I read it again, says that the agencies will provide administrative support and also will ask North Star for support as needed, as you would basically determine. So, you know, just putting that out there because that's...
There are two provisions in the statute. One is the administrative support that you've just identified. The other is a funding issue. It's in a separate part of the statute. And tonight's discussion has been about that part. Not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
Just in terms of preparing for the next meeting, I can tell you if this issue were to come unresolved to our committee, we would be looking for the department to provide us some basis for some explanations, some data for their request, and for North Star to be coming and quantifying, you know, what it is that they're hoping to do if they were to come in unresolved.
It wouldn't be the department's request. It would be NDCAP's request. The department has not undertaken this as a legislative initiative. It's this panel.
I think my point was that if this were to come in Right now, you are bearing the cost, is that right, Commissioner?
That is correct.
So I'm pretty sure that if this were to come into our committee, that our committee would probably ask you, I know that I would, how much has this cost you?
I would, right, I would
Then
expect that
I would
question. and
also
I would answer it.
ask Handicap, or ask North Star, what limits do you think would be reasonable to place on this? So.
Correct, and what we
don't-
need to
that doesn't-
resolve as a committee, not as the commissioner, is what does NDCAP think the amount ought to be if North Star says it should be capped at 100 grand? The commissioner can't make that decision. is
I'm
my
not,
point.
I'm not trying to solve the problem here this evening, Commissioner. I'm trying to kind of show the boundaries of where the discussion would probably take place if it's not resolved here.
And I'm trying to make clear that we keep confusing the commissioner's opinion with what NDCAP needs to provide by way of guidance. So I can come into your committee and I can testify as to historical budgets, et cetera. But if the counterpoint is, what does X think the amount ought to be because North Star says it should be 100 grand, that X is what this committee needs to solve for at February 3rd, not what the commissioner's best guess is.
So let's, I guess I need to kind of get a sense, because Bob's correct that these initial conversations need to happen between North Star, this panel, and Public Service Commissioner. Do we want to have those discussions in that next open meeting on February 3rd? Or do we want to assign, a person, two people to facilitate those discussions with North Star and with the commissioner, and then bring back the resolve to this committee on February 3rd and say, this is what, is acceptable to North Star, it's what is acceptable to the commissioner, and here it is? Or do we want to have that conversation on February 3rd as a whole?
I'm just inclined in terms of public process, and we've got all these appointees, that we just have the conversation about what do we think Handicap needs going forward, and then have the conversation about who pays for it. I'm concerned about working within parameters, again, negotiated between two parties at the state. That's been my concern with Handicap, in some regard, because sometimes I feel like, it's been sparring between the state and Entergy, or the state. And so I would hate for this. Here we have an opportunity to just have an open discussion in the panel without any preconceived notion about where it lands. And maybe we make it for this legislative session. Maybe we don't, but at least we just have a damn conversation about.
If we're happy with that, I thought the direction was trying to get something done for this legislative session, so.
No, I agree, yeah. I mean, you're right. I think you're right. All I'm saying is, but sometimes things don't work out that way either. So I would love to see that happen, but I just think we've got the opportunity under your chairmanship to kind of do what you were saying too, just have some open discussions as opposed to just.
Okay, so we will have this open discussion on February 3rd, so I'll ask North Star representatives to come prepared with, whatever you can come prepared with without having much knowledge of, the expenditures thus far.
And I will come
and the
prepared with
commissioner.
data about our historical expenditures, and I think you're spot on. We should be talking about this. I would not be comfortable trying to tell the legislature what this panel thinks it needs by way of resources. That's the deliberation that needs to happen.
Okay, so I think we have a direction. We have a February 3rd meeting scheduled to do all of the above. We are adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the Tuesday, January 14th, 2020 meeting of the Select Board. Meeting has been properly warned, Jan, is that correct?
Yes, it has.
Thank you. Okay, we had no executive session, so you're watching us all take our seats live and do our adjustments. And at this time, I will not ask for a motion for minutes because there is none. We'll move right into public participation. This is the time for the public to speak about something that is, we're laughing because Carol Lalott is the only public. But this is the time for Carol to speak on something that is not listed on tonight's agenda. Do you have anything?
Or Russ.
Or Russ? Or Chris? Excellent, there's nobody here for that. So we're gonna move into unfinished business, which means we're moving right into the FY21 proposed budget. Peter?
Thank you. Under the old business tab in your notebooks, there is the usual weekly update to the status of the budget. At the bottom of page 1, it shows the changes that you have made to the budget that staff presented as a proposed budget back in the early November, based on the 7 and now tonight the 8th meeting that you've had to review different aspects of the budget and hear from the public about them. Do you think there's going to be some public here later? My understanding from meeting with the Finance Committee last night, I think we'll see Franz at least later on tonight, but we'll see. So in any event, right now the net change is an increase of $22,000 and change. That is for the $16,000 for Project CARE that was discussed last week. The $1,629 for the Community Marketing Initiative, that was the adjustment that the sponsors of that program asked the Select Board to make so that it would reflect a full 1% of last year's, a full 10% of last year's receipts in the rooms and meals tax. And the Human Services Committee asked for $4,510 additional funding based on the fullness of the recommendations that they made in that regard to Representative Town Meeting and described to you last week. And so as of right now, that's the current status of the budget. You have several additional matters that are unfinished business. They're listed on tonight's agenda, and they're also listed on page 2 of the memorandum that I'm working from. That was the update for you and the public about where we are. The first of those is the Living Memorial Park Pool House renovation or replacement. Back when we were talking about the capital improvement program, the projects part of the capital transfer, in, I believe, the second meeting in November. There was some discussion around what was and wasn't included, and Dave Scholes in particular asked for information about the pool house, a cost estimate for what it might take to replace or renovate the pool house. The rest of you indicated that you wanted that information too, so that it could be heard before you were finished with this budget. So we have brought that to you this evening, and it is these are order of magnitude estimates for budgetary purposes. This is not a precise engineered estimate, but those order of magnitude estimates are $475,000 to renovate the existing pool house, $570,000 to replace the building with a structure that is similar to that which is there, which is a simple concrete block structure, or $760,000, up to $760,000 to replace the building with a more attractive wood frame structure. So it would be demolition of the existing and replacement with something new and wood frame. Carol Lalott is here, and we can discuss the matter in greater detail to the degree that you would like to. But that's our updated information regarding the pool house.
Thank you for that, Peter. David, I'm going to come to you and ask if you want to make mention on this, because it was something that you definitely, all of us wanted to see it, but you kind of spearheaded it. So.
Yeah, well, I was trying to track back to how long ago it was that the process began, and Carol might be able to remember better than me when we talked about the 3 major things that needed to happen at the pool. One was the leak. The other was the deck, and then the third was the pool house. And the pool house is always going to be the most expensive, so it always got pushed back. But there was a pretty firm commitment made from the Select Board to try and do each one of those things each year. And that got stretched out for various reasons. But I think it's at least 5 years.
It is.
And maybe more, just in terms of how long it's been since Molly was on the swim team. And so it's an unfulfilled promise. And I think it's time to fulfill it. It's not on the capital plan. It obviously has dropped off the chart. And it dropped off last year and the year before, and I don't want to see it drop off. I want to get it in the budget and get it done. It's obviously, there's need for it, no question about that. And I'm perfectly content with renovating it's a cement block building. They don't fall down generally unless you have an earthquake. So I would be happy with the renovation. It can't be worse. It really is kind of a pit. So that's my...
I can speak to both the delay and the absence of it from this year's list, if you'd like. That where you were going,
Yeah, I
or were
was
you going
just
to ask
kind
something else?
of, where is it?
Yeah.
It's not in the long-term planning, and how
Correct.
does it meld with it?
Yep. So first to the delay. It's now been 5 years that I've been with the town, and the year that I arrived, there was a very robust conversation that went on just before I arrived, actually. I remember I had been hired, but I was still in Florida, and I was watching on BCTV as Carol described the phases of the work that had been originally intended to be a big project to improve the pool, then had been broken into phases, and then had suffered a delay. So already 5 years ago, there was some degree of delay. And then since then, I fully accept responsibility for having brought to the select board recommendations over the years to break it apart first into more phases so that it was smaller pieces in the hopes that we actually could afford to do each piece each year as we envisioned. And then subsequently to actually drop some pieces off of the plan. And so the reason why this particular element, as sort of the major remaining element from that first vision, had disappeared entirely as we brought forward this year's plan is because of some of the other things that have emerged as needs within the facilities at Living Memorial Park. So the delays initially were much more complicated than that. It was a matter of town-wide prioritizing of where the pool was fitting into other needs of the town. And we did accomplish, as Dave pointed out, we did accomplish the most urgent one several years ago to significantly reduce the leakage at the pool, because there was a lot of water leaking out of the pool, and it was a problem on a number of fronts. And that's not fully solved in a pool of this age. There will always be some leakage in a pool that was built in the 1950s, but it's significantly improved. And then there was a safety issue that had to be addressed regarding the deck, which was uneven and a tripping hazard, and we did that this past summer. And so the two urgent needs at the pool have been addressed. The delays at the pool have enabled us to accomplish other things that year by year have been deemed to be higher priority town-wide. And then this year we came to you with the unpleasant surprise that there are some things that have occurred, some information that we've learned about the needs at the Living Memorial Park facilities that are going to be more substantial than we once understood and more expensive to address. Principally, the replacement of the roof at the rink and the replacement of the refrigeration system at the rink, which together are going to exceed $1 million, probably substantially. And so we then looked at that and said, well, that's not something we can fit into the annual planning for capital improvements. And together with what we already expected would require some borrowing in order to complete improvements at the Public Works facility that are in the planning stages at this point. We looked at the opportunity to accomplish things that really need to be done in facilities that are, in the case of the rink, 40 plus years old, 45 years old. And in the case of other facilities at Living Memorial Park and at the Public Works facilities, we're talking about things that haven't really been substantially updated since at least the 60s and maybe before that. These are very old facilities that need, if not replacement, very substantial renovation. And so in what we brought to you back in November, we identified, because we were now talking about borrowing, it felt to us as staff as though it was important to limit the scope of what we brought to you to what we believed at staff level to be the things that were absolutely necessary. There are other things beyond that that would be desirable, and we completely agree that a pool house replacement or substantial upgrade would be a very desirable thing. It's an old facility, it's a tired facility, it's not an unsafe facility, and so we didn't include that on our list. And there's other things that we might have included on our list if we had crossed that threshold into things that were very desirable and not just things that were absolutely necessary. But the refrigeration system is not going to be, the refrigerant that we use is not going to be manufactured any longer. The refrigeration system has become obsolete. We need to replace it in the next few years, or we're at risk of having to, cease operations suddenly at the rink if we can't get the refrigerant any longer. And we've got a roof that's old and in need of replacement there. Obviously, we can't let get dangerous. And then we've got the other elements of the things that were included on the list. And so this dropped off, but it is certainly a policy question as to whether this or any other element of improvements, whether they be to the facilities at the park, whether they be to the public works facilities, or whether you want to envision from a policy perspective even potentially an investment that's greater than that involves other things, that are other postponed needs in the community. We can look at those things together. What we brought to you was trimmed to what we thought was sort of the essential necessity, so as to be able to fully defend the necessity of borrowing once it comes time to go out to town meeting in the public with it.
Okay, thank you. Peter?
So if we want to do something this year, then we need to we'll put it in the budget and then have plans?
Yes, if you wanted to include it, I think the responsible action for the select board would be, if you want to include this as a project that would be done sooner than later, then you could direct us to include it with the planning that we intend to do, that so far you have embraced, there's I think $15,000 in the project's budget. We can double check that and make sure that's the right amount. Carol's nodding. $15,000 for doing the planning work for these facilities at Living Memorial Park. There's already money that you appropriated last year for the planning for the Public Works facility, and that work is already underway. So we would expect to be able to come back sometime in the next, probably end of the summer into the fall or winter next year with something that's starting to look like a plan around how to move forward with these necessary improvements and the amount of borrowing that we think would be necessary to accomplish that. If you want to put this onto that list so that we scope this as well in the broader piece of work that we know we're already going to be undertaking, we certainly could do that, and you wouldn't be making a commitment to funding the project until you had more information about the project and how it related to other elements of what needs to be done.
I see on the long-term planning
Yes.
that 2023 has no items for recreation and park.
So what you're looking at is the equipment replacement program.
Oh, that's just equipment?
Yep. And I would strongly suggest that we continue to keep the equipment separate from the projects, because this year we're getting on top of equipment in the way that we've been talking about for several years. We've been preparing to do. This is the year when we actually start using the long-term capital equipment replacement plan as the way to keep that expense very steady for town taxpayers. And the place where we're going to have variation forever and ever because of the magnitude of the projects and because of the varying needs between wants and things that are becoming necessary and things that are urgent. There'll always be a greater challenge to make the project side work. And if we try to make the project side work by sort of combining it with that nice steady as we go program over on the equipment side, I think we will regret it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Am I right in understanding that the project plan in fiscal year 23 has $5 million worth of borrowing?
That's correct. So that would be 2 years away from now. What we envision is a year worth of planning, a year worth of decision making, and then a year worth of executing the projects that would be at that point hopefully approved.
Right. And within that 5 million, there's over 2 million for rec and parks and 3 million for DPW.
That's correct.
Tim, you want to say anything?
Thank you.
Well,
Sure. No, I'm joking. I'm thankful that David brought this up. I'm very much in favor of looking at this project and indeed the whole pool area as part of preparation for the bonding, because I think it's crazy. It sounds to me, in talking a little bit to Carol, that if we replace the pool house soon, we might be in a situation where everything around the pool house needs replacement very soon after, or we need to deal with increased leakage, or we need to deal with more problems with the deck. And I don't know if Carol can kind of like make sure that I've got this
Yeah,
right.
Carol can come up.
that would be good.
I
Mind
can summarize that. It's not so much that we think there are imminent needs right behind the pool house replacement, but that if the pool house were replaced or significantly refurbished, that during its useful life, because it'll last a long time, that some years out, past this next bond, but in a time frame that we all can envision, we would need to do a fuller pool replacement, and at that time we'd be constrained by this decision.
Yeah, to definitely elaborate on that, I don't think that it would be in the best interest in the town of Brattleboro and the town of Brattleboro users of the facility to back ourselves into a corner that says, okay, this is where the pool house is going to remain. Because if the overall picture is to take a look at the pool and its challenges, you know, the pool, as Peter said earlier, built in 1957, okay? Add the numbers up, you know, and then renovated in the late 80s. And here we are at 2020. You know, so the pool has its challenges. As Peter said, yes, we have stopped the leak. We haven't stopped the leak. We have slowed down the leak. The bathhouse, I'm not going to argue with it all. Yeah, it definitely needs to be replaced, and it needs to be upgraded. But I think we would need to, shame on us if we didn't look at the whole picture and say what is the best for Brattleboro and its users. Not what Carol Lott thinks, not what the Recreation and Parks Board thinks. I think it would be really behoove us to put a committee together to look at the whole picture. The users of the facility that are sitting right here in the room now. And because it is a 1957 model. And David, and I know you travel all around the state, or have traveled all around the state. We have a long ways to go just to get to, 1990 improvements. So I don't think it's in the town's best interest to just, I'm just going to explain it the way I explained it to the Recreation and Parks Board last night. Replacing your kitchen. Okay, you don't have money to do the whole kitchen today, but let's do the sink area. We're going to do the sink because that really needs a lot of attention. Then in 2 years, when we get some more money, we'll do the rest. But you know what? The sink is here, and I really wished we could have put the sink over here without taking a look at the whole picture and look at what's best for Brattleboro and the users. Not for today, but for tomorrow as well. And that's really that's where I'm coming. That's my thought process.
And I really feel like this select board should make a commitment to do a comprehensive site visit for ourselves, just to get our brains wrapped around all of these, what's starting to come up on us. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be good for everybody's education and to be able to look at everything and have community input.
But by no means, as Peter said, are we in an unsafe scenario. We're in a tired scenario. And I think, without taking Peter's words that he had used at previous meetings, it's time for a generational upgrade. Okay? We've got some facilities at Living Memorial, the rink, 1975, and the upgrades that need to go with there from the technology standpoint to basically the roof that's over our head. The swimming pool, it's tired. It's tired. It doesn't scream, come and jump into me. The bathrooms certainly don't say, come and take a shower. Come and take a shower.
The pool is beckoning. I go by and look at it.
I don't know. Like my kids like jumping in there.
The pool is, the pool serves its purpose. But before you can get to the pool, you've got to get to through the locker rooms. And that's where the feedback that I am getting on a regular basis for the past several years is, it's scary in there. Well, it's clean. It's painted.
Yeah.
There's lights.
Yep.
It's that kitchen that needs to be upgraded.
It's got a certain aesthetic.
It's got its own.
50s pool.
It's got its own.
Yeah.
Which is what I grew up with, so of course it's perfectly fine with me.
Carol, do you want to talk for a minute about what a nice program the pool is and the self-esteem that the kids get and how nice it is for the kids?
You know, it's where a lot of kids, families create memories. You know, there's a variety of different types of users. There are some people in our community that their summer vacation is coming to the rec department and purchasing their summer pool pass.
Yeah.
Because every day they can go to the pool and, you know, they can have fun with their buddies and everything. And that really serves a huge purpose. You know, last year we had over 10,000 users. Duplicated? Okay, duplicated. I'm not going to say 10,000 different. But that was our pool. That was our pool daily attendance last summer. That's a big number. That's a big number when you talk about, and there's a lot of camps that come in there. They come and use the facility as well. But this is one thing that anybody can go to the pool. Our fees are not so high that you can't afford it. And there are those who cannot afford our fees, but never. I don't think anybody in this community can ever say I've shut the door on anybody, because I work with every family. If you can't afford to get in, but this is where summer memories happen. And I believe if we talk about people that were residents of this town when they were kids, that's where their summer memories. You know, I talk in department head meetings, and the police chief talks about his memories as a kid, as he grew up, long-lasting memories. Whether he grew up as a kid there, took swimming lessons, hung out all afternoon, or went on to work there. It really is a summer asset for this community.
It's a great vibe. I know my kids love going there. I'm not always a parent-to-parent hanger-outer, but I definitely have met up with other parents and kids there because it's just a nice place to be, for sure.
Yeah, and as I said, I look around this room and I see users. And not just up there.
David, how do you feel now that you've heard
Well, I'd
Carol
rather hear
speak?
from, see what Daniel thinks, and we've got some
Okay,
people in the audience
Daniel.
probably have an
Who
opinion.
wants to hear what you think, Daniel? On the spot.
Opinion is very important, obviously. I mean, I think it's wise to include it in the study. I mean, I looked at that big suite of things in fiscal year 2023, and if we deem that this project is, you know, something to work on, then maybe it could be included as part of the proposal of the package of things. Then, you know, I think Carol has enlightened me for sure. I don't feel any urgency with it. I mean, I get that it's probably a little tired, but yeah, let's be smart about it.
Is there anybody here in the community that would like to speak? Please come to the microphone and introduce yourself.
Hello, Frederick Noyes, District 3. I think it's on, yeah. We don't hear
It's
it.
only for the TV viewing
Yeah.
audience, not an amplifier.
I'm glad to have the opportunity to talk about this. Actually, I asked Carol some questions over the course of the summer. We live in close proximity to the park and utilize the pool regularly with our 7 and 10-year-olds currently. And I've been wondering also as a town meeting rep about the 7 weeks or so that the pool is open every year, and thinking about a community where winter dominates 5 or 6 months of the year. And I feel like it's something we really should think about as a year-round possibility, whether it's a completely different location or part of a different building or whatever. But if you're in the early stages of talking about this, I would be extremely excited. I would be happy to join a committee and help figure this out. But I think spreading out the costs so that we can utilize the pool over a full year would be exciting and a huge improvement for recreation in town.
Thank you.
If the refrigerant fails at the rink, that's an indoor pool right there.
Carol's gonna like that.
Very shallow.
That's a contingency.
I mean, a pretty shallow pool.
It's a feet pool.
It's a waiting. Can I offer something? So hearing the amount of interest and I dare say support for actually taking the next steps with this rather than wishing that we could. I think that there's not exactly binary choice, but there's two primary ways in which to move forward that I'd like to frame. And then, you know, if somebody sees a more complicated way that's a better idea, that'd be great. But the simplest thing to do, but doesn't allow as much time for formation of a committee and to let the thing really percolate, you know, with and from the community to turn into a plan that might ultimately be pursued, would be to add a little bit of money. I don't want to shoot from the hip on how much, so I'd like to come back to you next Tuesday with the amount after conferring with Carol and Patrick and others. But I think, you know, we've got the $15,000 in there to plan for the rink. We've got the $15,000 to plan for the maintenance and other improvements. We'll need something like that to, you know, get the engineering that would be necessary to start doing some site planning for what a replacement of the pool on site might look like. If you want to dream bigger than that, I think that's great. But I think it's going to be really hard for us to do that and do the engineering planning piece of it, the more technical piece of it, and stay on the same schedule as the other pieces that are ready for the engineering, that are ahead of this in conceptual thinking. And so I think there is a relatively binary decision to make tonight, maybe tertiary, I don't know. There's maybe three choices. There's the do nothing and keep thinking about it, which I'm not hearing a lot of enthusiasm for. And then there's put it on the list for the potential bond 2 years from now and start actively planning for it. And then there's something that takes a slower path that would likely not catch up to being in the same bond. It might, but it would likely not do that. But it would have a lot of community involvement and, you know, become something that hopefully then, once it was ready, could stand on its own merits as something that we would find funding for and proceed with in some manner. I don't know exactly what that would look like.
So, Carol, when you talk about the future and how the age of the pool and stuff, is one of the options to not have a pool? Is that part of what you were
To not have a pool?
To not have a pool.
Absolutely not.
Okay. So you're thinking about a new pool and possibly an indoor one, kind of what Frederick was talking about, or just let's just see?
I think that's really what is the community looking for?
Right.
Not what Carol Lott's looking for.
Yeah.
You know, because, you know, I'm a user, but the community are users. And that is the approach that I think is important of what Brattleboro wants, not what the Recreation Parks Board wants, not what the swim team board wants, you know, maybe, you know, but what Brattleboro wants, made up of maybe select board, rec board, swim team, users. That's where I would.
And it's a process we had expected would be undertaken, but after this next wave of work, that we would do sort of the, you know, to use your kitchen analogy, you know, we do the furnace and the roof, and then we go to addressing the kitchen upgrade. But certainly, you know, on behalf of staff, we'd be happy to either incorporate this or run parallel with it if the will of the board is to get started now and start engaging the community.
So you're talking about, if you had 3 items, it would be B and C simultaneously. Planning for the new pool structure as part of the overall kitchen design, and also the community meeting about the future?
I'm suggesting that maybe being insufficiently creative here. I'll plead guilty to that. I'm open to hearing other people say, no, I think we can do it. I think it is unrealistic to think we can do one of those broad community engagement efforts that really brings all the different perspectives together and talks about what, you know, an indoor, brand new, you know, maybe on a different piece of property project looks like compared to renovating what exists there. I mean, if we engage the community in a way that says, let's dream about this, we want to build something. You know, there were folks who dreamt of creating something from nothing in the 1950s and did it, and look how it's still important to the community today. So if we're talking about doing something like that, I believe that's going to take more time than we have available to keep it on the same schedule as the things we absolutely have to get going on. So there's a piece of this that begs back the question that Dave has asked about the pool house versus the pool facility. But if there is a consensus that rallies around the idea that the pool house ought to get addressed, but in the broader context with a potential pool replacement, I'm not really suggesting the two can go, that B and C can go alongside together. I'm suggesting that there would be a choice that needs to be made to slow down, think big, and develop something over the next few years that becomes its own thing around the pool facility, or to move more quickly and assign to us the task of incorporating a potential pool upgrade of either the building or the whole facility in the context of what we know needs to be done at the rink and with the maintenance building at Living Memorial Park.
I think that B is sufficiently different from C that we should go ahead with B and get this overall kitchen design and the new pool house just planned. Because C, this new potentially indoor year-round facility, sounds very, well, just completely different.
If it's indoor, ma'am, if it's indoor, it's completely different. If it's replacement on site, it's different in scale, but affected by, in the way that Carol described, it's if it were to be replaced, if the pool were to be replaced on site in the near term, the decision-making around how to do that would be constrained by having moved ahead with the pool house by itself. That's why we're concerned about doing it by itself.
Yes, so can this new pool and the kitchen analogy, which may include a new pool house and essentially a replacement pool and the deck and all that stuff.
Right.
I would consider that to be part of B.
Yes, that would be B.
Yeah.
But then would you also pursue C when you've just invested that kind of energy and attention and money into B?
Only if you wanted an indoor facility, and I think that would just be in a completely different place.
David had his hand up first.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you. Well, I think although the pool is definitely old, I don't think that 5 years since the conversation happened about these three upgrades, I don't think the conditions have really significantly changed. I don't think it's going to fall. Well, I'll just leave that as it is. I love the idea of an indoor pool, and that would be fantastic. I also know that not that many years ago, we borrowed $30-some million for a new sewer plant, which is on the utility bill, not in the tax rate, but it's the same people that pay the bill. And we're about to do a water plant, which probably will cost that much again.
Yeah.
So again, on utility, but it's the same taxpayers, the same people who come and say, you can't keep raising taxes, I can't afford to live here. And if you're saying we're going to need a new skating rink, and we should also look at a new pool, it's just, I don't have room in my mind for a vision that says that that's at all realistic. And I think that we know the water plant has to happen. The skating rink's going to get a roof and a new machine, but before we run out of the coolant. But that's not going to happen really quickly. That's going to take a while as well. And I think the smart thing to do, given that pool is going to be, even if we did this long-term plan and waited several years to create a really good pool, it still would be an inadequate and scary pool house. And we've been waiting 5 years already, and now it looks like another 5 or 7 or 15. Really, I don't see that really ever happening. I see if the pool house doesn't get upgraded now and it gets put into that long range, large project concept, it'll just stay the way it is and nothing will improve. And I think that.
Can I just clarify?
So what do you want?
Let me finish, please.
I was just going to ask clarification on what you said.
Let me finish.
Sure.
Let me finish my thought. The pool is going to be used the conditions really haven't significantly changed in 5 years, and the expectation and the promise by the select board was that the pool house would get upgraded. And I love the dreaming, but I just don't see it happening in any kind of, I mean, nobody that's swimming there now will ever see that indoor pool. Because it's not going to come ahead of the water plant, it's not going to come ahead of the skating rink. Just in terms of the necessity, survival necessities of a water plant and the politics around the skating rink. So I think if we don't do this, then, and I just, put it in this budget and what the 2 cents or whatever it's going to cost, and fix the pool house this year. Let's be done with it.
Tim?
I didn't mean to interrupt at all,
That's okay.
but I was seeking
I had to wait a long
clarification.
time, so I wanted to be able to finish and not get cut off again.
Sometimes happens. I feel like possibly there's a little mixing of B and C going on. And I think C is something I would never support at this moment because we don't have enough data. We don't have enough community rallying support for that. We don't have enough information that our community would actually support such a huge project and the money it would cost to build that huge project. Or indeed, I love the vision too. You're thinking something like White River Junction facility. I mean, it's
That was
maybe not that big.
That was privately financed.
Right,
That was
I've
not a
heard
municipal
about that.
project.
But my point is, I think there's a couple of different levels of involvement, and when I look at this column, I'm referring to fiscal year 2023, the large bonding we're talking about. That's option B, so that doesn't, in my mind, that does include an overhaul of not only the pool house, but perhaps the pool itself and the deck and all that stuff, and kind of doing it smart and realizing that the pool house is part of that whole situation. I'm fully in support of keeping to this timeline and expanding the project examination so that we can get it done on this timeline. But my question is, do we really need to commit to expanding our planning before we do our site visit, do our reading with the community, do our outreach? I mean, because of the timeline, do you feel like that's absolutely necessary?
Because of the scale of what we're talking about.
But we don't know what we're talking about yet.
No,
Okay.
just the scale of the undertaking to plan for, if you did your site visit and you decided you wanted to include a potential pool upgrade or replacement in the 2023 program, then yes, we couldn't afford to lose a year in the planning. But I would say this, and it's really a policy decision for you about your risk appetite and your prioritizing this over other things that may surprise us later, right? So the best, most business-like way to approach this, and it's unfortunate that we're dealing with it at this stage of the decision-making process for you, because you're the desire to go and see it and do some exploration, which I think is wise. But we got basically a week from tonight. You need to make your decisions, and 2 weeks from tonight, you're going to look at one final budget and say, yep, that's our budget, unless there's some final tweak that needs to happen to it. Because of that, the better, more business-like way to do this would be to put something like 10 or 15,000, maybe 20. I don't know the scale of what we're talking about, which is why we'd want to come back to you with a number next week. But put that money in alongside the 15 that's in there for the planning of the rink needs and the 15 for the rest of the park needs, so that the option B could be done in its fullness, including something for the pool. If that's where the majority of you are, the best way to do that would be to put money in the budget for it. The risk appetite thing I was alluding to a few minutes ago is, this is a relatively small amount of money. I don't know what we're talking about, but it's $15,000 or $20,000 likely to do that kind of site planning for how we might be able to incorporate the pool into the other project, into the 2023 project. And so, that's the kind of thing that in an $18 million budget we can absorb. If you did some site visits and you made a decision after the budget got put to bed. But that's, for us in budget planning, 6 months ahead of implementing the budget, you know, a year and a half ahead of finishing that budget year. For us to consider possibly doing something like that as an off-budget item, it makes me uncomfortable. So it would be better to put a number in here. One other way that you could end up putting a number in here, but it would be you'd put this question separately before town meeting, is we could buy ourselves the month of February. If you didn't include this in your budget, but we create a warning item for town meeting to consider adding it to the scope of the 2023 project, there could be a separate decision to be made about funding the planning for the pools facilities at town meeting. Not recommending that, but it is one other thing that's available to you. The best course of action, I believe, if there's a majority of you who want to find out what is the scope of this, what would it take to incorporate it in 2023 and freshen up what we've got, either in its current configuration or in some other configuration. The best way to do that would be to tell us to bring you an engineering number next week and to put that engineering number in the budget.
I support that, as long as it doesn't kind of make a leapfrog into the areas that we really couldn't know until we really canvass the community.
We wouldn't actually start doing the planning work until you had made your site visit.
Right, but I mean, when you do your examination of how much more that will cost and bring back to us next week, I would just like it to not be inclusive of something, no offense, like an indoor pool.
A pie in the sky.
It shouldn't go all the way to the greatest thing ever. It should go to what we know we can do in 2023. Does that make some sense?
Yes, it makes a lot of sense to me that we need, if you make that decision that it's Plan B from the ABC we were talking about earlier this evening, if you choose the route that's B, you're choosing the route for this effort that is on that site, either freshening up what we've got or replacing relatively in kind. If there's to be something grander, it's going to have to be another time under another effort. It's not going to be able to happen on this time frame. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with that, and I just want to make sure that it's put out there. You know, we're talking about pool house, we're talking about pool. There's a lot of components. There's several components that go into that pool. There's the pool itself, then there's the deck, then there's the pool house, then there's the wading pool.
I was just going to ask, does that do that toddler area too?
Yeah, there's toddler area,
Sure.
exactly, and then you got the filter plant. So those are the 5 big components that would have to go into that planning process, because again, you can't build a new house and put in the old 30-year-old boiler and expect that it to click the way you want it to click.
Yeah.
But the deck and the pool itself have been upgraded already.
I feel like they've been band-aided, is the impression I got. Is that right, Carol?
The leaks have been slowed.
There were troubles with it, but it was new. It's new.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. I think the deck is new.
But
the
the pool
pool is significantly repaired. It still leaks, but it leaks a lot less than it did. It was leaking, millions of gallons a year, and it's leaking less than 1 million gallons a year.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad for that.
Yeah.
Can I ask a really concrete question?
Yes.
So in the 2023 plan, capital project plan for Memorial Park, we have maintenance build-in work at $450,000.
Yes.
Could you say what that
Sure.
is a little bit more?
So the current maintenance building at Living Memorial Park was an outbuilding on the farm that the town inherited in the 1950s. And it's just, for many years now already, been inadequate for its use. And so we feel like that's a necessary thing. While we're looking at a rink improvement that is on such a scale that we're going to need to borrow for it, we looked on that and said we've got to include the maintenance building too.
And then there's 2 phases of paving.
There's paving within Living Memorial Park when you go from, top to bottom.
Okay.
Especially the road is fairly decent from Guilford to the upper field to the Kiwanis shelter.
Yeah.
Rough shape.
Okay. And I can shed a little bit more light on that. The scale of the paving is such that if not for the larger project that we see as necessary and coming soon, we would have recommended that as part of just annual funding in the capital improvement program. But since we do see a major improvement coming at the park, putting that into that plan enables us to use more of our cash on paving in the streets where we can never do enough of it.
Okay. And then there's a utility sewer upgrade. Is that related to the pool?
That's just overall within the park. A lot of that is the original piping and stuff that went in and when the park was built. You know, some of that is I would say we're on a regular basis replacing pieces of that as we go up to the skating rink. You know, we had a failure as early this early fall.
Okay. So there's nothing in the 2023 plan that sort of directly addresses the pool?
Nothing at all on purpose in how we brought it to you. This conversation is where you're determining whether or not it ought to be added.
Okay.
I feel like Liz, can I say that I feel like you are interested in to put the money in the budget for Plan B? I feel like, Tim,
yeah.
is that true for you too? I'm trying
For
to
an
like gauge
engineering
everything
study?
out.
Yeah, I'm for B, and I
Right.
thank David for bringing it to our attention.
Do you, and do you like the idea of B going into the money going into the budget next week that we look at versus B going to the town meeting and as in the form of an article? I just want, and that's the same for you, Dan.
Sure.
I'm just trying to gauge everybody's because I got a little lost
I
there.
mean, you know, who knows? You might come back and say it's only going to be $9,000, right?
And David,
No, I mean, getting it done
I'm
is the
for
priority.
this too. So.
And that's
Okay. Please do that.
Getting
And thank you very much.
pool house done at some point is a priority, and this seems like the best way to go.
For everybody who's been watching and following along, what it looks like we are choosing to do is have Peter and Carol find a number for us to start putting towards the engineering and kind of planning and seeking. We'll see that number next week. And that is with our minds having a goal of new stuff happening there for 2023 regarding the pool house and the pool and the toddler and all of those components. Okay, got that, Jan?
We've got it. We don't need a motion. We've understood the direction. And forgive me this last one. I know we got other ground to cover tonight.
Last comment.
I can't let the $9,000 one go. Only because I want to.
Sometimes you surprise us with your excellent use of our resources.
I just want to make sure that we have reasonable expectations for this. So I don't know what the number's going to be, but my expectation is it's going to be north of 15 because the 15 for the rink has two simple components to it. We already have a pretty good handle on what the problem is. We just need some help in defining the work that needs to be done. In the maintenance building, it's some pretty simple engineering to replace a maintenance building. The work that's going to be need to be done around this potential pool project is just going to be more complicated than that. I don't know what number we're going to bring you, but it's really unlikely it's going to be lower than 15.
15.
And so when this number comes back to us,
lower than 15.
I'd heard 50, so
No,
I was just making sure.
unlikely it'll be lower than 15.
and this number's going to come back to us, and we'll decide whether
Next
we want
week.
to put it in our
Yep,
budget.
Exactly
that's
right.
right.
You know?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great,
Seems
thank you for going through that with us,
framing.
Carol.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And that was a beautiful vision.
And I'm still down with it.
No, I mean,
I grew up
That
in a
7
municipal
weeks
leisure
is
center
just-
and, indoor
if there's a
pool and gym
tsunami of
and
demand,
soccer.
we should
Or
look at
even
that.
if it could keep,
But
I know
later, if
Springfield
we
has a
could
nice
raise money for
pool
that.
inside of a
Heavy meeting.
rehab building.
Bigger season.
Springfield has a pool inside of a rehab building.
Thanks, Carol.
Thank you. Thanks, Carol. Okay, so we are still on the budget. We're
We
still
are.
with Peter, and you're taking us through.
Select board salaries. So
Take
it
our
away.
favorite
So there's a fact I think I should simply say out loud, and it's not meant to be glib. It's just a fact that while none of you are getting rich at this contribution you're making to the community's welfare, Brattleboro pays select board members better than anybody in the state except 3 other communities.
Oh, 3.
And I was surprised by which communities they were.
We're fourth, yeah, and
So
inexplicably, there are 3 little places.
They're really tiny.
Really little places. But, part of what goes on in those really little places is they don't have a staff.
Yes.
And so there's
and there's
3
probably only
select board members that are doing
They're just
the
doing the
work
things.
of the town.
Got it.
So in any event, there's
That makes
3
more
of those
sense.
little towns that pay better. Then there's Brattleboro, and then there's everybody else. So
But we're not
can go deeper
including
into this if
places
you'd
with
like
city
to,
councils.
I'm sorry?
I
Not
think-
including places with.
We are not including places with city council.
And we're the only one with a
Places
Peter.
with mayors?
So if we had it
Yes.
there.
Oh, don't even.
With a Peter.
Let's not start that.
They were not included in our survey.
But I
We looked
thought
at
we
select
did.
boards.
We did look at. I thought Burlington. They have a city council, right? And I thought
They
they
do.
make around the same as what we do.
I don't know that because
Maybe I made that
we
up,
were
don't
working
quote
from
me.
a survey the Vermont League of Cities and Towns did of towns with select boards.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe I looked at it. Yeah.
So I don't see this as about trying to kind of get rich from being on the select board. What I saw was the line item with, the same dollar value year on year on year for a long time. So in 1996, the chair got $3,000 and the rest of the board got $2,000. And then in 2012, that 3,000 jumped to 5,000 and the 2,000 jumped to 3,000. And those jumps are quite big jumps for, from one budget to another. And what I thought was that maybe it would be wise to kind of have the board salaries linked to whatever kind of non-union cost of living increase or not, maybe there's no cost of living increase, might be in the budget for staff, so that over the years, over the decades, the salaries would keep track with inflation roughly. And, I know that it's still a very small amount of money for the work that the board does. There is part of me that thinks about this with the kind of equity lens and the amount of money that we get paid for sitting on this board is probably not why we do it, and it's not necessarily. I don't think making the board salary $1,000 higher is going to mean that we see an influx of people from different backgrounds that we're not seeing right now. It's more about the fact that it takes X many hours a week to do this work, and it's usually at fairly inconvenient times for people with families and jobs and lives and responsibilities. And us folks, I don't know, we've made our choices, I guess.
Yeah. Better or worse.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm glad to do the work, and I'm not gonna fight over this, but I wanted to just at least have the conversation for 5 minutes.
I think we should lower the chair, take $2,000 extra away from the chair, split it 5 ways, and everybody makes $3,400. Because I think the work is the same.
I disagree.
Pretty much. I don't know. I kind of like this one town where everybody got the same amount, because sometimes people are covering for me, sometimes Tim's covering for me, sometimes Liz went and covered for me once. So I don't know. Just throwing that out there. We're throwing stuff out there.
Sure.
I like your idea too of an increase, and I also on top of that was like, do I need to make this position need to make $2,000 a year more than everybody else? I don't know. Tim?
Let me first say that I'm not in favor of a raise for the select board. But I want to point out a procedural thing that I think might alleviate us a little bit. It's never been the case, as far as I understand, looking back in history, that the select board itself suggests a raise. It's always on the town meeting, what shall the town pay its select board's a salary. But it has been, the last 2 times at least, town meeting that has stood up and argued the issue and forced, literally, the raise onto the select board, because they're the final deciders. That body is the deciders of what we get paid. So I think I'm not personally in favor of a raise, but I'm also sort of strongly opposed to us taking a position at all. I don't see why we should do that. I have a feeling, since you brought it up, and it does pretty much come up every year, someone stands and advocates, and because it is a really real issue of who can afford to serve and who can afford not to serve. But that issue, as you say, doesn't go away with an additional 1,000 or a few hundred or whatever. And once you start to bump it up, you start to wonder, what is that role, the volunteerism versus the pay role position? How does that affect the politics of our town? So I think I'm just advocating for letting it be as always and seeing if the conversation continues at town meeting.
David?
Yeah, I pretty much agree with all of that. The town meeting always does have a robust conversation about it, and all of these points and many more come up. And I think I would rather just play out that way, rather than us take any action of trying to decide or have all those conversations tonight.
Agreed.
I like your cost of living idea, and representative town meeting will definitely pull it on the floor with some number.
Very good.
Bronze.
Check.
Bronze. Never sell the community names.
Franz Reichman from the Finance Committee. I would just remind board members that this did come up at town meeting a few years ago, as you're saying it often does. And at the request of town meeting, the Finance Committee looked at salaries for both select board and school board members around the state, polled town meeting representatives, did other information gathering work, and wrote a report that we brought back to town meeting. So at some point you might want to take a look at that.
Is that where I'm getting the Burlington idea? Where
I don't
it was
know.
pretty similar? I think it is. I did not just make that up.
It, yeah, there were several towns in there. So anyway, I'm sure Jan can steer you in the right direction if you do want to take a look at it.
Thanks, Franz.
Thank you, Franz.
Okay, are we feeling, Daniel, do you have any more that you want to say?
No.
Anybody? No, don't, whatever.
get to
Say
some
your
pa-
things
let's
about
get to
stuff.
some
I don't ever feel
papers.
bad when I do. Okay, lead us through, Peter.
Solid waste service alternative for households with diapers. So this is an equity issue.
About it.
It's a pure policy question about the role of government and the boundaries that you as a group feel in terms of what we should do versus what goes farther than what we should do as a government in service to individual people or households within our community who have certain particular challenges. So we've been advised by families with children in diapers. When we made the transition a couple of years back to every other week garbage collection, we've been advised that it becomes a hardship to have to collect diapers for 2 whole weeks, and that is especially true for households, renters who have limited storage space available to them, where that can be a factor even just for storing regular garbage, and becomes especially challenging with diapers because of the special qualities that diapers represent within the waste stream.
And I can tell you that putting those diapers in your trash securely on a trash can on your porch outside doesn't always work out the way you think it will.
Yeah. So it's a real issue. I don't mean to make light of it. It's challenging to talk about it seriously sometimes in terms of just what diapers represent in terms of being challenging. But it's a real thing for households in our community. And frankly, as Patrick and I were looking at this to bring this information to you, it is a real thing, not just for households with children, but increasingly for households with elderly people as well.
Sure.
So we don't have a good gauge on exactly how widespread this need is or how many of those households with this need would take advantage of such a program. So more so than usual, we have made a guess here rather than brought you a good calculated number. But I can tell you that the dollar estimate here, which we looked at as being in the range of $5,000 to $10,000 for the year. So for the pricing of it, for the purposes of estimating tax impact, looked at an $8,000 line item. That's based on looking at the number of babies that are born in Brattleboro each year to households that have a Brattleboro address, multiplying that by 2, so that we think up to 2 years old kind of gauge on the babies, and then
up to 4.
and then a kind of rounding factor that assumes that not all of those babies are going to participate in this program, but some elderly people are, and so we ended up at a place where we said $5,000 to $10,000 looked reasonable to us, and we put the 8 down on the piece of paper. For the benefit of the public who's listening, because I know you know this, but unless folks have read the backup, they don't. the program we're talking about took a while to identify something. It took us a while to identify something feasible with the solid waste district because we're looking to do something that other towns don't do. And so what has ended up being acceptable to the district and responsive to the concern that we've heard from people in the community is that the town would buy a permit. When people take their own garbage to the solid waste facility, you have to buy it, either buy an annual permit or pay a daily rate. The daily rate is very high if you're going to go back again and again. So we looked at the annual permit process. If you buy the annual permit, then you're able to come all year long to drop off bags of garbage for $3 per bag, which happens to be the same price as the yellow bags for curbside. And so if the town were to initiate this program, and the way that we implemented it was that the town would buy on behalf of participating households the annual pass, then the participating households would pay the $3 per bag when they actually take a bag to the landfill. And it would be cost neutral to the households other than the inconvenience and cost of actually getting themselves out to the landfill, out to the solid waste
Because
facility.
it's the same yellow bag.
Well, they wouldn't necessarily use the yellow bag. They could, but actually that would double their price. They wouldn't want to use the yellow bag. They want to use a different bag because it's basically what we're saying is that to put it on the curb, you pay $3 for the yellow bag. To take it to the district, you pay $3 to drop it off. So there is the cost of the bag, although the cost of the bag, when you're buying bags in bulk, isn't anywhere near $3 per bag. So we're looking at it as approximately cost neutral for the households. And the question is, should the town get in the business of buying those annual passes in order to provide a solution, make a solution available in an equally affordable manner across the financial wherewithal of different households in our community to participate in such a program?
David?
So, Peter, they would be on a list and they'd drive in and they'd say, hi, I'm on the list, and they'd get a sticker for their car?
They'd actually, we'd purchase the sticker for them. The town would pay for the annual membership, so to speak, and then the family would get the sticker.
Right.
And then they would just participate like anybody else who had bought a sticker.
Yeah, I think this is, it's not easy, but it's easier than what exists now, and it's probably the easiest thing we can think of. And I think it sends a really, I think this is something that's going to make the front page. If the town decides to pay for people getting rid of their diapers, but it's a really good publicity for the town in terms of supporting families and trying to make things a little bit easier for people with kids. But the other thing is that the waste district it's a little different than anybody else that we have relationships with. We get reduced electric rates because of the solar array that's there. We get property tax on the array now. We've got that squared away by now, right? The solar array is paying property tax?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I mean, it took a while to figure out what the rate was going to be. And we also get a subsidy from the we get a share of the $125,000 lease fee that is paid to the waste district is deducted from the things that we have to pay for in our assessment. It goes into revenue for the waste district. So there are three ways that we save money because of our relationship with the waste district. So it seems like I can't see any reason not to do this.
I have to say something. I don't want anybody to take offense to this, but I want to say that I would have never voted for the pay-as-you-throw system the way that it is set up. It is completely punitive to people of low income and zero transportation, and this does nothing to solve that. If you don't have a vehicle, where are you putting the sticker? And most people who have vehicles have places where they're already storing their diapers. Most low-income people are living in little tiny apartments with things I wouldn't even call a hallway, shoving stuff up against the wall that are trying to walk around every day, and that's their trash can. So I applaud the efforts, but this has never been a system that's been set up to benefit people who are suffering, and I don't know how I feel right now. I guess I'm probably just feeling a little cynical, and maybe I should hear from somebody else like Daniel. Make me feel better, Daniel.
Oh, that's not going to happen. So, I was pretty curious about this idea, and as a non-parent, I have no first-hand knowledge of this, so I canvassed the opinion of folks that I know. And what I learned was families who have diapers have different ways of managing their waste. There's definitely a class issue. There's definitely, what it ended up becoming, instead of being a question of do we have a good storage and, an equitable system for disposing of diapers, was a bigger question about the equity issues inherent in our pay-as-you-throw system. And this question that we're looking at right now, I reached out to some folks from Winston Prouty who do outreach with families, and they kind of said pretty similar to what you just said, that whilst it would go somewhere towards helping, there's still the question of getting to solid waste. There's a question of paying the $3 every time you go to dispose of it. I guess like having the curbside pickup of our trash is a convenience, right? I create trash, I create my recycling and compost, and on a Sunday night I stick it out on my curb and I don't think any more about it until Monday night I come home and I stick the empty containers away. I don't have to travel up the road, I don't have to take an hour out of my day to get all that stuff in order, and presumably if you're getting all that stuff in order you're also wrangling kids as well and juggling that with jobs. And so what I ended up with was no clear advice from all the people that I know with diapers, no clear direction on what to take, but a really good reminder that people in this town have strong feelings about our pay-as-you-throw system. And while we've done a really wonderful job of reducing the amount of stuff that's going to landfill, I think that the system is one of our systems that creates inequity. And I don't know if I'll be on this board next year, but I would love for whoever is on the board to spend some time maybe taking another look at the system and seeing if there are ways in which we could make it a more equitable system. I'm not saying throw the baby out with the bathwater, but let's take another look at it.
We never advise throwing babies out.
Right.
Liz, did you have your hand up?
I'm
sorry, Tim.
So my point on this particular issue is I don't feel like we need to take this action. I think that we need to learn a little bit more.
Well, these are all interesting ideas. I think a person could put their badge in their wallet, and it doesn't have to be in a car. But there must be some way.
I don't think you can bring trash on the bus, though. I
Well,
thought we ran
no,
into
I
that
just-
issue already.
No, there must be some sort of like a weigh station, or figure out when the other week is, to have an alternative for the people who have the odd week. I don't know, like the A's and the B's. Some way to get the people with diapers to not have to go to the waste
I
district.
see what you're saying, kind of.
That they could,
A weeks hook up
buddy
with B
up,
weeks.
like an A week, hook up with a B week, if you have diapers. Like, just think we need to think about it a little bit more to address the concerns that have been raised.
Yeah, because I agree with you. You could probably just stick your pass in your wall, but I'm pretty sure either in my work or on this board that we ran into the issue where the bus company said straight out, no, you
Yeah,
can't.
and I don't mean necessarily
Well,
bus, but find some way for people in the odd weeks to join the people whose garbage day it is, so they can put their diapers there.
Tim.
That happens just by people calling on the phone and saying, hey, can I toss my diapers?
Well, yeah.
Is that what you do, Tim?
No. I have strong feelings about this. And I want to tell everybody that initially, when I was on a town meeting rep only years ago, I was against the pay-as-you-throw vote. And we lost
So
that
was I,
vote.
yeah.
And now I'm actually a big fan because I think for everybody in this town, it makes you think about your trash. And there is certainly a class issue with so many things in our lives. And good Lord, kids cost money. And so as the only currently select board member who is dealing with a high volume of diapers, I can tell you for myself, it's an inconvenience to have to wait that extra week, but it's an inconvenience to deal with everything about diapers, and it's not really going to make a huge move of the needle to have this happen, I think. Now, I did look, I had to, before the meeting, I looked at your very informal, unscientific thing you did on social media, and I noticed, I counted 22 independent responses to that question, and it was fascinating to read through it. Are diapers, the way it is currently configured with pay-as-you-throw, a problem, was the question. 13 people, more than half, went off into how much they dislike pay-as-you-throw, as you pointed out. But the no, it's not a problem, actually doubled, outweighing the yeses, that it's a problem. So there are twice as many. And full disclosure, it does include me.
Right.
Answering that question.
And it's also like a particular group of people.
Exactly, that's what I would say.
Sure, and some of them were town meeting reps.
Right.
Who I assume favored the vote.
Robin Morgan was on that thing. I feel like Robin has a good finger on her pulse of like how families are experiencing.
Sure.
Yeah, she
does.
And what did she say?
She said, what did she say? I think
can't
she said,
Oh, I don't want to call anybody out.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I mean, as far as what they said.
Yeah.
But I think it doesn't solve really, a lot of the problem is the transportation, the inconvenience of going from stinky diapers that have to be there like up to 1 week to stinky diapers that have to be there up to 2 weeks. There's so much that we really, I draw a line here at, not to make a joke about it, but becoming a nanny state that does have to provide everything that everyone needs. We just can't do that as a municipality.
Well, we could.
Yeah,
if we wanted to.
If we wanted to.
Not without a revolution from most of our citizens, I think. It's not something that people, the bulk of our citizenry want us to solve every household problem, and nor is it our role.
Right, and I don't think we need to, I don't think we need to solve this problem for everybody, but I think we do need to acknowledge that the current system does create problems for low-income households and fixed-income households.
More so than others.
Yeah, and I think that like the fact that you have to pay for a bag doesn't, that you have to pay for a bag does not mean that you then change your kind of eating habits and trash habits. It's a little bit like, when people have critiqued like carbon pricing, right? Like if you add 15 cents onto the price of a gallon of gas, it's not going to change the fact that I have to travel 60 miles to work and back every day. So it's about elasticity, I think, right? And like the price of the bag doesn't really change your habits. Like the bi-weekly pickup has an impact, right? And the way in which we made composting and recycling much easier for folks has an impact. But families that are producing, a purple bag of trash once a week, I don't think the price of the bag has much to do with that. It's just, that's adding an extra however much it is for one of those bags.
When I first questioned pay-as-you-throw, the first time I hit this table, I was told by somebody, it might have been Patrick, but I can't remember, straight out, it's meant to be a punitive system. And I think the thing is, it's meant to be a punitive system to everybody, but we forget that there's people whose lives already suck because of all of the punitive systems already in place, so we just stacked another one on their heads.
May I speak to the punitiveness? I think that's a fair characterization. I think it is undeniably a regressive system, a service, an essential service that everybody in town needs to have provided for the sake of public health. Used to be provided based on collection of property taxes, and then 5 or so years ago switched over to being a system where every user had to pay the same price per bag of garbage. And the problem with how punitive that feels is town of Brattleboro had no choice of it whatsoever. We had a choice about how to implement the system. We had a choice when we went to every other week. There are other ways to do variable rate pricing, but we had a committee of people from the community who looked at it and said, this is the smartest, fairest, most efficient and understandable way. There's other more complicated ways. There's also other ways that lend themselves more to abuse and people avoiding the responsibility that the system imposes. But that responsibility was imposed by the state of Vermont. The state legislature passed a law, I believe it was in 2014, it might have been a little earlier than that, but it went into effect in 2015, that said every household in the state of Vermont is going to pay per pound of garbage you throw away, basically. There had to be a system where the more you throw away, the more you pay. And the way Brattleboro chose to implement that was by paying for the bags in advance so that you can put the bag out on the curb like you always did. We can revisit that, but what we can't do is defeat the punitive nature of it. It is meant to be equal pricing for everyone, regardless of ability to pay.
Although we now know through all the training we've had of equitable training that fair does not mean same, fair does not mean equal.
High five on that. I would prefer, instead of, it doesn't sound like we're going to go ahead with this anyway, but if we were going to throw $8,000 at something, let's subsidize bags for families that qualify. You can use like a proxy to qualify families. The town doesn't need to be getting into eligibility determinations. If a family receives 3 squares Vermont, they should qualify.
Is that against the state law?
We'd have to check with the state. Honestly,
That's my Bob question.
I know it makes our heads explode to think that you couldn't do something like that is trying to level a playing field that we view as unfair. But I believe that the state officials responsible for administering that law would tell us that that kind of a subsidy thwarts the variable rate pricing obligation that we have under the statute.
And that is the exciting
we're
thing
in a
about
Dillon's
being a
rule
Dillon's
state.
rule state.
Yeah.
Get that Dillon.
Get on your legislators about passing that home rule pilot program.
Yeah.
People. David.
I think it's a really good idea to, just in general, to reconsider a program that's been in place for a few years, and the pay as you throw has been for a while. So, and to look for ways to improve it. I think, and you're welcome. We'd be happy to undertake that next year. It was a very long process, and before it got passed, it got defeated, and it was really engaged a huge part of the town in getting to where we are. But again, as Peter said, it all came from a state law, and that law, the 7th year of that law is next year, which is when everybody is supposed to get their food out and be composted. I suspect that that's going to get set aside. So the legislation is going to act on that because everybody doesn't have the capacity to do that, particularly in the winter. How do you compost in the winter? But I think this would make life better for people that do have a car at $3. And I can't see the fact that it's not perfect and that we have class issues in the society, and we can look at it and see if we can find a way around the states making it impossible for us to provide support for people that need it. I think if this is available for relatively low cost and it's going to help people get their diapers out of the hallway or out of wherever they are, I don't see why to not do it. It's going to help some people.
It's going to help people that can already help themselves. They can already drive it there. The big problem is the people that can't even get it out of their hallway.
Can they drive it there then? Can they drop it off without this permit?
No, well, you can do a day pass, but yeah, I don't think you can drop it off without the permit.
And a day pass is what, $12?
I think what I want to see is us finally throwing money at people maybe who can't take that step, the one step below that.
Well, we could do
Franz
this
thinks I'm ignoring
and
it.
then research the other.
So we were talking earlier
I know,
about a
Franz.
site visit for the pool, a site visit for DPW.
I'm not doing it.
No. I'm not.
Yeah, come on over.
You know what?
I know where to
that
take
isn't
you.
where I was going with this. I don't feel like, as this group of people, we have enough knowledge about whether or not this is actually a problem. right? You know, the one person who is currently using diapers in their house, well, one declared person that's currently using diapers in their house.
You don't believe me?
Who's hiding babies in their house? He's saying like, hiding babies.
Yeah. Thank you.
Honestly, we don't know.
Yeah, exactly, right? It's not an issue for you, but I don't feel like we really know enough about this, and I don't know if folks at Winston Priority or Early Education want to educate us a little bit more about what their families are experiencing. I know from working with low-income families that folks that are experiencing all kinds of difficulties in their life are not going to be the first ones to send you an email or write you a letter or get on the phone to let you know about a problem that they think you probably can't fix anyway.
Or don't care about.
Yeah. So,
But they might in July.
All of the middle class families, I know what they think about cloth diapers. I know what they think about pay as you throw. You know, but like families that are experiencing struggles on a day-to-day basis, I don't feel like I'm qualified enough to actually know whether this is a problem for them, whether this solution actually works for them, right? Solutions should come from people that are experiencing problems, and I'm not sure that this is coming from that, even though this is coming from a really good place.
Yes, it is coming from a good place, and I am acknowledging that. Franz and visitor to Franz. You've made a buddy.
In terms of the philosophical question of fairness with regards to garbage, I think that it's easy to say from an epistemological point of view, perhaps so, but from an ontologic point of view, perhaps not.
You gotta dumb that.
But on a more practical matter, I would ask, once the program goes into effect, how many dirty diapers do I have to produce before I get a free dump sticker?
It's not about that. It's about how much you can afford to get rid of.
I think for the program as described, it kind of is about that, and I'm just pointing out a practical problem with implementing a program like this would be, I'd love to have a free dump sticker, and if all I got to do is wave a dirty diaper to get it, okay. So think through the consequences is what I'm saying.
So, may I answer that?
If you want
Please.
to.
Well, I think it's a fair observation. I think it deserves a response, which is it's not a fully formed idea, right? We're at the end of the budget process. We were asked to provide something if we could. We actually didn't think we were going to have anything to offer on this, and then late in the game, this came together, and so we brought it forward. We don't know exactly how verification would occur. And we thought of a variety of different ways to do that, and all of them felt both really intrusive and to be a higher bar for the people who particularly need our help versus the families who less need our help, right? It'll be, back to Daniel's point, easier for folks who aren't struggling in a variety of ways to produce whatever evidence we ended up deciding was necessary. We wouldn't just let anybody do it. We couldn't afford to do that, right? So there'd have to be some evidence that you are disposing of diapers in your household, and we don't know exactly how we would do that. But if this gets approved, it sounds like it won't. If it had gotten approved before implementing it and rolling it out, we would have come up with the best way we know how to have an appropriate verification that a household really needed this service. It would likely not have involved demonstrating financial need, but it might have. That's something we probably would have had some additional communication with the board about. Our expectation was, based on how the issue had been raised by the community, our expectation was that the verification would have to do with diapers in the household, not with household income.
Liz?
I think that this is not ripe yet, and like dirty diapers, when it's ripe, we'll know it.
No, Liz. I mean, I want to make it clear, I'm not opposed to this idea. I think it came up with a great idea. My fear would be we say yes to this and then we don't do something more. I've lost my word. We don't do something to promote more equity within the system for those who really need it. I would be fine with doing this but if this $8,000 to do this means that we would have less opportunity to do something that makes the system more equitable on the bottom end, then I would have to decline this. Does that make sense?
And
I'm not coming out quite right, but.
And if the select board for, the formation of goals for 2020, 2021 decides that taking a look at a program that is now 5 years implemented,
Like David,
to
yeah.
see what's working and what isn't, if that's where we head in the months ahead, there's an opportunity certainly to take another look at this alongside other aspects of the program.
And we could see what could be done within the confines of the state law and what other towns are
Exactly.
doing.
We'll learn more about what's allowed in terms of
I
subsidies.
like that idea.
David?
What?
I was coming back to you.
Oh, no, we'll see what happens. I'm just curious to see what happens when we start talking about pay-as-you throw again.
Oh, I
The
see.
last couple of times, it was a pretty interesting process, pretty all-consuming.
Tim, any
Next time
final?
we see John,
Oh, not at all. I
ask
think I've
about
said
it.
my piece.
Anybody else? Ricky?
Hi, Ricky Rosati, District 2. I have a cold.
I figured.
And, I'm wondering if this would be helpful if there was a survey to collect information on the statistics and relative cost of low-income families who can't afford, like, they don't have a car to bring their garbage out. If they just had access to a dumpster, I don't know what. Isn't there a cost of getting a municipal dumpster that is like identified? Is there like a sticker on it that says like we will pick this up every 2 weeks? Is there a price to that? Is it like $10, $15 to get one for a year?
I think that would need to be explored as part of this whole examination of the
Yeah,
of the
that's a good
program.
point.
There are, I will say, one aspect of the solid waste system in the community that helps mitigate some of the things we've been talking about is for folks who live in apartments where there are more than 3 units, where there's 4 or more units.
Yep.
There's dumpsters or some kind of a system on the property because the owners of those properties are obligated to provide the solid waste service for those properties. It's 3 and fewer units and single-family homes that are participating in the. And Patrick's furrowing his brows. At 4
Yeah.
and 4
I think
and
it's
fewer.
4.
I would like to double check that,
So,
but I believe
but it's 3 or 4. I'm sorry.
It's 4 and less.
You believe?
It's 4 and less or 5 or more.
Give Patrick.
I believe that's correct. But before I spoke at a public meeting on the topic, I'd like to take a look at the
You're a wise
original
gentleman
text.
person, and so
That was great.
I may have misspoken when I said 3 or less, but it's either 3 or 4. So for the purposes of today's conversation, what the point is, mainly, generally speaking, converted homes might be in the curbside program when they're
Yeah.
multifamily, but apartment houses and even some of the larger converted homes are providing their own solid waste, which means there is either a dumpster or a set of cans on the property, and the pickup is occurring more frequently usually than the 2 weeks that we have for curbside.
Thank you. Were you going to say something, Tim?
No, something occurred to me, and it's not,
Okay.
It's not germane.
Jermaine.
But was it funny?
We'll be hearing that word a lot more soon.
If it's funny, I'll allow it. If it's not funny, it's not germane.
No, it will extend the discussion, and I
God,
don't
no.
want to do that.
Let's not do that.
Shall we move on to 7?
Let's move on for today.
So this is purely a policy decision for the select board. The question is, do you wish to recommend $3 per resident or $2 per resident or some other figure or 0? You don't have to put a Sevens question on the warning for town meeting. For the last several years, select boards have, and the pattern has been to recommend to town meeting either $2 per resident, so it comes out at $24,000 and change, or a straight $25,000. There's been years when it's been done one way, years when it's been done the other, but it's about $25,000 annually that the town has contributed to this program, and you need to decide between tonight and next week what you're sending forward to town meeting so that we can properly warn the item.
Okay. Anybody want to talk about it first?
Well, can I request a framing of where the money comes from?
Sure.
Just to remind our public.
Yeah, so The source of funds over the years has been program income. Staff continues to believe that's an appropriate place to pay for this. That is money that originated as federal funding, came through the state of Vermont to the town of Brattleboro, to grantees, and in this case, actually, for the funds that have circled back through, been actually gone out in the form of loans through the CDBG program, either for housing or for economic development projects. The money that comes back in when there's a loan through CDBG, the repaid money goes 50% to the state and 50% to the town. The 50% that comes to the town builds up over time as what we call our program income fund. And so the use of program income funds for the SEVED's contribution, because SEVED's explicitly and solely is invested in economic development activities, is entirely appropriate. The question of how much, whether you wish to continue to make that contribution, and frankly, whether you wish, there are other towns that put it in the tax rate. So there is a question as to whether you want to use program income funds for this purpose. But you certainly, there's nothing wrong with how we've done that over the years. We think that's an appropriate source. It does take pressure off of the tax rate. So it's before you as a question of both amount and source, though we would recommend program income as the source if you do decide on an amount.
Okay. Tim?
I certainly support some funding for this program. I support it coming from program income because it's entirely appropriate, which means it's not on the backs of our taxpayers directly. And I think I'm going to surprise a couple people by speaking out in support of fully funding their request this year. In the past, I've been pretty critical about different programs and the way they go about their business, but I've done a lot of looking into what they've been doing lately. And while I'm still critical about some of the way they do their business and some of their programs, I'm of the feeling like we should be a partner in many of their operations. What they showed us at helping with the Neenah paper mill was instrumental in our community for saving a lot of jobs. I know, David, you work with them at the Diversity Workforce Development Committee, and you have
and the small business loan program.
Small business
and
loan.
They're very helpful in that as well.
There is workforce development training that I'm pretty impressed with. There's also recruiting and internships that they do some very good things for Windham County and for Brattleboro. To me, I don't feel this year that I need to make a principled stance on only $2 and not the $3. When it's coming from our program income, which is entirely appropriate for workforce development. And honestly, it's not like we have another group out there working hard for workforce development, and we can weigh our options, and we can kind of like pit them against each other and see who's doing the best. We have this organization that I think does some good work, with some caveats that they could do better in some areas, in my opinion. But I think we can use all the help we can get. And while we do really a lot, everyone should know that I'm acknowledging that the town itself does direct loans, and that's a very important part of this. And in the past, that's why we've, scaled it back a little bit, because we want to have that funds. Well, the fact is we do have the funds, and this is not a huge investment for us out of program income, being over $400,000. So this year I'd like to advocate for fully funding them at $3 per person from program income.
Well, if we fund them, I think it should come from program income. I'm a stickler for not liking per capita funding, because I think that Brattleboro always has to pay the lion's share and doesn't necessarily get the lion's share in return. This is a regional program. It goes even beyond Windham County. I understand some towns are beyond Windham County that they serve. And I think it's just wholly appropriate that we give them $25,000. I think that's a nice amount. I think that's what they expect, and I think that they have they have a myriad of resources coming from all over, coming from the state of Vermont, that, you know, the Chamber of Commerce and Build a Better Brattleboro doesn't get that money because CEBEDS gets it. So CEBEDS has a direct line for state resources that our local places don't get. I think they do good work, but I think that they can do that good work with $25,000 and not 36.
Daniel or David?
I think, well, just a couple clarifications. One is that they do serve Wyndham and Bennington County. It's the southern Vermont. The SEVEDS and SEDS is southern Vermont. And I couldn't articulate anything that's been valuable from that relationship, but they seem to think it is. But we do tend to get the lion's share of the services as well, because most of the economic activity happens here, and the larger employers are here, and the larger part of the workforce is here. But the other thing about our contribution, and they've mentioned this a bunch of times when they came in, is that it really helps them with the other towns if they see that we and everybody else, or more and more towns are kicking in, then the other towns support as well. And having the support of the communities obviously helps them with their fundraising, and they do raise a lot of money. Their budget is way over. I mean, this is nothing. It's really symbolic, but it's an important symbol. I think you're right. We should. And once again, the town meeting is going to decide. So it almost doesn't matter what we say, but
Yeah, we're deciding what we send forward as a recommendation.
Correct.
Yeah. Daniel?
But I've been skeptical for a long time, but it's, you know, it's not systemic. It's not the organization. It's certainly not the work they do that bothers me.
What you thinking down there?
I'd probably more on Team Liz on this one. Yeah, I think 25 grand is plenty. I think I don't like the per capita allocation. You know that, yeah. Yeah. I'm fairly agnostic about this whole thing, and I'll let town meeting have their say.
But what would you
May I make a
propose
motion?
to tell-
Well, you can always
I would propose that they say what they want to
motions
say.
are always in order.
Bunch of smart people.
So I'll make a motion to fund CEVED's BDCC at $3 per capita, translating to $36,000, if you don't like to look at the per capita, out of program income. We can, if you'd like.
Thanks for making
We
that
usually
motion.
never debate after the motion, but it is allowed. I just feel like I should clarify that, because the way I run it, I
Threw it out so
generally
that
don't.
you could talk about it first if you wanted to.
Typically, motions are made and then you talk.
You can do it
about
either
them.
way.
Yeah, and you can
We
do it
flip
both.
it here.
You can do it both ways too.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to make that motion to get a vote on the record.
Yeah.
I'm itching for a vote these days.
Fine. It's nice to have
Move
something to
on to
vote
the
on,
next item.
frankly. Yeah. So Tim has made the motion to fully fund the CEVED's request, which is $3 per resident, which translates to $36,147 from program income. Is there further discussion, or do we just want to vote it? I really am so torn in half that it's almost like when you try to be the last one to order dinner and you go out with your friends. That's where I am. I'm scrambling through the menu as we were getting ready to take this vote, trying to order my dinner. I don't know what happens when
But
you
it's
do.
actually
It's like the-
We're all
when the
going to know
check
my
has
vote at
come.
the same time.
Randy, I just want to point out how extremely insignificant
I
this vote is. It's going to go to town meeting and they're
Appreciate that.
vote. They're going to do one thing or another.
Thank
It's
you.
kind of,
Yeah.
Well, it is a little different because this year, if you don't mind a little more talking. Sorry.
I know.
Talking is
I
good.
keep looking at the
Talking
menu.
is fun.
Last year, we sent forward a recommendation for 24,000 or 25, depending on how you do the math. And so this would change that recommendation to slightly higher going into town meeting, and that always has an influence.
And so I would say, why does CEVEDS deserve that extra, whatever, $12,000 this year?
That's Tim's question.
What is the value that they've added that is, worth that extra 12 grand?
To you.
I thought I sort of encapsulated my belief on that.
Do it again.
But yeah, I just feel like they do good work. It's, to me, I don't see the losing too much by giving them what they requested. And if, in the wisdom of town meeting, they decide that it should be a little less, I'm fine with that too. But I listed off some of the things I've been particularly happy with, and I think that's how I feel about it.
Brandy?
Yeah, a couple more comments from the board, and then Ricky, I saw your hand go up.
I've been to several town meetings where many members of town meeting had problems with the lack of service for individuals who are trying to start their own businesses, and actually are pretty bitter about it. And I think there could be a backlash if we send them this suggested amount, which is higher than it has been in the past.
Did I see your hand?
Yeah, just, Daniel, the two things that I've seen. One is that this has been an unusual year for small business loans. I'm not sure exactly why, but we've had a lot of situations where we have to be like second or third in line if people fold, and people have had to come back for additional funds because something happened that they didn't anticipate. And well, there are a number of they work really closely with these sort of struggling or coming up or beginning businesses, or businesses who are trying to expand, and provide a lot of support for them. And I hadn't seen that before because we didn't really have to talk about that typically in most of the loans. I don't want to get too specific because everybody knows who they are because they come through here, but it's been it's a year when people have required a lot of support, and they've really provided that. And the other thing is just the ongoing work with the Diverse Workforce Development Committee. They basically provide the staff for that committee. That they set up all the transportation, they set up all the meetings, they contact all the businesses that students are going to come visit. They really do all the work. Diana Wally organizes things and keeps things moving and chairs the meetings, but they really are the staff, and it's really getting some traction now, and we're getting more interest from colleges to send kids here to visit our businesses, to visit our institutions, and look up and consider living here.
And this, sorry to jump in, but this money is there for this purpose. Whether or not you have issues with exactly how they're utilizing our funds, those funds are there, and I'm not suggesting that we draw it down dangerously low or anything. We have those funds, so I'd like to see them spent on workforce development and/or housing, as it should be. And we don't have something really hot that should be using that money right now, so why not partner with a group that is, albeit maybe imperfectly even, it's still hopefully moving that needle a little bit.
Ricky. Thanks.
Hi, Ricky Rosati, District 2, and I was on a webinar earlier this afternoon with SevEds that was attended by about 40 participants that were interested in their upcoming program called the Vermont Climate Catalyst Leaders, and they are choosing just 10 people to initiate climate change, innovation, and employment. And so just whatever amount is invested into them, I have no doubt, because I looked up the majority of the people who were on the webinar. I looked them up on LinkedIn, and they're all just like really fantastic resume and profiles of people that really want an innovative future. That the more we invest into them and enable them to do their work, the more that we're all going to benefit from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. That was helpful to me.
Yeah.
That was very helpful. Tim has made the motion. We've heard comment, talked about our ideas and thoughts. Is there more comment that needs to come to the floor before we just do it? Just vote. Again, Tim's motion is to approve Sebed's request for $3 per resident, equaling $36,147 from program income. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
No.
Nay.
Okay. 3 ayes, 2 nays. Ayes have it. Goes to town meeting, where they can tear it apart, double it, triple it, or cut it in half.
Good luck.
And all of those will
Have
be
fun with
proposed.
it. Excellent, thank you. Okay, so we're still on unfinished business, still doing the FY21 budget. Peter's walking us through, and we are moving to the next item. Peter?
So, we were asked both by members of the public and by the board to provide some visual representations of the budget highlights. We're going to be putting some up on the screen here. The board and those who have looked online have seen what's coming, but you're going to see it in color now. I want to underscore what we have said to you in the past, that what you're about to see is a first stab. It is unsophisticated graphics, but sort of the basic pie charts and line graphs that one would see in representing what we talked about, right? The very basic highlights of what's in the budget, so that somebody who wants to see it in a more visual manner can see at a glance those highlights. We are very much looking forward to getting some feedback from you and perhaps others that will help us look towards next year at, if this is going to become more of a priority, ways in which we can look ahead even to like what software to use and that sort of thing in a way that might be more sophisticated steps in this direction of visualizing the budget information that is otherwise pretty dense.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm glad it's not sophisticated. I think it's exactly how it should be laid out for people, and they always have the backup material. Sorry, Patrick.
Before we turn on the charts, take a look at them and sort of walk through them, I just wanted to sort of close the loop on the discussion we had just a few minutes ago about the curbside collection program and who it applies to. I've taken a look at the ordinance, and I just want to confirm what Jan had pointed out, that it's 4 and fewer is considered residential, and it's 5 and more that's considered commercial.
Thank you very much.
That's all I want to say there.
Perfect.
I want to pop this on and
All right.
take a look.
So we'll walk through these relatively quickly in the interest of time, because we've had some full conversations and we've still got some ground to cover tonight, but we won't rush so that you get a chance to pause, and particularly so that the public who may not have seen these online will have a chance to take a look at what we're presenting. So this first one, yes.
I'm just realizing it's 8 o'clock, and I'm wondering, do we need to take a break for the interpreters before we get into this, just to make it? Would you like a break? Would you like a break?
Depends on how long this part will be.
What do you think, Peter?
I'm guessing about 10 minutes on the slides, and then we could either take a break now or we could take a break then before we go into new business.
Let's do after.
Okay.
Yep,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry about that. Thank you.
So the first one is, and all of these are, well, with the exception of a couple that show multi-year trends, otherwise all of the information being presented is based on staff's original proposed budget. There've been relatively minor changes made by the board, and we thought it was just going to be confusing if we used that data. So we're using the data that's in the budget. That this is all in sync with the budget message, that in a narrative manner with some tables, but not visual charts, not graphs and pie charts. Summarizes already the information that is in the 19 pages of details in the town's budget. So it's that November 5th budget that is the one that we're working with in these charts. So this first one is revenue by type. The most standard visual representations of any budget are where's the revenue coming from, where do the expenses go out to, and this just demonstrates at a glance what we all know very well from dealing with the town's budget and the constraints of Dillon's rule and revenue that's available to municipalities in Vermont, that over 80%, 82.5% of the proposed budget is coming from property taxes. The next...
Wait.
Yes?
That's less than last year, right?
That's correct. It was
And that's a good thing.
It is a good thing. It's because of the creation of the 1 cent local option sales tax.
I would just, I just think that that is the significant thing, and if there could be a multi-year timeline somewhere that shows that, that might be helpful.
So we actually did look at doing one of those, and the difference, when you look at it over multiple years, the visual difference, I'm not suggesting for a second that it was not a significant step to seize an opportunity to do what we can do to diversify town revenue. That was a very good and important thing that happened. Visually, which was what this exercise was about, a line graph just varies very little from year to year when you're talking about the difference between 85% and 82%.
Can we just put in parentheses on the bottom what it was last year?
Sure.
For everything?
The challenge,
No,
the
just-
challenge of
It has
that.
to be fair.
Well, so in the narrative, we spoke to it. We talked about exactly that, about how it had changed, why it was less this year and why it was less this year. In the visual, it would be hard to do that because you wouldn't do it just for property taxes, you do it for the others. Now, sales tax would be 0% last year, and it would tell a story. It's going to be a pretty subtle story, I think.
Never mind.
Okay. So this is FY21 as proposed, predominantly property taxes. The important thing is that there is 3.4% of the overall revenue stream that didn't exist until this past year. And that's the sales tax. The rest of it is all relatively equal to what it was last year.
And it's a conservative estimate.
Correct. Based on initial results, we expect it to turn out better than expected, better than planned. The next is the expenditures. By type, we're going to look in a minute at some breakdowns by department. This is the overall budget, the whole $18 million plus, broken down by major categories of expense, and not surprisingly, because we are a service delivery organization, labor-intensive organization, between staffing, which is primarily salaries and some incentives related to the union contracts, but it's the cash compensation to employees, plus the employee benefits that are paid on behalf of employees. That's primarily health insurance, but not solely that. Those two between them make up almost 60% of the budget, 60.2% of the budget is in staffing and employee benefits. And then you can see the relative size of the expense that is related to the various other parts. This again it's a visual representation of something that does already exist in the information that's presented, but has always been up until now in a table that's embedded within the budget message. Right. It's just numbers there. Here it's something where you can see more at a glance the relative relationship.
Can I have an example or two of what is in the other, the 5.8?
Sure, but I need to go to my message to get that accurately.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
General.
Something, that's what I was a little...
Yep, I can tell you in just a second. Just
That county fees, remember that?
So, other revenue. This category includes general fund revenue sources. I'm sorry?
Other expense.
Oh, we're on expense, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
that's okay.
Okay.
$1 million.
I don't care where the revenue comes from, it can just come in.
There's a lot of difference.
Teasing.
Pretty soon it's real money.
Okay.
Unless it's for bags.
Tell you we can do this.
The explanation in other isn't going to be helpful. It's talking about the change from last year to this year. Other this year went significantly down, and it went significantly down because there was $100,000 in the current year budget for sustainability, which has now been moved into the planning department's budget for the sustainability coordinators, the expense of the person and the related expenses of the activities. And so the $100,000 that was in other got zeroed out.
Okay.
Yeah, I might suggest that we just sort of focus on the style and give suggestions, because I would have a couple suggestions for the style, but Should we just let you?
Are you
go
suggesting I
through?
don't ask questions that I like?
No, I
know
just
the
mean
answers
like
to?
we could get into the weeds if we really start to go into each, and I thought maybe we could give the staff opportunity to just kind of show
I would
us.
just like to say the colors are very pretty.
Yeah, I like the color scheme.
They look better on TV than on the screen, though.
Yeah, I suppose the questions kind of indicate
I
that
get
actually
it.
this is a tool that allows us to think about the budget ever so slightly differently
Yes.
than the line by line in the narrative.
Yes.
Sure.
You know.
How will they be presented? Will there be the text budget and then this set of figures, or will they be?
Trifold board.
Well, no, in the town report, one of the challenges will be fitting the information in, right? So you're seeing them as full pages now.
Like they could be a
Okay,
half page with
First
the
of all,
budget that they speak
they
to.
are much more useful in color, and they won't be in color in the town report. They'll be as you see them in your backup. And the smaller they get, the less meaningful they're going to be. But you know, if we do, we could eat up 20 pages of the report pretty fast by doing all of this. And so I think it begs the question of whether we want to just put that toe in the water this year, show a little bit of this information in the highlights. In future years, if there is a way, particularly on the website, and we know we need to do work on the website to make it more user-friendly and make this kind of information more accessible out there, on the website, you know, in full color, people can really, if they take the time to go there and click on the budget information, could get a lot in a hurry out of looking at a colorful chart like this. And in the manner, one conscious decision, I'm not going to represent that we're overly proud of this product. This is a first step. It's moving us in the right direction, I think, in terms of making this information more readily accessible to everyone in the community. But one conscious decision we made partway through as we were looking at different ways to do this that I think is important is doing this descending order of magnitude, where you start, you know, when you move from the largest piece, whether that's property taxes on the revenue side or whether it's staffing on the expense side, from the largest to the next largest to the next largest after that, and so on. So there's a relationship visually there, not just in the size of the piece of pie, but in the order of the pieces of pie. And that takes a minute, but just a minute, I think, for folks to kind of look at it and say, oh yeah, I see that, I get that. And now I can go to the next one and more quickly see the relationship between the different categories.
Okay.
One suggestion in regards
Please.
to color.
Yeah, we want lots of suggestions.
It's fantastic, by the way. I love these. But staffing and employee benefits, to me, I just want them to be similar colors. Because in my brain, they're the same.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
That's
warm
fair.
and cold.
That's
You
true.
couldn't get much different.
Pardon?
That's
You
not,
got
I mean,
warm- Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
you just assign colors, but I mean, just you know,
Well,
a
That's
blue
point. We'll
and
give some
aqua
thought.
blue. Or
We'll give some thought to
agree with that.
color
Because that's
families
all
as it relates to
employees.
category families.
If they're
That's all
not
employees.
going to be in color in the town meeting booklet, then why don't we use a series of gray tones?
Because it turns out that way if you
But,
use
you know,
the
like
producing color.
patterns and
No,
stuff.
I understand,
Yeah.
but it's our opinion, and if the board feels differently, I'm happy to adjust to this, but we think that how many, I don't know exactly how many we're looking at here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 separate pie slices with 11 separate geometric patterns actually gets busy and harder to view than just the variations of grayscale here. That was our opinion. If you disagree, we can make them geometric.
It's a first
No,
try, and I
fine.
don't think we should try to micromanage.
And this, we don't need to do it for this first cut in a way that just, you know, sort of moves into next year. But I would say using the colors is certainly what we would hope to do in the future, because we would hope that this would be something people would get used to using automated.
Right.
And the colors will make a big difference there.
And maybe when they're online, they click a pie chart and it kind of reveals the sub pie chart. You know what I mean? Like you click staffing and all of a sudden you see a new pie chart which breaks down.
So I have seen that tool, and it's not using the software we have now. No, we can't achieve that. But it may be very inexpensive software. That's one of the things we need to look at as we take more steps forward with this. Is what does an interactive tool like that cost? It's probably not much more difficult to set it up because you're basically
data.
taking data and using the program the right way to just transport that into visuals. So it's something we definitely will look at for next year.
Do you intend to use any of these at town meeting, like on the screen?
Not so much no, we wouldn't plan to necessarily put them up on the screen unless you say that you really want us to prepare in a way that we can do that. We don't normally have a screen like this at town meeting. Our intent was, again, taking baby steps forward to, sort of take the highlights from what we're showing tonight and drop them into the town report as just an introduction of the fact that we recognize that visuals will help. But we're not really, we're not hitting a target here. We're talking about the need to establish a target and then aim for it.
Right. And so the informational meeting, right, for town meeting is great for town meeting members and interested individuals to show up to.
Yes.
And it's still a relatively small subsection of the entire population of the town.
Yes.
I wonder if the library would be willing to host these pie charts on some boards in the kind of the weeks leading up to town meeting, just so folks that aren't town meeting members and aren't reading the town report can see at a glance.
And if we were to do a display at the library, we could certainly print them up in color and make it something that people can walk up to and get more benefit from.
Even just the first three.
Somewhere we have to provide them in color, because if we were just to provide only black and white,
website has to be in color.
all we would hear is why
Make them
don't we
color.
have it in
So-
color.
so-
Somewhere. I'm not saying
So it definitely pops better in color, and we will do that. I think that's a great suggestion. The bubbles, the boxes that have labels and numbers in them are intended to help people overcome the fact that when it's in black and white, it doesn't tell as good a story.
I mean, I can read it perfectly fine in black and white, but it looks super nice in color. And if we did a nice display, for example, at the library, or the
Of the first, and I don't know if it needs to be all the slides or just the first three or
We
whatever
will
you
do
think
that.
is best.
We'll put something together and we'll present it out in the library, and it'll be based on then the final numbers that you agree on next week.
Correct.
Right? So sometime early in February, when you are done with the budget and you are sending a recommended budget forward, it'll be the select board's recommended budget that we represent in the library display.
This is great.
Beautiful.
I really like the work that was put into this.
Me too.
I just have a comment on healthcare.
Sure.
Because
Do you want to not go one by one? I'm happy not to if that's what is happening here.
this is the only one I have a comment on.
Already moving on to the
And it's the last one.
Okay.
And, the percentage of healthcare costs is such an important part of our budget and such a rising cost.
Yes.
That either the percentages could be shown on these years or just so that we could see the rising
So you'd
costs.
like to see healthcare as a proportion of the overall budget? That's something we haven't attempted to display. We could work up a chart like that. What this is actually intended to display is within healthcare, because it is such a large expense, the impact of creating that HRA layer back in FY18. And so, we've talked about it verbally. We've got tables of numbers that we've shown previously, but we haven't had a visual that shows that it was headed up and we actually brought it back down. It was down in FY18. It was level in FY19. We had a bad year that year, and it went up a lot for FY20, and now it's relatively level again in FY21. We think this is actually telling a pretty good story, given the healthcare system in the United States and how badly broken it is. For an employer who provides a generous healthcare benefit to its employees, we think that this 7-year trend is actually demonstrating that we've been right around $2 million, a little below, then a little above now for a 7-year period, which is better than what people have experienced if they stayed with traditional, buy the insurance, have a normal kind of deductible, and then insurance coverage
Will
system.
people know that? Will people look at that and understand that?
So I don't know.
what other people understand.
Well, no, well, I don't know that either, but I want us to be careful, and I've said before, I want to say again right now that we don't think these are perfect visuals by any stretch of it. This is a very first stab. We want feedback. We want to make them better. But I'm concerned about trying to do too much with them, too. I think they need to be, they are, by their nature, simplified visual impressions about the budget. If you want to really understand more deeply what's happening in the budget, there's a lot of good numbers and written summaries that we've been providing for years. What we haven't been providing for years is visual. But to understand that story about what's gone on with healthcare, I think the budget message helps. And then there's a deeper dive you could take by looking at documentation that is available on the town's website about how we've managed healthcare.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of like the interesting thing about displaying information in this way. You know, you can be selective, right? So like if we choose to highlight our healthcare costs, we could tell the story of the town controlling healthcare costs responsibly.
Right.
And we could also tell the story of, you know, rising healthcare costs within the context of our, you know, our state picture and our national picture.
Yep.
And which story you kind of like put forward puts the spin on it.
Sure.
Right, we do have to be cautious
You know.
of the spin
Right.
aspect.
Because like this is just the facts.
Right.
Correct. The story we tell about it is like the spin.
That's correct.
And it's not like either of those are like lies. They're just, you know, one is.
But certain things lend themselves to certain arguments.
Yeah.
I'm really feeling like there's a program out there that will do all of this sort of user responsiveness. Like you can click, you can
It
automatically.
Yes.
So
I've
in
seen
the
other
future, not this year,
municipalities'
but in the
websites
future.
that have that.
Yeah, in the future, I think we should think about that, and allowing it to be interactive for our reps and citizens would be great.
Yeah.
But
I looked
I'm
at
not
that.
advocating for that here this year. But this
We
is,
couldn't possibly do it this year because we need to identify the software and buy the software and learn the software and set it up online. But we can be working towards that for next year. Our website also needs to just in general be more welcoming for people to be able to get on the website and find such a tool and use it adequately.
Okay. I'm wondering, I'm thinking in terms of trees, if we need this many. A lot of the department ones are very similar. I'm not sure that that's really crucial information for people. Maybe other people see it that way, but I mean, the revenue and the expenses and the salaries by department, debt service, these are things that people ask about. Energy, obviously, energy costs and the energy use, which, you know, being in a graphic representation is really helpful. And again, as Liz said, the healthcare programs. I think those are the things
top
that.
5, is that 5 that you have there?
I was hoping to find 5, but it's actually 7. But I just wonder how many do we want to put in the book?
yeah, I agree, we don't
But
need
something like
each.
that, I think,
If
is
they
David's on
weren't
the
so
right track
similar,
there.
you know, I would. But it's really a lot of staff, and then the programs.
Well, even if they could be like expense and revenue on one, if the pie charts could share.
Okay.
Get 5, I'm all about 5.
So I was keeping up with you there for a minute. The first 3.
Yeah.
And then the energy, and then the healthcare, what was the other one?
There are 2 energies. One is energy
Oh,
energy use, and then the other is energy costs or energy costs, healthcare, and I think there's one after this benefits by department. Debt service.
Oh, debt.
I would love to see that. You know, that's going down. That's something we worked really hard to get to. Well, you obviously worked really hard to get to that.
We did that together. I'd also suggest employee retirement costs because there was a significant decision that was made by a board back in 2017 that led to a substantial savings, and you can see that the FY21 expense is almost identical to the FY15 expense. And the benefit that is being received by the employees is significantly better in FY21 than it was in FY15. It was just a pure win-win, a better
So what
benefit
was
to
that
provide to our
decision?
employees and significant savings to the taxpayers.
Great.
What was that decision?
The decision was to move away from a defined contribution plan where employees had to save up their own money and a contribution that they received from the town that was 9% contribution from the town to the employees' individual funds. Switching over to the Vermont Municipal Employee Retirement System, where the town is contributing 6% into the system on behalf of each employee, but the employees at the end of their careers get a monthly pension check. So that had existed, a similar system with different numbers attached to it had already existed for police officers and firefighters, but for all the rest of the town employees, this change significantly improved the benefit that they receive and initially saved the town well over $100,000 and has crept back up, but only to the point where 6 years later, it's equal to the cost of where it was back in 15.
If you look at what's at healthcare costs after 6 years, so it's really kind of remarkable.
I'm actually fine with everything, except I don't need the departmental expenses.
Okay.
Yeah. Those are the ones that I feel, as David points out, they're so similar.
Let me ask you this. I've heard the feedback, it's helpful. I know that we're going to work together to do something that's a lot more dynamic around this for next year. For this year, does it make sense? It does to me. So let me ask you if it's okay with you. If, based on the feedback we've received, we pick 8. And it'll be definitely the front 3, and it'll be some combination of the ones deeper in based on the things I've heard from you. But the reason I'm saying 8 is once we go to the town report with it, it would allow us to do 4 on a page. You'd see a quarter page.
Yeah,
they're going to be
great.
small, but it'll
can see
represent this information in a convenient manner, 8 of the slides that you've seen tonight. Is that acceptable?
Yeah.
Sounds
If you think it's
I don't
readable, as
remember
long as you
what-
think it's
what-
going to be readable.
Like, I
We
don't
won't
think,
let it get so tiny that you can't read it.
I don't think these individual department budgets.
Right, I'm hearing that. Don't do the individual department, so that's fine. That'll save a lot. Also, there is a chance, just, I guess the asterisk on this whole thing is if going to quarter pages is so small that it's not useful, you really can't do half pages, right?
Because they're round.
It's all
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah.
So we would go back to doing full pages, and we could just use up, 4 pieces of paper.
Okay.
8 images on 4
Sounds
pieces
good.
of paper.
Great. Let's do
Well,
that.
if you get rid of these individual departments, there's not,
There's about
Right. I think we're going to be at
it's
around.
very workable.
Yeah.
And the school stuff's not going to be in the town report this year,
That's
so there's
correct.
plenty of room.
Come on up, Ricky.
Still have to pay to print them, but
Right.
a lot more room.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, Ricky, and then we'll break.
I'm just curious in response to Mr. Stoll's concern about trees and saving paper. Does the municipal building contract with a paper company that just uses post-consumer materials?
Probably not.
I expect that we do. I don't
really?
know that for sure. I know that we're pretty sensitive to those kinds of things. I don't know exactly what the product is. We'd have to double check for what we get.
Could there be a goal to aspire to that?
I'm sorry?
If we,
Oh,
if,
yeah.
Would
if
there be
we
a goal
don't
to
already,
aspire
can there
to
be
that?
a goal
Oh,
to
yeah.
aspire to that? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so
Taking a break.
do we don't need a motion for that, do we?
You don't need any motion on
feel like
that.
you've
We've
got it?
received your feedback.
Yep.
That's helpful. If I could, before we break, just wrap up the budget piece with just one announcement.
Yes.
Which is on the top of page 3 of my memo, I advised the board that we're coming to completion on the review of the non-union employee salaries. We have actually completed that now. The materials are on the town's website so that the public can review them. So is the proposed contract with the NEPBA, the New England Police Benevolent Association. Both of those items are going to be on your January 21st agenda, 1 week from tonight. The NEPBA contract has some changes in it that are significant in terms of our relationship with the employees and the compensation that will be received by the individual employees in that union, but it will not have any impact on this budget because we already knew what we had negotiated. It just hadn't all been reduced to writing yet at the time that we put the budget together back in October. And so the financial impact of that is reflected already in what's before you. The non-union work we just completed, and so that is an adjustment that'll need to be made in the budget, and it'll be approximately $36,000. And I'll go over the details of that a week from tonight.
Excellent. That's actually going to be really exciting. So I hope everybody takes a chance to look at the documents that are online and tune into that January 21st meeting because it's good stuff.
Tune in.
All right. So that concludes the budget. Is that correct? So when we come back from break, we slide into new business?
Yes.
That's what we will do. It is 8:29. I will see you back here at 8:40. Okay, we're back, and as I said, we're moving our way into new business, and Peter has the first item to discuss here. Take it away.
So we're recommending the designation of a handicap parking space on the west side of Main Street. You'll recall that last year, in the fall, you approved the designation of a space on the east side of Main Street, adjacent to the southernmost crosswalk at High and Main. This is directly across the street from there, in front of Duo Restaurant and the Brooks House. There is currently a loading zone. The ADA committee requested that there be a space designated over on the west side of Main Street. The one that has been designated on the east side of Main Street is used almost all the time, and we've monitored carefully the use of it, and it is being used by people who have a permit to use it. And so we recognize that there is still pent-up demand. There are businesses on the west side that would benefit from having a space designated there. So the ADA committee, at the day that this was discussed at the ADA committee, they were also talking about accessibility in downtown businesses. And so Kate O'Connor from the Chamber and Stephanie Bonin from the DBA were both present, and there was a really good conversation around which space would make the most sense if we were going to designate one on the west side. And this loading zone is a space that is just not used very often for its intended purpose. And so it was a really strong consensus of everyone present that that's the appropriate location. We then took that recommendation from the ADA committee to the Traffic Safety Committee, and the Traffic Safety Committee unanimously approved the recommendation as well. So we're bringing it to you tonight because it is our procedure before we go and spend the time to go into that cumbersome process of modifying the town's ordinances. We always want to check in with the board, make sure that you're okay with moving forward and actually doing this by ordinance and changing the use of that space. In this case, we think it's an uncomplicated decision. We hope you agree. ADA, traffic safety, and staff all think it would be a really beneficial change to make this an accessible space.
Thank you very much.
And it's
All
not,
for it.
I think it is, as it says in here, it's not, it's rarely used. It's mostly empty.
As a
I go
loading
by it
zone.
all different times of day, and it's,
Right.
yeah.
And I would imagine that's because people use the back.
Right. Correct. And actually, sometimes High Street, actually. I can't really explain why, but
They do.
Stephanie, as not just DBA executive director, but one of the proprietors at Duo, said they get a lot of deliveries from people who park on High Street and come in through the lounge. So,
Okay.
Would the loading zone still be a loading zone?
no,
Okay.
it will not. The use of that will change. There are plenty of other loading zones around in downtown. Because this one is underutilized and because we have this other need, the proposal is to eliminate it as a loading zone and designate it full-time as a handicapped
Oh, so the
accessible space.
loading zone would become the space. I thought
Right.
it was the
Yes.
space in front of the
No.
loading zone.
The loading zone is going to
Oh.
go away, and the loading zone is going to become the handicapped accessible space.
Perfect.
Very good.
I think
The
that's
loading
great.
zone wasn't a full space.
Nope, it's
It
a full
is.
space. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There's a hashed area behind the loading zone that's north of the loading zone because of the curb bump out there.
That's what I thought you were talking about.
No,
was that.
there's a
That's
hashed
right.
area, and then there's the space. That space is a loading zone, but now would be a handicap space.
Great.
I had the same thought as Tucker.
Yeah.
I
It's,
thought,
it's
I thought I
very
had my-
much needed.
I know, I looked at you, nice little diagram.
I just want to say that a couple people did express the concern that a large truck wouldn't be able to use the back, but in the process of the readings of the ordinance, that'll come out if some other business has a problem.
Sure.
I've definitely seen large trucks back there.
Me too.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to.
But
Sure.
that's good to point out. All right, this is excellent. I'm glad to hear it, and it requires no formal action from the board.
That's
Is that
correct.
correct?
We just want to make sure that you're okay with us moving forward. So in the absence of direction to stop, we will prepare the ordinance and bring it to you. And in fact, since this matter, there's been an additional one on Canal Street that has been recommended for designation as a handicapped accessible space. So we'll bring that to you shortly.
Great.
And then we'll do the ordinance to address both of them
Excellent.
at the same time.
Thank you very much.
All
right, take us through the next item, Peter.
The next item is a proposed contract with Melanson Heath, which is an accounting and auditing firm from Nashua, New Hampshire, to provide interim finance director services to the town. As you're aware, John O'Connor is in the process of retiring. He had actually planned to retire this past fall. When our first search for a new finance director was unsuccessful, we were looking at options for an interim finance director at that time, and John suggested to us that he could stay on as long as it was okay for him to work a couple of days a week instead of full time. He's working off his accumulated vacation time, which is beneficial to the town financially, and it meant that we had the benefit of all of John's experience and familiarity as our finance director to be performing interim finance director functions without using the interim term, of course. So it's been, the continuity of that has been really nice. John approached me recently and asked if it would be possible that he not continue to provide those services all the way to sometime in the spring when we expect to bring on a new finance director, and we're happy to accommodate him because, again, he's given us service above and beyond what we had expected, in his original plan for retirement. So we worked to find an adequate solution, and we think we have found one that is more than adequate. Melanson Heath is a medium to large provider of accounting and auditing services in northern New England and central New England. They actually have a lot of clients in Massachusetts and New Hampshire particularly, but also in Maine and Vermont. In Vermont, they do municipal audits for Burlington and St. Albans, so they're familiar with the unique aspects of Vermont municipal finance law. And in fact, the person that Melanson Heath intends to send to us as our interim finance director, Lori Garland, is a certified public accountant and experienced auditor who has been the lead auditor for Melanson Heath on those 2 Vermont municipal audits.
Great.
So we think we'll be in really good hands for this hopefully relatively short interim period. The proposed term of the contract is tomorrow, January 15th through April 15th, with the intent being that Ms. Garland and Mr. O'Connor will spend some time together in the remainder of January. They'll be here together for a few days of overlap, having the passing of the baton, and then Ms. Garland will be the interim finance director until we have a new finance director on board.
Fantastic.
Then we better approve it.
Well, I was just going to say that, and I was thinking, I was remembering what it's like to hear about this decision where this person starts tomorrow.
Yes.
And I was wondering about the appropriateness of talking about the fact that we didn't just decide this today.
Yeah, I think that's entirely appropriate. So this is under contracts and under employee matters. I don't remember the exact terminology that we always grab from the statute to appropriately record it for when we go into executive session. We have had executive session discussion around this in order to make sure that the manner in which staff was preparing to move through this transition was acceptable to the board, particularly that this contract, which is an unusual one for the town, to contract with someone or with a firm to provide department head services, make sure that this contract would be acceptable to the select board. So I knew ahead of time, bringing this forward, that this in fact would be acceptable to you. I should say, the part I didn't say in the earlier summary, for the benefit of the public, I should note that the engagement is for a not to exceed $25,000 fee, where we'll pay an hourly rate up to $25,000, and then if there's hours above and beyond that, they will come with no extra charges. And the estimate from Melanson Heath of the number of hours required to provide these services over a 3-month period is going to be approximately $20,000 of expense for the town. But if we need more than what is estimated and we get up to 25, then we would not exceed that.
Okay.
Are people like this, are they bonded? Like
they're insured.
Insured?
Yeah, they're yes, for the actions that they're going to be taking, they're going to be liable, and the contract speaks very explicitly to the amount of insurance they need to carry and so on. It's all been reviewed by Bob Fisher and approved.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, great. Seems like a smart thing to do, and it looks like it is one of the items tonight that requires a motion.
Yes, please.
So I would entertain one from somebody.
I'll make a motion.
Excellent.
To authorize the town manager to execute an agreement with Melanson Heath Accountants, Auditors,
of Nashua, New Hampshire to provide interim finance director services.
Excellent. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so our next order of business is Vermont Outdoor Recreation Collaborative Community Grant for 2019 through 2020. We have Sue Fillion from the Planning Department. Thanks for hanging out with us all night, Sue.
No problem. Thanks for having me. So I'm here to request authorization to apply for a Vermont Outdoor Recreation Collaborative Grant. This is the second year of the grant program, and it's intended to kind of promote our recreation assets in Vermont and hopefully affect some economic benefit from it as well. So I've been working for about a year with several trails groups in town, Friends of West River Trail, the Retreat Farm, who has lots of trails on their property, Wyndham Regional Commission, Connecticut River Conservancy, and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance to figure out how we can better capitalize on our trail assets, because a lot of people feel like we've got a lot here and a lot to celebrate, and yet people look at a place like they look at Brattleboro to come and shop and eat, and then they go recreate elsewhere. And we really want to let people know that no, we have it here too. They can stay and do that. Or if they're thinking about if they live in town or they're moving to town, that these are great assets to have in your town as well. So back in December, we hosted or we helped support a Vorax steering committee here in Brattleboro, and we got to tour them around and kind of tell them what our plans were. And they were pretty excited about what they saw in Brattleboro and thought, we got some really positive feedback about this being a great grant opportunity for the town to take advantage of. So what we're proposing to do with it is to kind of create a consistent kind of trails brand, I guess, for maybe some signage templates that we can then work to install at the different public and private trails around town. And then also marketing materials, because again, it is about economic development and, can we increase the rooms and meals taxes? How are we going to go about doing that? So that's the proposal. There'll be some mapping and promotional materials as well. I have been working with this close group, but I think that as the project, if it was to move forward, there would be more outreach. There's different groups in town that maybe have different needs of the trails and whatnot. So.
Great. Yeah, we have an amazing trail system here. You are absolutely right. So this is really exciting, and I love the idea. So thank you.
Yeah, we're pretty sorry. If I can just, we're pretty excited because the change that will happen with the existing bridges to Hinsdale becoming bike and pedestrian. We think that has a lot of opportunity to draw people into the downtown, or to just be a trails hub, and there's a big opportunity as well.
Absolutely. Questions or comments?
I think there's a synergy between your downtown design plan, because that was talking about creating linkages between the open spaces, and this is a nice element that's related to that.
Thank you.
I hope we get it.
Thanks.
May I add one quick thing?
Please do.
One really nice aspect of this particular grant is that it doesn't require a local match.
Yeah, we noticed that.
If we succeed at obtaining this, it'll be $50,000 of other people's money to help us achieve these really nice goals that Sue just described, without having to put Brattleboro money into the pot.
Great. Awesome. This is another item that requires a motion, so I would entertain one. Liz.
I move to approve the Planning Department's application for a $50,000 Vermont Outdoor Recreation Collaborative Community Grant from the Vermont Department of Forest, Parks, and Recreation in partnership with the Vermont Agency of Commerce and Community Development to hire a consultant to steward publicly accessible trails and forests.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, our last item on new business is a representative town meeting warning article from the Connecticut River Conservancy, and we have Kathy Erper here with us tonight. If you'd like to come to the table. And thank you as well for hanging out with us till the end of the evening. We really appreciate it. I know it can be lengthy.
It's not bitter.
I didn't say bitter.
I know, I heard.
saw
You
like,
almost went.
I went,
No problem. Let's see. Where to start on this?
Wherever you want to, Kathy.
I was born.
Yeah. I often struggle with where to start because this relicensing has been going on since 2012, and certainly with select boards, there's a lot of change in the select board members who may not have the full history like the town manager has access to. So a short synopsis, and then I'm glad to answer any questions or then dig into some more details. The Connecticut River in general in Vermont, New Hampshire is controlled by at least 6 hydroelectric facilities that are moving water through the system. It is not run as a natural river. The water moving through is controlled by the hydroelectric dams. Hydroelectric facilities are licensed for a 30 to 50 year period. And you can think of that license kind of as a contract. They're using a public resource to generate electricity, which we need. In some cases, for private gain. These are generally privately held companies. So you could think of the license sort of as a contract with the public to use that public trust, and then, you know, at the end of the 30 or 40 or 50 year, depending, time period, you get to revisit that contract to assess whether you want to continue doing that, if there has been damage to the river, if there are other things to consider, ecological changes, etc. So the relicensing of the 3 lower facilities in Vermont, New Hampshire, which includes the Wilder Dam up by White River Junction, the Bellows Falls Dam, and then the Vernon Dam, started in 2012. And the process of the relicensing, there's sort of the intent to relicense. There is a scoping period in this case where stakeholders are engaged, and then people can request studies. And so there have been 33 different studies over the course of the past 7 years to look at recreation, particular creatures and habitat, in-stream flow, erosion, all number of different things that might be affected in the river. And so another piece of this is because of some of our other federal laws, certain aspects that get examined kind of have you could almost say like a standing that gets deferred to, right? So for instance, the Endangered Species Act requires that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service be engaged in this relicensing to comment on dwarf wedge mussels in the river that are an endangered species. So certain things have kind of like automatic advocates because of other federal legislation, and that includes historic preservation, endangered species, and then also the NEPA process, which is a federal environmental process. Other aspects, don't necessarily have those advocates, and that's sort of where Connecticut River Conservancy comes in as advocating for all aspects, and then in particular also attempting to hold those things that are not necessarily getting the attention of the fisheries biologists or the state regulators that are involved in the process. Which brings us
We're with you.
to really 2 things, erosion and then recreation, which is partly why Connecticut River Conservancy is one of the partners in the BOREC grant and wanting to support that, because there's a question of how the recreation economy might be enhanced in the river valley. So we'll save that for another day, but in regard to erosion, in my capacity at as river steward, I've had to do research in this relicensing and follow all the studies and comment on the studies. And one of the things I learned was that in the last time that these facilities were relicensed in 1979, there was a concern at that point that the operation of the facilities was causing erosion up and down the river. And just to give you a scale, the project area for these 3 facilities runs essentially from the Massachusetts border up to kind of Bradford, Vermont, and Piermont, New Hampshire. So it's more than 100 miles, affecting more than 20 towns in the 2 states. And prior to the last relicensing, a group of citizens that were concerned about erosion, they, through lobbying their congressional representatives, were able to get the Army Corps of Engineers to come in and do a study to look at erosion in that specific area. The study was released after FERC issued the license the last time, and the study specifically stated that it kind of ranked the various things that might cause erosion in a river system, and the second causative factor they stated in that study was the pool level fluctuations behind the dam. So at the moment, these dams operate in a way where they, water's coming down the river. It's held behind the dam until about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The hydro facilities then start to generate when the electricity prices go up. And they'll generate till about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, depending. It's a little, they're staging it through the whole river, so it's not exactly that time period. But, and then they hold the water again. And so what that means is behind the dam every day, the water level is fluctuating about 2 feet. And so it is wetting the banks, seeping in, and then being pulled out again. And over the course of, days and weeks and months and years and decades, literally, what is happening is that it's pulling the silts and the fines out. The toe of the bank becomes undermined, and then the bank topples in.
Makes sense.
And, anecdotally, from the hydroelectric perspective, one of the benefits of that is you actually increase the impoundment, and you then have more acre feet of water to have access to generate electricity. So, in the grand scheme of the thing, the pressure points that will be put on the company, this one I think is very bothersome. Yeah. Let's put it that way.
I bet.
And also, there is no other kind of trigger looking at it, which is why we've, chosen to try to bring this up to people, and thus the town meeting resolution language. So, yeah, Liz.
That was great.
What would you propose as mitigation for this act?
We've had a couple meetings where we have brought together, geomorphologists, property owners, a bunch of different stakeholders up and down the river. And the general consensus that we've heard from those conversations include, and I put it in the resolution, basically include ongoing monitoring, some sort of adaptive shoreline management plan so that they're looking at it over the course of the next 30, 40, 50 years. Some mitigation money to help with either, either direct buyout of land, conservation easements, and stream bank stabilization work. And
because
yeah.
From what you're saying, it seems like the bank stabilization is the key, because that's the problem that's being addressed. And I know when I was at the Wantastic Reach subcommittee of blah, 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 people were talking about the erosion, but then they were also talking about offsetting it with recreational planning. And I didn't really see the the trade-off there. But it seems to me that if you have a problem with erosion, you want to fix it with bank stabilization.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I'm not following that
I
logic
wasn't either. I think that was your point.
And
But
that's,
yeah,
it hasn't-
but it's, you know, is that what you're asking for? You're asking for
Yeah, I
bank
mean-
stabilization?
What we're asking for really is a license article that requires that the company address the issue. And the way we are laying it out in our recommendations, it would include all of those things, ideally, right? So monitoring over time, an adaptive management program, and money to support banks, support towns and private property owners to restabilize banks, fix infrastructure. On the New Hampshire side, I mean, to a certain extent, we're kind of blessed by the railroad on our side because a lot of our infrastructure is further back from the river. On the New Hampshire side, there are 3 towns that are either having to move a road or fix a road using, Army Corps of Engineer money to stabilize it. So there's some pretty intensive municipal infrastructure that is literally being undermined on that side.
Studying, if I were, the energy company and I was told to study something for a couple of decades, I'd study something for a couple of decades before I put any money to bank stabilization. So it kind of would suggest more emphasis on the bank stabilization itself.
Yeah, I hear you. It's the monitoring over time. So right now, we don't even have the data to really understand how much land has been lost. And so ideally included in the license would be the requirement to have some sort of like annual reporting and assessment of what's happening with the banks over time. And they really skirted it in 1979, so we're hoping to have some of these checks in place for the coming 40 years. There's also, just as an aside, this relicensing involves the 3 facilities in Vermont and New Hampshire, and then 2 in Massachusetts. One of those is a pump station where they're sucking, river water up into a reservoir and then flushing it out, and causing the same kind of erosion. So the towns in that area were able to have that pump storage facility take some responsibility for erosion. So they have, actually a kind of an oversight group that meets, and they have to do annual reports, and they have to do ongoing monitoring, and they have paid for bank stabilization projects on private property. So.
I've applied. I've written 2 FERC applications, and I know that FERC never turns anybody down, but they do take a lot of public input. So I'm really pleased that you're doing this work.
Yeah, and that's generally in some ways it feels like a kind of classic David and Goliath situation. We're talking about a federal regulatory process that, as far as we can tell, cannot even be, the individual property rights really don't even have any standing. It's preempted by the Federal Power Act, which is one level of concern. And in order for, really our only leverage in trying to provide for some oversight around this particular issue is getting public comment to FERC and them understanding that there are, in fact, people in the area that are concerned about this and are watching. And my hope is that they will then at least put something in the license and we can continue to advocate to make that stronger,
So your goal in the resolution strengthens this public comment and elevates it?
Yes. Yeah. Both on the level of, my assumption and sense is that the town manager and the select board could choose to comment on the revised application when it gets submitted, which we're expecting probably in April. But one of the other things I was thinking with bringing it to the town meeting was that it also enables us to educate the town and provide, an avenue for people to understand it, and then also individuals to comment if they want to. So,
Jim.
First of all, thank you. First of all, thank you for being our river steward. I think it's an awesome position.
Clearly.
Yeah, you were made for it. I happen to know. And also, I think it's great that there's a position like that.
Yeah.
A person assigned to actually be an advocate for our river. It's super important. I have sort of a reflection real quick that you can confirm or deny if I'm correct about it. And also just a very quick question. It seems to me that Brattleboro itself is not directly affected greatly by these issues, although you could argue that there is some effects. But sort of us signing on to this and raising public awareness has really helped the overall cause up and down the river.
yeah, and there's differences. So if you, for one thing, you have to be on the river in many areas, you have to be on the river to actually really see the erosion, and it also has to be the right time of day because the water level has to be low enough for you to see the eroded bank. So, but from, it also seems to me that the way that, and this gets a little bit into river dynamics, the way that the size, so for instance, the impoundment behind Vernon Dam is around 26 miles long. Behind Bellows Falls Dam is around 20-something miles long, and behind Wilder Dam is 46 miles long. So you can see that there's actually a point behind the impoundment where it seems that erosion is worse in some towns than in others. And I don't fully understand all the dynamics of that, but along, it partly also has to do with, for instance, if you go up above the Wilder, in the Wilder impoundment, the erosion is at a scale of, like 20 to 30 foot cliffs of open, unvegetated dirt that are just, getting undermined and falling in, where things cannot grow. You're not seeing it at that scale necessarily in this section of the river, but there definitely are areas where you can see things being undercut. And it also has to do with particular soil types along the river. So, but yeah, it's, in my mind, it's a collective effort, you know, and that's also why I wanted to go directly to the town select boards and town managers with it.
And it's truly all connected.
Yes.
And my follow-up question was just, and feel free to give it a top-line, very simple answer, but if there is one, does the fact that New Hampshire has jurisdiction, or at least even ownership, you might say, of the river itself, up to our, what is it, the high water mark, low water mark, something like that, does that affect your work and our influence on the process at all? Or?
No, legally it is and I constantly forget if it's the high or low water mark, but it is before the dam was built. So the boundary line, don't tell Whetstone Station.
I had a feeling.
Is actually, could be 50-ish feet in the river. So for instance, if we find a barrel and we don't know if there's something in it that Irene swept into the river that we're trying to get out, and it's on this side of the river, we are calling the Vermont Agency of Natural Resources, because if we call New Hampshire, they say, oh no, that's your side of the river. So there is so the river is not fully,
got it,
under New Hampshire's jurisdiction. It is like, and certainly the banks on this side of the river are Vermont banks. So.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Ricky?
Could you clarify, is securing and preventing further bank erosion a necessary requirement that preparing for us to have developed trails along our banks?
Is there a requirement? I don't know. It really just depends on where the trails are sited. it really just depends on where the trails are sited. I mean, regardless, you want to be able to stabilize the banks to protect the loss of property in this situation, in all situations, really. But so maybe I don't understand. Maybe I'm not understanding the question.
Well, like Miss Fillion was just talking about advertising the trails.
Yeah.
And like hopefully like there's a shared vision of maybe within the next 5 years of like developing the trails along the bank to be walkable. Right now they're really not managed. And so I was thinking maybe like I was wondering if securing the erosion is necessary in order to protect any trail development there.
I don't know if it is particularly for trail development. From what I understand about where the trails are currently existing and how they might be developed. I mean but that's thinking of Brattleboro and the Hinsdale area only. I mean, if I were to try to think of the other towns, yeah, I mean, you could make an argument. And certainly, one of our other focuses is trying to help the recreation economy. So as you have towns turn back to face the river and maybe do some, provide river access or do development along the river, it's definitely a consideration then.
Well, thank you for considering that.
Yeah.
I think maybe just so the public knows, I think in Brattleboro, a lot of the property that would be really nice to have a trail along is owned by the railroad.
They have a large easement. It's like 250 feet from it's something, I remember that from camping stuff.
Yeah.
It's large.
Which doesn't make collaboration impossible. It's just something to consider that we don't have direct jurisdiction as a town over that portion.
And for liability reasons, I think they like it to keep it pretty to themselves.
Railroad is not known for its collaborative nature.
Thank you, Liz.
There may be reasons why we could convince them it would be in their favor.
That's true.
That's
There always
another
is.
discussion.
So this item that Kathy has brought forth requires a motion as well, and because it needs to be added to the representative town meeting for a warning. So
I mean, it doesn't need to be. We're choosing whether we want to.
Right. Well, for the purpose of why it landed on tonight's.
That's the ask.
That's right. That's the ask. Is there anybody?
Sometimes Daniel doesn't have a collaborative nature.
I know. It's persnickety by the end of the meeting.
This is a question. Do we want to add this to the warning?
Is there somebody that would like to make this motion?
I'll make the
That
motion. We'll let Tammy decide.
That was mandatory.
All right. I move to add the resolution requested by Kathy Earther from the Connecticut River Conservancy to the warning for representative town meeting.
Excellent. Daniel has taken the time to make that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Thank you very much.
I look forward to more education.
Me too.
About this.
It was incredibly interesting.
Very interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Where does that land us? That lands us done.
Way out the door.
I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Oh wait, all those in favor? Aye. Meeting's adjourned at 9:16 p.m. Have a good night.
Excellent.
I would say about an hour later than I would have thought.
It's a premature gavel.
Because I'm an hour overdue. I'm an hour overcooked.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Guilford Select Board of January 13th. Good evening, everyone. And to recognize the public. And we have no public. Danny's not. He's the highway commissioner. And the rules of procedure, even though there aren't any public here, are on the table, and they discuss how the select board and the public interact with each other at a select board meeting. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I do have one addition that you folks, I have an answer to one of your questions from the last meeting, and it then requires you folks to take some action, and the action is required by Thursday of this week.
Okay, thank
you. So
you.
that is regarding the WRC broadband feasibility grant.
Are there any changes to the agenda order?
I haven't any.
Very well. Have you all read the minutes, and may I ask for a motion to approve them?
I shall move.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
And is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'm going to abstain.
Oh,
because
we
I
have
was
one
not in
abstention.
attendance.
Thank you, Gordon. And thank you. The motion is approved. Highway general update, Dan.
Well, we've been doing some plowing, been doing a lot of sand and salting. When you guys go through your budget tonight, you'll see I do have some money left for sand and some money left for salt.
Good.
Right now, my shed's probably, I'm gonna say 2/3 full. The salt shed is pretty much full right now, but that is not gonna last long. But I'm hoping that we still got another 2 months of winter to go yet, so it's gonna be nip and tuck on the budget, as far as material-wise. Today, we hauled some gravel, because we had a few soft spots here and there. And over the weekend, the temperatures warmed up and had a few places we got some soft spots. And we got everywheres around except for your road, Gordon, and Packers Corners Road.
Hey, if you're going to leave us somewhere, that's good.
So,
Take care of the important people.
yeah, but anyways, it's that time of year, you get these quick warm-ups, and you're gonna have them spots that's gonna break through a little bit. But one good thing about the weather this weekend, I got rid of we had a lot of ice coverage on the roads, and we got rid of a lot of it, so that helped out a lot.
Great. Is that it?
Yeah, everything else, all the equipment's been holding up good. You know, just everybody's been busy, so just been one of them winters.
Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome.
On to new business, and the center piece of our meeting tonight is the FY21 budget.
Yes, so since we have this fancy equipment, we're gonna allow the public to follow along. I'm going to pass a hard copy out to select board members.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I just try something?
Oh, no, there are
quick
plenty
here?
here coming. Thank you.
Welcome. Well, I'm just trying to, I'm sliding it that way a little bit, because it gets some of the wave out of that. I think I can zoom in though.
That'd be good.
All right, so
would you recommend I zoom in on the?
Yes, on the budget.
Okay.
we will be starting, I apologize about my voice, we will be starting with the general budget for the select board. The portion, just to be clear so the listening audience doesn't get bored out of their mind, we will not be reading every single line item except for the revenue, which was just finalized today. So starting on page 1 at the top, the general tax revenue that is estimated for select board expenses is $442,376. An additional amount for social service.
Wait. That's the 19 budget.
Nope.
Say it again?
Look at the
433,
no,
yeah.
look in the dark colored line on the screen. It's the pink line.
Oh,
FY21.
This isn't right.
Yeah, this isn't correct.
Oh, this one wasn't, these were printed out before it was updated.
So shall we follow along on the screen?
Why don't you follow along on the screen,
Okay.
yes, because the screen is the correct one.
On the revenue side, the expense side should be okay, right?
The expense
Okay.
side has not changed.
Okay.
Penny and I went through this and she double checked and agreed that it is correct. So, the general revenue is $442,376 for all select board expenses. Social service agency expenses is $24,880.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, you're saying expenses, but do you mean?
Revenue. So the revenue here covers the expenses for the social service agencies. So this is revenue that will be generated through taxes. So then we have what we call our transfers out and special articles. So that we will cover the details of what those, you'll see them later on, but those expenses include the fire department, Wyndham Regional Commission, Rescue Inc., and other similar type services that are provided.
So these two lines that we have on the hard copy are the same as on there?
Okay, yep. We never budget for any surplus taxes. The town treasurer estimates approximately $12,468 in interest to be collected on delinquent taxes. Delinquent tax penalty is not calculated because that amount goes to the treasurer and assistant treasurer. And then insurance credits are not calculated either because we generally don't have any. So the general overall revenue to be brought in for the select board is $988,215. Moving on, we have the delinquent tax fees. Was there a question?
No, I was just going to comment that to, I guess, simplify things. The 988,215 is what the select board in the town is responsible for from a tax standpoint of generating.
That's correct.
Excluding anything to do with our school system.
That's correct.
Thank you.
We do not account for any delinquent tax income. As most people know, the town provides some financial services for Algiers Fire District over in Algiers, and that the contract we have with them is for $8,500. So that accounts for staff time and some minimal resources that we need to do that job. We take in a small amount of revenue for licenses and permits. That includes a liquor and tobacco license of $90 at the country store, dog licenses of approximately $1,400, and that is all for those. Getting towards the end here, we do get reimbursed by the state for the reduction in taxes for those who are part of the current use program, so that is estimated to be $86,580 this year. In the pilot program, pilot stands for payment in lieu of taxes, so that is on any state-owned property within the town of Guilford, and so $18,600 is the amount that they pay us instead of paying property taxes. Moving on, the town clerk has an assortment of fees that are charged. I'm not going to go through all of these one by one because
we don't have to.
We don't have to. So the total amount to be brought in for revenue from the town clerk is $20,660. We are not yet estimating any permit fees for the floodplain. We are estimating approximately $3,000 in general interest earned for a total amount of revenue of $1,127,045.
Let's see, 1127045.
So the key thing to take away here is the $1,127,045 you will find should equal the total in expenses, because we do our best not to raise any more in revenue than we incur in expenses, because this is a municipality, not a business. So when we get to the end of the expenses category, you should hopefully see that that matches.
So compared to last year, we're bringing in $38,000 less?
Yes, because our expenses, as you will soon find out, have gone down.
That's a good thing.
It is a good thing. So that means taxes this year for the town side of expenses, or the select board expenses, are actually going down a small amount. Moving on, so this is a very large category here called the select board expenses. There are many things that fall within this. So, select board members, for those of you who were at the final budget meeting in December, all of these numbers are the same from that budget meeting. So this includes pay, insurance of various forms, expenses for the office, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, legal fees. So getting to the bottom of this total category has expenses budgeted for or proposed for FY21 to be $250,336. You can see I've highlighted there, and this is
wrong.
Yeah, this is not good. So again, this says 223, 503.
And that's due to some changes in the health insurance.
So the actual number is 250,336?
That is correct. The next category is for the town treasurer, including the treasurer, assistant treasurer's salary, and other expenses. That will be $53,797.
That one's right. I mean,
Yeah.
it's the same.
In the select board expenses, there was Penny noticed.
Can we slide back to that, because it would show on the...
Yep. So there was obviously the one increase in this area is for which voters approved last year, was for the mowing of the playscape. So that's $3,000.
Where's that line? What line is that?
That's line 87. So it is number
Maintenance grounds?
68.01. There was this increase that you select board members approved for the emergency management budget, and then there was the increase for health insurance.
But it's still less than compared to last year, right?
Correct. That
The
is correct.
expense is $12,000 or so less?
Yes, that is correct. So while there were some increases in this category, it was an improvement. So the treasurer, there's a slight increase due to pay increases.
So, just to go back to that again,
Yes.
what is the decrease in the expense what is creating the difference there, the 12,000? I mean, but not line by line, but just the conglomerate.
Yes, so we had several of the other categories, such as heating and others that
went
decreased.
down,
Yeah.
okay.
And is that because of the new heating system?
That's correct.
Oh,
As well
good.
as other changes to the building that you folks made. We also made reductions in building maintenance, et cetera, due to the changes when not needing to have to do those repairs for a number of years into the future.
Well, that's
A good
news
investment.
for our whole town.
So the treasurer, there's a slight increase. As you can see, that is due to cost of living increases that are being proposed. The Board of Civil Authority, we actually have a decrease of $2,600 for a total proposed budget of $1,600. And here's the category we were discussing previously, the transfers out. So this includes setting aside funds to repair the Green River Covered Bridge in 25 years' time. The capital fund, the water line, records preservation, and that's it. So that is budgeted for $265,000, which has been level funded for the past 4 or 5 years. Next is the auditors. This is also level funded, so this includes wages for the town auditors, the training, et cetera, et cetera. So this is level funded with last year at $22,850. The next major category is for the listers. Similar to the previous categories for the town treasurer, town clerk, includes wages as well as other fees that they incur. There's been, due to shifting around there, we actually have an overall decrease in the listers category, a decrease of $3,428 for a total expenses of $34,471. Next, we have the town clerk category. There's a slight increase here, one because Marta was hired last year, and then with the proposed salary increases for cost of living, there's an increase of $5,095 for a grand total of $68,497 in that category.
Not the increase, but the total.
Yes, the total, that is correct. For our next category, we've got the delinquent tax administration. These are all the expenses that the town treasurer needs to collect delinquent taxes. So this money is very well spent. It's level funded over last year at $6,600. Floodplain administration also level funded for the past several years at $500. Planning Commission is level funded at $1,000. That actually is, you guys did state $1,000. However, last year was actually budgeted at $1,500, so it's actually a decrease of $500 that you folks requested this year.
Wasn't that because of we had the additional expense for the book?
That's correct.
Yeah. And we don't have that this year.
That's correct. The Conservation Commission is requesting a decreased amount as well over the last year, so they're asking for $2,500 this year, a decrease of $500. The Recreation Commission is asking for a slight increase of that math is
Not right.
not right. That should be $661. So there's an increase of $661. And when they presented this to the select board at the last select board meeting, it was primarily due to the increased popularity of their events and needing additional supplies for those events across town.
And so they should have resubmitted the budget with more itemization than they had shown us. That's what we asked for.
You had, and that was not received yet. So
Maybe you want to send them
I will follow up with the Recreation Commission for a more detailed breakdown of their budget request. Law enforcement, since we have not been able to find a constable for the past year and a half, the select board has removed those expenses from this category. So the only expense in that category is the law enforcement services, which we receive from the Vermont State Police.
Perhaps it would be prudent here to say that we are looking for a constable, and if anybody is interested in not volunteering, but
correct, it would be a paid
that
position.
paid position, please let us know.
And we do have funds in other places to pay an individual who wishes to be the constable.
Is there a job description for the constable
There
on our
is.
website?
It's not on the website, but someone could contact me and get it from me. The next section is the pound keeper. So this is for the pound keeper as well as for our agreement with Wyndham County Humane Society and all associated costs, which has had a overall deduction of $480. Again, because the town has been looking for a dog officer for the past year and a half, and we are still looking for a dog officer, so anyone who may be interested, please contact me. For the time being, the select board has decided to reduce those fees from the budget.
But they could be put back in if we had a dog officer.
That is correct. Next major category is health officer. Again, level funded for the past several years at $150. Next category is the solid waste meetings. This accounts for our annual assessment to be a member of Wyndham Solid Waste, as well as to have someone be the select board's appointed representative and account for their travel expenses and other things they incur. That is going to be $14,928. We are getting closer to the end here, folks. So
Yeah, we're on cemeteries.
here we are on cemeteries. The Cemetery Commission
It's closer to the end.
is requesting level funding of $7,700. Here's one of the really big positive notes that the select board would like to touch on is after March of this year, so after March of fiscal year 20, we will have paid off the fire department bond and interest. And so there's going to be a reduction of $53,058 from the select board budget.
I thought you were going to say there's going to be a party.
Under the fire warden section, which is next.
When you say that there's a reduction there, you don't mean a reduction, you mean compared to last year.
Compared to last year, yes.
Because the 53,000 was, we paid 53,000 last year, we're not paying it this year.
But not paying it in the budget. It's not going to be included in the budget.
For next year.
For next year,
right.
because we have, after March, we will have paid that debt off.
Yeah.
And so it does not, we no longer need to budget for that.
But it's not a real, what I'm getting at is it's not a real reduction.
No, it is. We do not have to raise $53,058 in taxes for it.
Yeah. That's what I wanted you to say.
Okay. The fire warden, technically, the fire wardens could submit an invoice for all of the fire permits that they issue. They have not done so for many, many years, and at the time being, the select board has reduced that from the budget. Should they decide to do so in the future, we will cross that bridge when we get to it. But
So we should officially thank the fire warden for doing
wardens,
this.
we have two.
That's right. For providing that valuable service for us.
Agreed.
So the next section is annual services to the town. This includes Wyndham Regional Commission, Green Up Day, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, Rescue Inc., county taxes, and a few other things, Broadbrook Community Center. This category has the overall slight, why is that math? Let's just ignore the delta column because that's slightly off. In several of the categories, there's a few minor expenses. However, for the Guilford Handbook, we have a reduction in expenses of $3,500 because we will not be printing out copies in the upcoming fiscal year. That will be done in the current fiscal year. So that's local public services is the fire department, and as the fire department proposed at the last select board meeting, they are proposing an increase of $8,387 in their budget this year for a total of $238,450.
As I recall, it was mostly an increase in the cost of building maintenance, wasn't it?
Yeah, they had a few other increases that Gordon and I were looking at prior to the meeting. So that included things, some of their Membership dues for some things were going up.
Yeah, it looked like, because I wasn't at the meeting and I asked Peter to just summarize for me. Increase in communications, increase in dues and subscriptions, increase in removal, rubbish removal. The fire district had an increase in the cost to them. EMT equipment supplies was a big piece of it, and legal fees. I guess they were audited this year for the first time, so there was an auditor fee.
Wasn't
built
building
into that.
maintenance in there?
And then, what's that?
Building maintenance? I think
They talked about it, but
These were the bigger items.
Oh.
I mean, in a computer was what, these were the big things that I heard, I mean, what we looked at.
Yeah, in the financial document, or the spreadsheet that they submitted to the select board at the last meeting, there was about $1,000 for building maintenance. So it wasn't the largest item.
Okay.
I didn't account for the entire increase with Peter, I just picked up
Yeah,
those. So that would make sense, that, because there was probably the piece where we're missing to bring us to 8,300.
Last but not least, our final category is the social service agencies who do so much great work here in
Well, there's the
town.
library too.
Do we pass that one by?
Yeah.
My apologies. We have got the Guilford Free Library. They have a slight increase of $2,005 due to salary increases and hiring a part-time individual to provide some technical assistance with computers. So their request is $35,005. And now, last but not least, are the social service agencies. And we all know who these are. They are level funded at $24,880 this year. So our grand total of expenses is $1,127,045 for a total decrease this year of $26,781. So after having the past 3 budgets be level funded, this one is a decrease over the previous 3.
Excellent.
Well, I mean, it is, the 53 is coming out of it, so there's some.
There's a little bit of an addition to it.
But there were several areas in which there were additions,
But
primarily due to
there's
salaries.
slight.
Yep,
No,
they're minor.
Well, what I kind of pulled out and looking at the deltas, we have the fire department increase, we have the library increase, which are, not hugely significant, but are
So that's
there.
$10,000.
Right. And
3% cost of the.
Yeah, it's mostly
Right.
salaries.
Yep.
It really,
Can I just ask if we could go to the expenses? I want to just clarify, the first category, the select board expenses, I guess, all of those.
Yep.
There was a note, I thought I heard someone say that this is, what's proposed is a decrease from the previous year, but it's not.
It's an increase of 12,000 in that category,
Okay.
which makes up the difference for what Gordon was just calculating in increases. So part of the increase was the mowing of the playscape that voters approved last year. Nemrick, the company that provides our software and technical support, increased their fees to us by $1,000 this year. We had, several other minor fees go up. Our technical services, such as our email provider and all of those things, went up. And then emergency management went up, and then salaries is where those costs went to.
Just wanted to be sure that if I'd heard it incorrectly.
So yes, that was one of the areas that did have a slight increase.
Well, it's 12,605.
That's correct.
with Wyndham Solid Waste, Peter.
Yes.
Is that number the 14,928 that we've planned?
That is correct.
Is that what we've been told?
Yep.
Okay.
So the last time that they presented to us, they gave us amounts for 3 years in a row.
Right.
So that would will.
And they've come, I mean, that hasn't changed.
That has not changed.
I just wanted to make sure.
So after next year, I believe they will review again or anew their fees for member towns. May change, we don't know. But for the time being, yes, that is what they presented to us previously.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Go on.
I just need to know what the next steps are, so when, if we were to approve this or tonight, then this is what gets presented to the town?
Yes. We still have to go through the highway budget.
There's still some things to add or
No,
adjust?
this is finished.
Okay.
This is complete. So the 1 million, sorry for the fast scrolling, I want to get, the $1,127,045 is what will be presented on the warrant. And that actually gets broken down because we have sources of revenue that we reviewed to begin with that are non-taxes. So that number, as in previous years, is actually going to be less than $1 million. So,
Is there a time frame for the select board to
Yes.
approve this budget?
So the select board, that's an excellent question, Gordon. The select board legally has until next Monday to approve the budget to be put on the warrant, as an article on the warrant.
You weren't here last meeting when we
I
decided.
was not.
At last, can I
yeah,
just speak,
yeah.
please? Thank you.
Sure,
At the
you're
last
the
meeting,
chair.
just to bring you up to speed, at the last meeting, we, at the last budget workshop, we went through the whole budget, and we agreed that since we had gone through the whole budget, and quite analytically, that we would bring it forward at this meeting to basically approve or not approve it. We'd like to get it expedited
Which I totally
tonight.
support.
Okay, good.
I'm not questioning that.
Yeah.
What I don't like is, personally, I don't like looking at something here and looking at something different there
Yeah.
when the categories aren't, jiving. And I like to see the whole thing in its final form to be able to, just understand everything. Some of the numbers jumping around just concern me, and I'm sure they're all fine, and I'm not questioning it, but for me personally, there's a comfort level there.
So the papers you have in your hand I admit it was my mistake. I printed them before I had Penny review them. She noticed that there was an error in the amount for the health insurance. So that was adjusted on the computer. I should have reprinted these so they matched with what are here. That's my fault.
Right, but I don't think that
apologize.
one change, would have finalized this document, and that's my concern. We've made some other changes as we've been going, and
So that was in the deltas, which generally we don't present to the
correct.
the public. That's generally for the select board
Right.
to review for your purposes.
So you're confident, excluding the delta column, that the
Yes.
proposed FY21 budget is correct?
Yes,
That
I am.
that you're showing here?
I am confident in it, and I had Penny review it, and she felt confident in it as well. This is a process we
It
go
was just
through.
I was just voicing.
No,
I
I
wanted
no,
to-
I understand your concern, but to me, it's just a matter of that Peter printed out the wrong,
That's fine, if that's,
he printed out the wrong version.
That's
This is the corrected version, and what's mostly incorrect about the version that we have here, there are a few errors in the deltas, mostly.
and if that's what I just clarified.
And
That's
yeah,
fine.
that Richard is absolutely correct, and the deltas they're irrelevant for when it comes to the
I agree.
warrant.
I'm not questioning that part of it.
So my apologies
No,
for giving you guys the wrong documents.
And we, in budget workshops, we have gone over all the expense numbers.
That's right.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
those are solid.
Yeah, there's no surprises here that I see.
No, like I said, the only number that changed was up here in the select board, was up here for the health insurance.
It went down a lot from previous years.
It's actually a slight increase of $2,663.
Right, see, that's, yeah. I was looking for
Oh, I
a
see,
reference
because
to
this is the number that's wrong.
And that's where I was getting confused.
This is the
I was-
number that's right.
This
Yes,
is the number.
this is the
Yeah.
number. One that's on the screen is the correct number.
I see.
Can you shoot to the last line again? the total.
Yep.
Formula.
And so let me just ask, once Gordon's finished, is that the same number that's at the bottom of the revenue column?
So you can see here that the total expenses is $1,127,045.
Yes.
I will scroll back up so you can see.
It's the same. See, I wrote it in when he said it, 112705.
And here is the total revenue to be collected.
Okay.
It's a match.
It is a match.
Okay.
And the amount that will be presented to residents is on town meeting day is that number right there. 988,215 is what needs to be raised.
What needs to be raised in the form of tax.
That's correct.
I see.
So the difference in the amount from other sources of revenue is what the difference between the 112748 is and that number right there.
Okay. Now, sorry, I just have to ask one more question, and that's that, but this entire budget will be available for, or no, it's a report of previous years? What goes into the warning? I forget. Is there a
No,
budget?
the total. It's just the total number goes into the warning.
No, okay, but isn't there it
Well,
seems
it's
like
all in
good
the town
thought.
report.
It's in the town report.
Yes,
Yeah.
all of these numbers will be in the town report.
But as far as what's in the warning to be raised as a
Correct.
motion or whatever.
Yeah.
So
is
the-
that number?
But
Yes.
the entire
To be
budget
raised by
is-
taxes, the rest is coming
published.
from
So this is
resources.
Resource, revenues.
There's three columns on this spreadsheet that will not be in there. So this column, FY19 budget, actual FY19 expenses, and FY20 budget, and FY21 proposed will all be included, and they have been included for decades.
That's fine, just want to make sure I understand.
The other three columns that we have here are primarily for select board analysis.
Correct. Okay, I'm on board with that.
Do I have a motion to approve the?
Well, let's wait until we, if you don't mind, sir, if we go through the highway budget first.
Oh, sure, let's do that.
And we will do it all
Do
at
we,
one time.
do we do them both at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the
Now,
highway budget.
are we sure that this is the correct version?
Yes, this one is the correct version. So highway is much more abbreviated.
Dan, did you get one?
No, I did, but I can do that right off the top of my head.
You can sit with us if you want, come join us.
Oh, happy over here.
All right, so general,
Should I zoom in on the screen?
ask Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
General taxes to be raised is, for highway department, is $874,461. We receive $145,000 in state aid to highways as revenue. We are estimating to receive approximately $1,200 in civil fines. That comes to us from the Vermont State Police, and approximately $250 in highway interest, for a total proposed revenue to be generated of $1,020,911.
Which is up by 23,000.
This is correct. And we will touch on the expenses. So the highway fund expenses, so this is similar to the select board budget. This is where we have wages and insurance, retirement, workers' compensation. So without reading through every line by line, you'll see there's a slight increase in wages, which also thus causes an increase in retirement. There's, as you can see, we have a fairly substantial increase in health insurance for the highway department. And then all the other remaining line items, or most of them, are level funded.
What is what constitutes the the $10,000 increase in health insurance?
Primarily because we've added an additional person
That's what I
to the
thought.
road crew. So we now have 6 people on the road crew
Yeah.
instead of 5.
Which was
And-
planned.
Which was planned, but that does cause an increase in health insurance. And also included in that increase in the health insurance is an increase in our premiums this year. Although the increase in premiums is less than it was last year. And then last but not least, we have increased, due to the whole emerald ash borer situation and the needing to start dealing with that, we've increased the tree removal budget line by $2,000. So the overall increase for the highway fund is $15,615 for a total of $480,396.
What's the comment sort of outside of the field there? It says
just we can. That's for later on at town meeting day.
Meeting to talk about this salvage.
Yep.
So the proposed is 48,000.
480,396,
which is up 15,
That's correct.
and that's mostly due to the medical insurance.
That's correct. The medical insurance and wages.
Wages, right.
Next is the road resurfacing that is level funded at 130,000. Next we move on to winter expenses, which include winter wages, sand, and salt. There is an increase in this primarily due to an increase in the cost of sand.
Peter,
yes, sir.
I'm sorry, can we go just back right to the front here? We have no grants that we're anticipating for the highway?
Not this year, unfortunately, because we, in the past 2 fiscal years, we have been very successful in the grants that we have been able to get for the highway department, which unfortunately, the way that our state does it for highway grants is once you receive them, you drop down to the bottom of the list. So for 2 of the grants we received this year, we have a 5-year waiting list now that we have to, until we get eligible for the next round. And then 1 grant, it's a 10-year waiting list before we next become eligible for it. So
Thank you for making that clear.
I mean, as we discussed recently, we can say, however, that the past fiscal year, we've had the highest amount of grant revenue that the town has seen. So
very positive.
It's been very positive overall for the budget.
Just have to wait a while now.
So the winter budgeting section went up by $5,819 for a total of $210,515. The highway department has annual expenses for the various bridges across town. This budget has been level funded for several years now at $68,500. Because of Act 64, we now have what are called the municipal roads general permit fees. They have been gradually increasing over the past 3 years, and this coming year they will, for the total $2,500. And then last but, or sorry, not last, we've got the town garage expenses, which includes the operating expenses to maintain the garage and have a space for all the road crew to work. We've got, primarily due to the additional road crew members, safety equipment expenses have gone up by $500, and due to other additional expenses unrelated to employees, building maintenance has gone up by $500 for a total of $34,000 for that general category. Last but not least, we have the town equipment. This is all exactly what it says, and this category has been level funded at $95,000 with last year, for a grand total of $1,020,911, which you can see equals the amount under the revenue to be generated.
Dan, any comments?
No, I'm happy with it. You guys are happy.
Looks good to me.
So of the increase, you can see The increase is $22,000
Yeah.
approximately. Of that increase, half of that goes to health insurance, and then there's other smaller miscellaneous amounts.
Any further comment about the highway budget?
Money well spent.
Yeah, that's a good comment. Since there's no further discussion, I would request that there a motion be made to approve both the highway budget and the general budget.
I'll make a motion to approve the general budget and the highway budget.
Do I have a second?
I shall.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Well, I just wanted to say that, we had 3 meetings to go over all of this. The public was welcome to come and join us at 7:30 and
AM.
And 11 a.m.
Yes, and we really did have a chance to have all of this laid out. So it wasn't, we weren't making it up tonight. I was just wanting our audience to know.
That's a good thing.
I'm sorry, who seconded that? Did we have a
Miranda
second?
seconded.
I might only add that we put the amounts in specifically.
I am doing that.
And
We
you
do
can
that.
do that.
We
Thank
do
you.
that every year. That is something
Well, as
that-
part of the motion.
That is
Excellent.
correct.
Thank you.
What do you mean put the amounts in?
Put whatever the amounts are specifically into the motion. We approve.
Oh,
the
I see.
town-
Oh, okay, he's doing, okay.
So,
So it's very specific.
Yeah, I get
Yeah.
it. That's good.
So for the select board, that would be $988,215 is.
To be raised.
To be raised through taxes.
215, correct.
And for the highway department.
$1,020,911.
Nope, that is going to be $874,461. Do you see that?
Yes. It's right here.
Because the other.
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry, because of the state aid.
Yep, the state aid and the
Yes.
other revenues.
I apologize.
Nope.
Okay, now that we have that clarified, there's a motion on the table. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Peter and the Select Board for another year of budget.
And for a decrease in the annual budget.
And a decrease in the annual budget. Excellent. Good night, Dan. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Thanks
effort
for
in
being
doing that
here
budget,
and
Dan.
everything else.
Will do.
All right, on to old business, Brookfield service contract.
Before we get to that, we need to address the Wyndham Regional Commission broadband
Oh, yes, I'm
feasibility
sorry,
grant because
yes.
that needed to be dealt with.
Yes.
So the select board had a question at the last meeting regarding whether or not a request that they had made for you to include an article on the warrant for the town meeting day was necessary for this year in order to participate in the upcoming grant that they have the feasibility grant that they have. And the answer is no, it is not required. However, what they would like is for a consensus from the select board by having a motion to participate in the feasibility grant. So that shows our express interest. In order for it to move forward, they need interest from a certain percentage of the towns. And so we'll put it before you to consider having a motion to participate in their feasibility grant.
I'd like to have a motion that says that. Would anybody like to make it that motion?
You can make the motion if you
Okay,
wish.
I would like to motion that the select board expresses its enthusiasm for seeking for WRC to seek a grant.
They've already received it. It's to participate in their grant.
To participate in the grant. To
Second.
increase broadband access.
Second.
So needed.
Yes. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. let's hope that that goes somewhere. Okay, now on to
Service contract?
the service contract.
So, two things that you folks requested. Actually, technically three if we want to get specific. One was you asked. What?
Let's.
Okay, let's. So the
But not
first,
two.
the first of the three items you asked me to inquire about was whether or not, so Brookfield Service had given a specific deadline which this contract needed to be approved
Right.
by to get a lower amount. They have extended that to tomorrow. And the other thing that you wanted me to inquire, the second thing you wanted me to inquire about was whether or not the Vermont State inspections was required and whether it or not it was included in the once annual versus the biannual inspections. Yes, it is required. No, it was not included.
Okay.
So that would increase the price of the contract by $400. It's $100 per inspection, and we have 4 units. The third thing that you folks requested of me was to try one more time to see if I could get a proposal from Powers Generator, which we have received.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So Powers
The
Generator.
plot thickens.
It does thicken. So the service contract for a once-a-year maintenance for all 4 generators from Brookfield Service would be $1,953.
And that
includes the Vermont State inspection.
And that's per year.
Yes, that is per year. For all of the exact same offering, for all 4 generators, once a year, including the state inspection from Powers Generator, is $1,695.
Well.
1,600 what?
$95. You can see right here.
And I'm sorry that I'm confused, but who's doing it now, Brookfield or?
No, the past 2 years we have had Powers Generator.
Okay,
So
That's all 4.
That's all 4. Yep. And all 4 generators are listed on the contract proposal. When I spoke to the contract manager over at Powers, she actually offered to extend this price for an additional year if that enticed you to agree to their agreement.
And we're satisfied with it.
We've been very satisfied with Powers Generator.
I think it's-
Their response has been within 24 hours when we call them with a problem. They go above and beyond. They found an issue with the generator over at church last summer. They came, started repairing it, didn't have the part in stock. That was on a Friday. They sent their repair technician out on Saturday and finished the job without charging us extra for overtime.
Okay, so.
We're enticed.
We're enticed by Powers, aren't we?
Yes, I think, would it be?
You're welcome to look at the contracts if you wish.
And the part piece of the contract's all the same? Supplies?
Yep.
So I'm looking for a motion for Powers. Do we need a motion?
You do need a motion because you've got to make a decision between one or the other. And all of you folks need to agree on one of them. So.
I know who I'm going for.
Well, yeah, no, I'll make a motion that we, go with Powers on this. And honestly, I'd make a 2-year motion personally and just lock it in. To me, there's no reason
They
not
made
to.
the offer both over the phone and via email.
I can't wait to talk to them because those aren't the numbers that I get. So that's one.
Okay, so we have a motion that is
So-
2 years with Powers at $16.95.
I'll second.
And is there any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Then your motion carries unanimously, and I thank you.
And thank you, Peter, for your diligence.
Save the town $300 and some odd, Peter. Well done.
All right, moving right on. We need to go into executive session.
No, we have to do.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
not yet.
I'm just jumping the gun here.
You are excited for that. We've got our finance warrants first.
I was thinking that we did the
Michael, did you
executive
second
session
that one?
before that,
Yes.
but
We would have to change the order.
we would have to change the order of the agenda.
If you wish to change the order, someone can make a motion.
Or do you want to just get the finance warrants over with? Yeah, okay.
You want me to
Gordon
know?
is raring to go.
I will do the finance warrants. So I will make a motion to pay the following payroll week ending 12/29/19 for $7,216.90. Payroll week ending 1/5/20 for $7,224.32. Payroll week ending 1/12/20 for $6,773.85. Expense warrant number 2013 for $42,385.76. And expense warrant number FW13 for $24.50, for a grand total of $63,625.33.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay, and a discussion.
And the only discussion I would like to add on expense warrant number 2013, the key elements of that were salt at about 9,200, sand at about 9,000, diesel at about 6,800, and our VMER's retirement number, which was about 4,700. So that made up the predominant pieces of that, 42,000.
Thank you. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Do you want to move executive session, or are you going to do?
No, we'll go.
No, we'll
Why
just
don't we
do it.
finish? We'll do, you want to do communications
Okay,
next,
sure.
or do executive
Yep.
section?
We have one communication from AIDS Project of Southern Vermont. They sent you a thank you letter for their renewed annual support.
Great.
Great, thank you.
Now, I don't think, I know I'm supposed to say something about the number that we're, oh, executive
Do
session.
you want to discuss the summary of actions from the
Oh, yes,
previous meeting?
please.
So you folks approved the minutes. You requested me to contact Brookfield Service about the contract extension and inspection. You approved the updates to the personnel policy, and you approved the warrants.
Okay. Now, just a question about this, because this is very good, and it's good to have these actions, but do these actions match the actions that were put in the minutes? Because they do, right?
They were a direct transfer over.
Okay, excellent.
And then regarding your executive session, the first is we need a motion that premature knowledge of discussions could potentially put the town at risk. And before you read the next one, is this something you want me to participate in, or would you like me to step out?
I don't know, it's an employee, it's not a controversial issue necessarily,
Okay, it's up to the select board. I have participated in some personnel discussions in the past, and I have been asked to step out on others, so it's up to you, Mr. Chair.
If you don't mind, why don't you absent yourself?
Okay, then let me just correct the,
And I say that because of to protect the confidentiality.
that's
of
fine.
the employee.
No explanation needed. It is at your discretion. All right, so first action is the first one we have here, so if you could make it, in fact, if you wish.
I move that premature knowledge of discussions could potentially put the town at significant disadvantage. As per.
Nope, that's for the next one.
Yeah.
It just, disadvantage, period.
Period, and then I need a
So
second
you need
for
a
that.
second, yep.
I will second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries.
Okay. And then your second one, which you could also make if you
Okay.
wish.
Does anyone else want to make it, or are you satisfied with me?
I'm
making it?
satisfied.
Okay, I make a motion to enter into executive session at 7:30 exactly PM to discuss personnel matters per 1 VSA 313A1.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. This will be very short, I think. The Guilford Select Board is coming out of executive session at 7:38 PM, and we have taken no action.
And now your favorite time of the evening.
Oh, yes. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
I will make a motion to adjourn.
I would second that.
Is there any discussion?
Let's sing and dance.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much, Guilford Select Board.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
out that the sun shines down its power.